Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Konoha, outside the village. Naruto flew Thunder God directly here. At night, the starry sky was dotted with stars, and Konoha village looked very peaceful under the moonlight. Looking at the familiar village, Naruto was still very happy in his heart. At least in his previous life, Konoha at this time had been destroyed by pain. But now, intact. Killer Bee looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, are you going back to the village?" Naruto nodded and said, "Well, there's something going on when we go in." Killer Bee rapped, "Then I'll go in too. This is my first time in Konoha. I feel so excited, oh yeah." Naruto put his hand on Killer Bee's body, and then flew directly into Thunder God. Because Naruto was a Hokage in his previous life, Naruto knew the barriers code of Konoha. How to get in safely was not difficult at all for him. With a buzz, Naruto flew directly to his home. Then, after telling Killer Bee not to move, Naruto closed his eyes and stayed quiet for a while, and then, Sage Mode instantly turned on. After sensing it, I found that there was no big disturbance in the house, and there were no strange chakras around here, which meant that there were no ninjas monitoring the place. It seemed that Granny Tsunade was relatively tolerant of herself. Killer Bee whispered, "Naruto, what are we going to do now?" Naruto smiled and said, "It's okay, it's safe now, but for safety's sake, it's better for you and me to transform into ninjas of Konoha." With that said, Killer Bee and Naruto used transformation techniques to transform into unknown ninjas from Konoha. After the transformation, Naruto looked at the inside of his home again. There was dust everywhere, and sighed. Then the flying Thunder God flew out and came to a remote place in Konoha village. Taking a breath of fresh Konoha air, Naruto looked at Killer Bee and said, "Uncle Bee, from now on, you will call me brother, and I will call you brother, you know it." Killer Bee smiled and nodded, making an okay gesture. "Then let's go, follow me to a place, and I'll take you to have something to eat." When Killer Bee heard this, he thought, oh, he didn't have dinner, and his stomach was growling. With that said, following Naruto, the two of them walked on the streets of Konoha. After walking for a while, they finally came to Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto was very happy and opened the curtain and said, "Uncle, 2 big bowls of supreme luxury ramen." Uncle Yao responded with a smile, "Here we come, sir, please sit down slowly." When he saw clearly who was coming, Uncle Ichiraku was a little surprised, because Naruto's tone just now sounded like he always came here to eat, but looking at Naruto's face, he looked very unfamiliar. Uncle Yao didn't think much and hurried to work. Killer Bee looked around and said excitedly, "Naruto, the environment here is really good." Then, Killer Bee instantly realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut up. Uncle Yao heard this and looked over in surprise. Naruto rolled his eyes at Killer Bee and said, "Brother, what are you talking about?" Killer Bee scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Slip of the tongue." After a while, 2 bowls of ramen arrived. Naruto took a deep sniff of the ramen, and then said happily, "It smells so good." As he said that, he picked up a chopstick, clasped his hands together and said, "I'm starting." Killer Bee followed suit. While he was enjoying his meal, a familiar person walked in. Naruto turned his head and saw that it was Mr. Irika. He came up and sat down glumly, and then ordered a bowl of ramen. While Naruto was eating, he paid attention to Mr. Irika next to him. Looking at his face, he seemed to be very unhappy. Immediately afterwards, 3 more Konoha ninjas walked in and sat down. "Hey! Did you hear that during the 5 Kage conference, Naruto actually took action against Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama? Really or not?" The person who told the story said with an expression like, "You don't even believe me, I even took action against 5 Kages. My friend from the Iron Country told me personally." A person next to me asked doubtfully, the Kingdom of Iron? The person who said it added, actually, it was reported by Yunin. I also came back from a mission and passed by the border of the Kingdom of Iron. After my friend learned about it, he told me by the way, and that's when I found out. Humph. I really didn't expect that Naruto actually became a traitor, and it's a shame that Master Jiraiya and Master Hokage were so kind to him. He even dares to take off Danzo-sama's hands and eyes. There's nothing he dares to do. It's a shame that the village trusts him so much. Alas, I am a demon fox myself, and I was evil. Boom. Iruka stood up from the table and looked at those people angrily. Naruto is not who you say he is. Everyone followed the sound and turned out to be the Chunin elite, Iruka. Iruka, Naruto's defection to Konoha is already known to everyone, do you still want to protect him? Iruka clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, Master Hokage has not yet reached a final conclusion, and it is not your turn to make irresponsible remarks. Killer Bee took a sip of noodles and looked at Naruto. Naruto was eating noodles without looking up at all. The people who were mentioned suddenly became furious and said, what do you mean? Defend this kind of rebellious ninja. Oh. I see, Naruto is your student, right? Humph. It's really unlucky. If I teach such a student, I hit the wall and died. You. Iruka clenched his fists, furious, and rushed over. Several people on the opposite side stood up instantly, and one person shouted, you actually dare to rush over, just in time to teach this rebellious master a lesson. With that said, several people rushed out and faced Iruka. At this moment, Naruto jumped out and stood in front of Iruka. He first kicked out the man who said he was a nine-tails demon fox, then left hand, right hand, one slow motion, two snaps, two he slapped the remaining two ninjas away. Iruka was shocked. Who was this person? He was moving so fast that he didn't react at all. The three people who were beaten were lying on the ground at the moment. They were all Chunin. They were blown away like this. Moreover, they didn't even see clearly how the person who made the move did it. Several people looked at Naruto in horror and shouted, who are you? Naruto snorted coldly and said, we are all ninjas from the same village. Is it necessary to fight for someone who has nothing to do with the village? A person lying on the ground covered his face and said, it's not like we want to take action. You already said that Naruto has nothing to do with the village, and this Iruka is still defending. Iruka clenched his fists and said angrily, Naruto is not a person who has nothing to do with the village. Naruto turned around, looked at Iruka, smiled slightly, then took out a wad of bills, put them on the table and said, Uncle, I bought all these people. With that said, he took Killer Bee away who had not yet finished eating. Wait a moment. Iruka chased out of Ichiraku ramen restaurant and looked at the two people under the street light. There was some hesitation in Iruka's eyes. Naruto, who had transformed into another form, tilted his head slightly and said indifferently, what's the matter? Iruka frowned and said, those three people just now are obviously all Chunin level strength. I am also considered a strong Chunin ninja. Judging from your movements and methods just now, you are either a very strong Jonin or he is a master of taijutsu, but in Konoha village, I have only met such a person once, I wonder who you are. Naruto smiled slightly. Iruka-sensei was really attentive, but he was not panicked at all. He said calmly, what you saw is just the surface. Do you know many ninjas in the Umbu and Root organizations? Iruka said in embarrassment, this. That's true. Although the ninjas in Umbu and Root wear masks when they are on missions, they can still show normal faces when they are out in the world. Without waiting for Iruka to continue struggling, Naruto quickly left with Killer Bee. With his and Killer Bee's strength, it was easy to get rid of them. Iruka looked around, feeling a little melancholy. When the man just stood in front of him and helped him stop those three people, he seemed to see a familiar figure, that was Naruto's figure. He didn't know if it was an illusion, so he couldn't help but chase after the person, and even wanted to ask something. In the end, the person just answered him a few words and then disappeared. Killer Bee looked at Naruto and said, "Why don't you let me eat that ramen?" Naruto smiled and said, "Don't eat too much delicious food the first time, or it won't taste as good the next time. So, leave some regrets, and I'll bring you here to eat next time." When Killer Bee heard this, he was so happy that he started rapping. "Naruto, where are we going next?" Naruto smiled and said, "Go find my future military advisor. Nara clan, Shikamaru family." Shikamaru was sitting in the yard of his home with a shogi game placed next to him. As his father Shikaku was summoned to a meeting by the returning Hokage, the game was not finished and was placed aside. Shikamaru folded his arms across his chest and looked at the moon in the sky. In the past, Shikamaru felt that everything was troublesome and he just wanted to stay in one place, but Asuma's death made Shikamaru understand what he should do, which is to protect the village. Moreover, through the death of his teacher, Shikamaru completely understood that the so-called Jade did not refer to the Hokage, but the children in the village. Shikamaru understood the consciousness of fire, but what he didn't understand was why the guy who had always been aiming for Hokage would openly betray Konoha. This made Shikamaru fall into self-doubt for a while, because he understood the consciousness of fire. He simply didn't believe that Naruto would betray Konoha. Therefore, Shikamaru firmly believes that there must be some unknown reasons behind Naruto. Long time no see, Shikamaru. Naruto and Killer Bee slowly walked out from the shadows in the corner. Shikamaru withdrew his gaze from the sky and became alert. No one understands the mysteries of light and shadow better than the Nara clan. These two people actually appeared silently in their own yard, which made no one calm down. "Who are you?" Naruto saw the look on his old partner's face and knew that he was very alert and was even calculating several ways to deal with the enemy. "Relax, Shikamaru, it's me." As he said that, Naruto stopped transforming. Killer Bee saw that Naruto's transformation technique was gone, so he also stopped transforming. Shikamaru looked at it and shouted in surprise, "Naruto." Shikamaru stood up, walked over, and looked at Naruto carefully. Except for the Rinnegan, everything else was the same as before. Standing in front of Naruto, Shikamaru wanted to approach him, but he was very conflicted. "What are you doing in the village?" Seeing that Shikamaru did not choose to warn immediately, but chose to speak in a friendly tone, Naruto knew that his old friend's temper was still the same. Naruto's hand reached for his waist, Shikamaru subconsciously took a half step back and reached for the kunai bag at his waist, only to find that he was wearing casual clothes at home and did not have a kunai bag. Naruto felt a little sad when he saw this. "Are you serious about taking a half step back?" "Don't worry, Shikamaru, I mean no harm." However, this feeling was fleeting. Naruto took out the scroll and threw it to Shikamaru. Shikamaru subconsciously caught it and asked, "What is this?" Naruto looked at Shikamaru and said, "That masked man is likely to launch an attack on Konoha in the near future. His purpose should be to lure me out, or to make me surrender, or he is betting on my attitude towards Konoha." Shikamaru frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Naruto looked at Shikamaru and said, "The masked man has officially declared war on the 5 major nations at the 5 Kage conference, starting the 4th Ninja World War. Soon, you will all go to the battlefield." Shikamaru was surprised and said, "How is it possible that one person declared war on the 5 great nations?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, with the strength of the masked man, he can indeed say such things. I believe that you will know the corresponding information soon." Shikamaru frowned. His father must have gone to the Hokage's office so late for this matter. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Shikamaru asked, "What is this?" Naruto said, "Here is the information I gave you. The masked man has a 100,000 strong army of white Zetsu. You know very little about white Zetsu and are not very alert, especially recently. On the outskirts of the village, I have encountered white Zetsu's infiltration troops. Their camouflage is very covert and cannot be detected by ordinary perception. I have explained it in detail in the scroll, and you can use it as combat intelligence." Shikamaru frowned slightly, then looked at Naruto and asked, "Why?" Naruto asked in confusion, "Why?" "Shikamaru, why did you betray Konoha and then secretly protect Konoha?" Naruto smiled and said, "Who said I betrayed Konoha? That's just political talk." Seeing Naruto talking like this, Shikamaru couldn't help but feel happy. Naruto didn't admit that he betrayed Konoha. No matter what the reason was, as long as he stood from the perspective of protecting the village, he and Naruto were still friends. Shikamaru put away the scroll, walked to Naruto's side, looked at Naruto's Samsara eye, and said with empathy, "Naruto, I know you must have your own difficulties, can you tell me about it, please?" Naruto looked at Shikamaru, his future right-hand man, and he really wanted to be his subordinate. Including this visit, Naruto also wanted to talk to Shikamaru and see his inner views. Now that Shikamaru has said this, Naruto tried to speak. "There are difficulties, I can tell you. What you are saying is that I am preparing for a future war, so what I do may be a bit bizarre." Shikamaru frowned and said, "Future war? The Fourth Ninja War?" Killer Bee nodded and said, "No, it's even scarier than that. I didn't believe the real war in the future at first, but after fighting Naruto and Hachi's words, I believed it. That's really a very scary big guy." Shikamaru looked at Killer Bee. As early as the beginning, he had been sizing up this guy. Chakra was quite terrifying, and he looked like a master at first glance. "Naruto, who is this?" Naruto smiled and said, "This is Kumogakure's Killer Bee, Eight Tails Jinchuriki." Shikamaru was surprised. "Killer Bee, Fourth Raikiko's younger brother?" Killer Bee raps, "Oh yeah, it's me, Master Eight Tails, Killer Bee." Shikamaru looked at Naruto and Killer Bee. The two were wearing the same uniform. At this glance, he knew that Killer Bee and Naruto must be in the same group. He was very surprised and said, "I didn't expect that Kumogakure's Eight Tails Jinchuriki is actually with you, Raikage-sama is not crazy." Naruto thought about Raikage's expression, and it seemed that it was indeed the case. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, I heard that you also established an organization called Tian Organization, right?" Naruto hummed excitedly and said, "What should I say? Are you interested in joining?" "No. I have no interest in joining your extremist organization. I just want to ask you. I heard that Xiao Pain has joined your organization. I want to ask, why did you establish this organization?" Naruto helplessly spread his hands and said, "I told you, in order to prepare for the future war." Killer Bee said anxiously, "Naruto, why don't you just let him evolve and let him see it with his own eyes, otherwise it's over." Naruto rolled his eyes at him and said, "If you didn't have Hachi in your body, Hachi would try his best to guarantee me. Would you believe it?" Killer Bee thought for a moment, and if it hadn't been for Hachi, he wouldn't have believed it, at least he wouldn't have followed Naruto immediately. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and Killer Bee and asked in confusion, "What are you two talking about?" Naruto looked at Shikamaru and said, "Okay, Shikamaru, I'll stop telling you this. Remember to share the information with your father, so that he will understand how to plan the battle." Seeing that Naruto was about to leave, Shikamaru quickly stopped and said, "Wait a minute Naruto." Naruto turned around and said, "Is there anything else?" Shikamaru frowned and said, "I just heard Killer Bee say that you can evolve something and let others see different things, right?" Naruto nodded. Shikamaru thought for a while and said, "If you can produce evidence to prove that you are indeed preparing for a future war, and let me understand what that war is like, I will consider whether to help you." Looking at Shikamaru's appearance, Naruto smiled from the bottom of his heart. "I appreciate your kindness Shikamaru, but now you have not experienced the Fourth Ninja World War, and you have not experienced many war things. Even if I show it to you now, you may not be able to accept it in a short time." Shikamaru said anxiously, "Then you keep fighting on your own, even if we want to get close to you, you don't give us a chance." Naruto thought for a while, then said, "You may not believe it in the future, but I can give you a condition, please consider it." Shikamaru frowned and said, "What conditions?" Naruto smiled evilly and said, "If you agree to come and help me and be my military advisor, I can find a way to resurrect Asuma, will you do it? As soon as these words came out, Shikamaru's pupils dilated instantly, and his whole body felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Impossible, how can the dead be resurrected? I understand, do you want to learn from Orochimaru and use that evil power to reincarnate Asuma from the dirt, right? What's the difference between that and the living dead? Shikamaru was very angry and did not allow anyone to defile his teacher's body. Naruto waved his hands and said, look, this is a cognitive defect. What I'm talking about is a complete resurrection of a living body. Do you understand? Shikamaru was stunned when he heard this, and even his heart moved. But the next moment, he still shook his head and said, it's impossible, Naruto, it's better not to touch this evil power. I understand your kindness. Naruto helplessly said to Killer Bee, you see, you still said you wanted me to evolve. He can't accept this kind of thing. How can he accept a future war that is more exciting than this? Killer Bee nodded and said, I really need to practice some more. With that said, Naruto put his hand on Killer Bee's body, then looked at Shikamaru and said, Shikamaru, please think about it, I'm not telling you lies. The absolute power of science only involves gods, which you can't understand for the time being. Here we go. With that said, Naruto took Killer Bee and used the Flying Thunder God to leave and fly out to the outskirts of the village. Shikamaru looked at the two disappearing people and fell into deep thought. Outside Konoha village, Killer Bee looked at Naruto and said, what should we do next? Naruto took off his coat, then handed it to Killer Bee and said, help me take it. Wait for me here for a while, and I'll go back to the village. With that said, Naruto used the transformation technique to transform into himself without the Rinnegan. Killer Bee was a little confused and said, why? Naruto chuckled and said, I'm afraid she'll be scared. Let's go. You lie down on the tree for a while. I'll be fine soon. With that said, Naruto flew away with Thunder God. The main house of the Hyuga clan. Naruto appeared silently in front of Hinata's window sill. Sage mode had already been turned on. The purpose was to better control his breath, blend with the natural forces, and not attract attention. The moonlight shines through the window onto the beauty not far away. Naruto just watched quietly, and as he watched, his hand rose up involuntarily. He wanted to touch Hinata's face, even if it was just the touch of his shadow. As the future Hokage, Naruto had a lot of things to do and often worked overtime. Sometimes he would sleep in the Hokage's office and rarely go home to sleep. Even if he went home, in order not to disturb Hinata, Naruto would most people sleep on sofas. So, during those years, Hinata often slept alone at night, and Naruto felt very guilty about it. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Naruto really wanted to hug her, smell the fragrance of her hair, and have a good sleep. As Naruto thought about it, tears began to fall. He wiped it with his hand and sighed. Shikamaru blamed himself for not explaining it thoroughly. Naruto also wanted to explain it, but the key was that it was too advanced, and it was impossible for everyone to be in unison. Naruto himself is powerful, but in the final battle, he still has to rely on the masses, because in addition to the big boss, the opponent also has an army. Therefore, Naruto gradually told some people the truth, gradually accumulated strength, gradually guided everyone, united, and grew together, until everyone finally believed him. Naruto is not Kaguya. Kaguya's goal is very simple, which is to turn all the people in the world into the kind of special combat soldiers like White Zetsu, and then follow her to fight against the Ōtsutsuki clan. Is she wrong? From Naruto's perspective now, it is indeed correct. However, there is one point that Naruto and the Sage of Six Paths agree on, and that is that those who transform into White Zetsu have become complete weapons of war, losing their human emotions and consciousness. Indeed, before becoming White Zetsu, you will fall into your own beautiful dream, but this beautiful dream is also time-limited. Once you become White Zetsu, your beautiful dream will be gone because your consciousness has died. The only thing that survived was your body, that is, your weapon, White Zetsu. What's the difference between this and directly slaughtering the entire world? In other words, it would be better to let Ōtsutsuki do the killing. Although it is a bit cruel, at least people have truly resisted while alive. Naruto's idea is to make himself and the people of the whole world stronger, to gain the power to fight against the Ōtsutsuki clan in advance, and for everyone to unite and fight against the Ōtsutsuki. Even if there are casualties, they are the deaths of conscious beings with flesh and blood, which is meaningful. Such death means that you are alive and have a sense of resistance, which is real. Therefore, Naruto has been under a lot of pressure since he came back. There was no way, he was the player in this game and had to take everything into account. Perhaps he was thinking too far ahead, or perhaps he was in front of his beloved, so Naruto's mind was a little relaxed that he didn't even notice Hinata opening her eyes. Naruto-kun. Naruto woke up from his thoughts and met Hinata's eyes. The next moment, Naruto turned around and was about to leave, but Hinata quickly stood up to intercept him. In her panic, she lost her balance and her body tilted. She was about to fall. Naruto's heart was in a knot, and Flying Thunder God flashed to her side and stabilized her. Hold it firmly. Under the moonlight, Hinata opened her big, castellan eyes wide and didn't dare to close them, for fear that the person in front of her would disappear. Am I dreaming? Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled knowingly and said, No, it's me. Hinata slowly raised her hand, and then wiped it on Naruto's face. After confirming that it was really Naruto, the corners of Hinata's mouth began to tremble uncontrollably. It's really you, Naruto-kun, it's really you. Hinata cried, hugging Naruto with both hands, and wrapped her legs directly around Naruto's waist, for fear that he would run away. They had been an old couple for many years in their previous life, and Naruto was already used to how to hold Hinata like this. Naruto sat down, letting Hinata hug him tightly, stroking the beauty's hair, holding her in his arms, and smelling her body fragrance. Naruto felt so happy in his heart. They said not to disturb her and not to touch her, but to actually hold her in her arms was to be extremely happy. Hold it in your mouth for fear of melting, hold it in the palm of your hand for fear of falling off. Okay, don't cry anymore. Naruto held Hinata's face in his hands, then squeezed it, and said with a smile, Be happy, you are not happy to see me, you are crying like this. Hinata wiped her tears and complained, You lied to me. Naruto said helplessly, When did I lie to you? Hinata said angrily, You said you would come to see me if you activated this mark on your body, but then, I activated it, and you didn't show up at all, and you said you weren't lying to me. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Actually, I received your message, but I know that you must have doubts and want to confront me, so I didn't come. What did you say? Hinata pinched Naruto's face and pretended to be angry, You say that again. Naruto frowned in pain and said, I was wrong about my wife, I was wrong about it. Hinata, what's wrong? Naruto, sorry for not replying to my wife's message in time. Hinata chuckled, let go of Naruto's hand, then rubbed it and said, Does it hurt? Naruto smiled and shook his head. Hinata leaned into Naruto's arms again, hugged him tightly and said, Naruto-kun, do you know? I have been having a dream these days, dreaming that you and I will live together in the future, and I will give you back. You gave birth to a son and a daughter, and you became a Hokage. At this point, Hinata's whole face turned red. But the only bad thing is that you always work overtime and don't go home, leaving me to sleep alone at home. Especially in winter, the bed is cold. Naruto listened quietly, surprised by the reality of Hinata's dream, and touched Hinata's hair distressedly, hugged her in his arms, and pressed his face against Hinata's forehead. Naruto-kun, tell me, is this future real? Seeing Hinata raise her head and look at him innocently, Naruto smiled and said, It's true, but I want to change one thing. In the future, I will no longer work overtime and leave you to sleep at home alone. Hinata giggled and said, Really? Real. Naruto agreed confidently, and then moved his lips closer. It's like dry wood meeting fire. Naruto affectionately kissed Hinata in his arms, and as they kissed, one hand unconsciously turned on the automatic navigation according to the muscle memory of the previous life, and positioned it above the headlight. Hinata hummed, a little surprised and surprised. At the same time, her face became even redder and her ears became a little hot. She was surprised when Naruto became so bold and another surprise attack came. Hinata's teeth were pried open, and Naruto's tongue poured in, stirring continuously. After just a few seconds, Hinata's eyes were completely confused. Slowly, Naruto hugged Hinata, and the two of them fell down. The next day, early morning. Naruto stood up, looked at the beautiful woman next to him, smiled slightly, leaned over and kissed her forehead. Last night was truly an unforgettable night. Apart from not going in, I basically did everything I could do and kissed everyone I needed to. Naruto got up and put on his clothes. Hinata woke up leisurely, rubbed her eyes, looked at Naruto and said, "Are you leaving?" After getting dressed, Naruto leaned down, combed Hinata's broken hair around her face and said, "Can I come see you another day?" Hinata pulled the quilt up, covered her mouth and said, "Humph. A man's mouth is a liar, just eat it and leave." Naruto was amused, scratched Hinata's nose with his hand and said, "Who did you learn from?" One said after another. "Besides, I haven't done it thoroughly yet." Looking at Naruto's evil smile, Hinata suddenly felt that Naruto-kun was good or bad, but she didn't feel it at all before. Thinking about it, she pulled up the quilt a little more. Naruto kissed Hinata a few more times before reluctantly flying away with the flying thunder god. Outside Konoha village, in the woods. The morning was sunny, facing the morning sun. Naruto appeared here, and then let out a long sigh, his whole body and mind relaxed as never before. Comfortable, so damn comfortable. Naruto stretched himself and sighed. Bagayalu, you be asterisk 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 d, you be asterisk 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 d, you are not a human being. A rap roared from behind, and the tone revealed deep dissatisfaction. Naruto looked back and saw that it was Killer Bee who had been waiting here all night. Killer Bee was full of greetings to Naruto. Naruto knew he was wrong and kept scratching his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, Uncle Bai, I'm sorry." "Bagayalu, you bad guy, is this what you said, just come and go? Just for a while? This has been all night long." Naruto smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Uncle Bai, maybe it's because I'm too strong. You also know that people from our Uzumaki family have strong abilities and a long time. In one word, fierce." Killer Bee raised his little hand, stared at Naruto and said, "Don't force me to transform into a tailed beast." Naruto quickly put his arm on Uncle Killer Bee's shoulder and said, don't be angry, Uncle Bee, I'll treat you to ramen another day to apologize to you." Killer Bee muttered, "Don't think you can win me over with a bowl of ramen." Naruto asked with an unexpected answer, "I will definitely treat you to a big bowl." Killer Bee made a sound, then pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "The big bowl, what's so great about the big bowl?" "Naruto, the kind that can refill the bowl." Killer Bee coughed twice and said, "It's not too early. If nothing happens, I think we can prepare for the next step. What do you think?" Naruto chuckled and sighed inwardly, "Settle it." After finishing Killer Bee, Naruto pulled Killer Bee away from the main gate of Konoha and lay down on a big tree on the left. Killer Bee asked very curiously, "Naruto, where are we?" Naruto closed his eyes and calmed down and said, "Wait for someone." Killer Bee wondered, "Waiting for someone?" Naruto clicked his lips and said, "Yes, I'm just waiting for someone. I have already given the information to Konoha. I think they must be discussing this matter in Konoha village now. I guess it will be soon to attack Konoha's enemies." As he spoke, Naruto's orange eye shadow appeared again, and Sage Mode's perception was turned on. Killer Bee said with some dissatisfaction, "I've been waiting for you all night, and now I have to wait again. I'm still hungry." Naruto sighed, then formed a seal, leaving a shadow clone, then looked at Uncle Killer Bee and said, "I understand what you mean, let's go, I'll treat you to ramen." Killer Bee, Oi. Konoha, Hokage office. After getting Naruto's information, Shikamaru ran to the Hokage office overnight and handed the information to Shikaku. As a result, for Naruto's information, a group of people met almost until late at night and slept on the floor. Afterwards, I simply took a shower and resumed the meeting. Jiraiya said, I think Naruto's information should be true. Whether it is from my personal feelings or the interests of the village, from the current point of view, Naruto has not done anything harmful to the village. But protect the village everywhere. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Mito Shueien was the first to object. Jiraiya, your words are too one-sided. You don't know why Danzo's eyes and arms are missing. Go to bed. Koharu echoed, that's right, Naruto's behavior directly makes Danzo afraid to show up now. Even this meeting, he was absent. Shikaku looked at Jiraiya and the two staff officers, and then recalled his son Shikamaru's words, Naruto is not a traitor, he is still the Naruto who protects Konoha, but the way he protects is us. It's incomprehensible now because he saw things we can't see now. Lu Jiu sighed. He really didn't expect that his son, whom he had always been proud of, would say such things. Shikaku stood up and said, I think if we continue to struggle with Naruto's position to judge this information, then we will fall into an infinite loop. Glancing at Master Hokage Tsunade, he found that Master Tsunade was also looking at him. Shikaku knew that Master Tsunade was waiting for his speech. I think it is true that Naruto defected from the village, but as Lord Jiraiya said, at present, what Naruto has done has indeed not harmed the village. The only harm is Danzo-sama. Speaking of Danzo, thinking about him now, Shikaku felt a little more confident and said, speaking of Danzo-sama, Mito-sama, Koharu-sama, is he really clean? Mito Shueien and transferring Koharu was somewhat silent when asked. Seeing that his words were effective, Lu Jiu continued to press, where did that arm and left eye come from? You two must have heard about it. Mito Shueien and Koharu were silent. Danzo has always been the spokesperson for the dark plane of Konoha, and Danzo is responsible for many dark things. Due to the international environment at the time, such methods were sometimes indispensable. Therefore, for the sake of Konoha, the senior officials turned a blind eye to some of Danzo's practices. But things are different now. Countries and villages, are beginning to reduce their armaments and slowly transition to a period of peace. Especially now, ninjas are about to form 5 major coalition forces to fight against the common enemy. Danzo, the person who represents the dark side of Konoha, can no longer be brought to the forefront, and some of the illegal things he has done can no longer be turned a blind eye. Shikaku continued, so, I think that Naruto's behavior can also be understood as actively weakening the existence of the dark side of Konoha for the sake of Konoha, wandering alone, and still caring about the safety of Konoha. This is very similar to the same person, I think you two have heard about it. Mito Shueien and Koharu looked at each other, and he understood who Shikaku was talking about. Uchiha, Itachi. Although few people know about Itachi, some secrets are no longer secrets after Itachi's death. Danzo was deeply involved in the Uchiha genocide, otherwise his right eye and the Sharingan on his arm were how come. From the perspective of outsiders, it is a terrible thing that a high-level person in Konoha actually has the eyes of so many people from the Uchiha clan in the village. What does this make other big clans in Konoha think, especially the Hyuga clan? Today you dare to take advantage of the genocide and detain a lot of Sharingans. Will you come over and detain me a lot tomorrow because you are afraid of the power of the Hyuga clan? Therefore, Mito Shueien and Koharu chose to give up completely on Danzo. We are neutral in Danzo's matter and will no longer be involved. Yes, Master Hokage can handle it however he wants. Seeing that the two senior staff officers agreed, Shikaku gave Tsunade-sama a happy smile. Tsunade was very satisfied. Yes, these two old stubborns had finally grown up a bit. In fact, Tsunade had long been dissatisfied with Danzo and these two high-level staff, but there was no way. After all, this was with the third generation. He is a high-level executive, and has also followed the second Hokage. In his own generation, he is considered a veteran of 3 dynasties. Thinking about 4th Hokage and Namake's Minato, their power is actually very great. Because she is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage and inherits the Hokage, that is Hongmyo Mesa, so sometimes, if Tsunade is forced to make a decision, these elders have no choice. After all, the entire Konoha village was founded by the 1st generation. Next, including the 2nd generation that later flourished, he was still his uncle. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage was his master. The 4th Hokage had to call himself his aunt. What is background? This is called background. Seeing some silence at the scene, Tsunade stood up and said, I think this information about Naruto is very authentic. I believe in Jiraiya's judgment, and my Hokage Umbu also reported some information to me. It is indeed true. During this period, several people disappeared and did not return, and lost contact. Looking at the participants below, Tsunade said, in this way, we will make corresponding preparations based on Naruto's information. Shikaku, you are responsible for the planning of this matter. Shikaku, okay, Tsunade-sama. Shinin, you are responsible for establishing the medical and logistic supply system for the entire combat period. Shizun nodded and said, yes, Tsunade-sama. Mito Shueien and Koharu thought for a while and finally did not speak again. Perhaps Danzo's inability to contact him also meant that their generation of senior leaders would also retire. Seeing that the meeting was about to end successfully, the door to Hokage's office was pushed open. Sir Hokage, why don't you even call me, the elder, in the meeting now? Mito Shueien and transferring Koharu stood up instantly and exclaimed, Danzo, why are you here? Danzo glanced at him coldly and said, what? I can't come. Mito Shueien was startled by the cold eyes and waved his hand, no, that's not what I meant. We also informed you, but we haven't contacted you yet. After going to bed, Koharu looked at Danzo's right eye, and an eyeball actually reappeared, and his right hand also grew back. What's going on? Didn't Danzo's right eye and arm be killed by Naruto? Why did it happen again? It has grown back. Danzo, you are. After moving to bed, Koharu asked. Everyone's eyes had already gathered around. Jiraiya said, this can't be the case. What kind of experiment is it? Jiraiya's words are full of fire, because everyone knows that Danzo cooperated very closely with Orochimaru in the past, but at that time, Orochimaru still used the official name, authorized by 3rd generation. Danzo smiled slightly and said confidently, I don't think I need to report to you what I do. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. Showing off Jiraiya's face in public, isn't that the same as showing off one's own face? Tsunade's tone was very bad. Advisor Danzo, where have you been these days, and why can't the village contact you? I think as a Hokage, I should have the right to know your whereabouts. Danzo smiled slightly and said, of course Hokage-sama has the right to know my whereabouts. No, Naruto took off my right eye and chopped off my right hand. Hokage-sama doesn't care about it. Since no one gives, I make the decision, so what should I do? I have no choice but to find a way to recover by myself. What do you think, Master Hokage, is this a good reason? Looking at Danzo's dark eyes, Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. What a sharp excuse. Using Naruto's incident as a shield, if he holds Danzo responsible for his disappearance during this period, it would be tantamount to admitting his failure to take responsibility for the Naruto incident. On balance, Danzo is equivalent to telling Tsunade, stop asking where he went. Asked, I am going to tell you about my right eye and right arm. Jiraiya looked at Danzo and felt very uncomfortable. There was an aura similar to a threat coming from Danzo. This feeling was very cold, which made Jiraiya very confused. Danzo, this is what happened, chakra became like this. I heard that you are having a meeting to discuss the war. Tsunade stood up, propped herself up on Hokage's desk and said, this matter has been decided. You did not participate in time, and asking for your opinion again is also inappropriate and delayed action. Danzo smiled slightly and said, I'm just asking. Since there is no place for me here, I'll take my leave first. With that said, Danzo walked out of Hokage's office. Before leaving, he glanced at Tsunade with ill intentions. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. More than 20 bowls of ramen were piled together. Uncle Ichiraku looked at the man in front of him in surprise, and his heart could not calm down. He has been selling ramen in Konoha for so many years, and this is the first time he has seen someone who can eat so much. Uncle Yao looked at his daughter and said, Akaris, take a look at the noodles we prepared and see if we should add some more. I'm afraid these won't be sold until the evening. Chanpu looked at the person in front of him, listened to his father's words, and then walked into the kitchen to take a look at the prepared ingredients. It's really exaggerated to meet such a gluttonous guest so early in the morning. Naruto looked at Killer Bee and shook his head helplessly. He had brought Killer Bee to eat noodles in his previous life, but he had never seen him enjoy eating so much as he did now. Killer Bee finished a bowl of soup and rapped happily, what delicious ramen, it's so delicious, I like it very much, yeah. Uncle Ichiraku was making noodles while looking at Naruto and said, your friend seems to really like eating ramen. Because Naruto and Killer Bee both had transformed faces, Uncle Ichiraku didn't know that the person in front of him was Naruto. Naruto smiled and said, yeah, I just found out about that too. That's right, I've never seen him eat like this in my previous life. After Killer Bee ate happily, he did not forget to ask in his heart, Xiao Ba, how do you feel? Xiao Ba rolled his eyes at him and said, are you polite? You just ate a barbecued octopus. Killer Bee was silent for a moment. Please forgive him for not seeing it. He was only focused on spinning the ramen. As a result, he didn't even realize that the barbecued pork was mixed with octopus. Forget it. Killer Bee was originally planning to let Hachi's consciousness come out and taste the ramen. Naruto saw that Killer Bee had almost finished eating, so he took out his wallet, handed it to Uncle Ichiraku and said, Uncle, pay the bill, no need to give me the change. Uncle Ichiraku said happily, how can this be so embarrassing? That night, you did the same thing. You bought so many ramen noodles for so many people, and there was actually some money left. I'll add it to your account and let's settle it together. As he said that, Uncle Ichiraku took a few bills from Naruto's hand, but left the rest. Naruto felt warm inside. The uncle was a really good person, worthy of being the uncle who had always taken care of him since he was a child. Perhaps it was not the ramen that was really delicious, but the consistent quality like that of the uncle that made the ramen so delicious. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Naruto suddenly felt a little nauseous. He looked over based on his senses and saw a person wearing a gauze hat, with his entire body wrapped up so tightly that he couldn't see the sunlight at all, walking towards him quickly. Naruto frowned slightly. Who is this guy? In this weather, he is still dressed like this. Isn't he hot? Moreover, this guy makes him feel particularly disgusted. He feels evil. Naruto feel like vomiting. Danzo passed by Naruto and saw that Naruto was looking at him. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at him, then quickly left. Killer Bee burped, looked at Danzo, and said, isn't this guy hot? What a strange ninja. Naruto, do you feel uncomfortable looking at him? Killer Bee picked his teeth with a toothpick and asked, does heat count? Naruto rolled his eyes at him and stopped talking, his inner confusion becoming more obvious. No, he needs to sense it. As he said that, he pulled Killer Bee into a toilet nearby, and then instantly entered Nine Tails mode, and Jin Ming appeared. Killer Bee was shocked and said, what's wrong Naruto? Are you going to start fighting? Naruto sensed carefully, and sure enough, he noticed something unusual. Not far away, there was a strong evil emanation. He could clearly sense this dark and cold chakra. Naruto frowned and said, there is absolutely no such chakra in Konoha village. With that said, Naruto grabbed Killer Bee and chased after him without saying a word. Just as he was about to start chasing, the source of chakra was actually lost. Naruto was shocked. This was the first time that he sensed that someone could escape. Now, Naruto was even more sure that the person just now was not simple. Root, secret room. Danzo likes darkness more than before, and he now has a habit of hanging his feet on the roof, hanging upside down like a bat. The reason why he wrapped himself tightly was that although the sun did not harm him, he didn't like the sun shining on his body, which made him very uncomfortable. Just now, when Naruto sensed him, although Danzo didn't know who was sensing him, the blood in his body gave him a strong warning signal. This might be an animal instinct warning, which made him run away quickly. After coming back, he thought for a moment and realized that this might be the snake's instinct. The combined mutant serum of bats and snakes is really awesome. Orochimaru is indeed Konoha's most talented scientist, but it's a pity that such a powerful person died. Danzo shook his head with emotion. Just as he was thinking about it, several of Gen's men came in, led by Terai. Lord Danzo, we are here to report. Hearing the sound, Danzo slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were already a little red. Looking at his members below, he felt a little hungry inside. Well, good. Listening to the sound, Terai was a little confused. What was going on? Where did the sound come from? Terai looked up and found that Danzo-sama was actually hanging on the roof. What kind of incident was this? Danzo-sama, what are you doing? Terai raised his eyes in confusion, and when he met Danzo's eyes in confusion, he saw Danzo-sama making seals, and why was this move so familiar to him? Come on, isn't this Yamanaka's trick? Heart-to-heart technique. With a buzz, Danzo successfully entered Terai's body, and Danzo's body did not fall because his feet were stuck in the eaves. The two root members behind him were very confused, because they had no idea what had just happened. They only knew that Terai in front trembled. Terai slowly stood up, then walked to the side of the two root members and squatted down. The two root members were half kneeling on the ground, looking at their boss running into the middle, and asked in confusion, "Boss, what are you doing?" Kaka. Terai took action directly, one on each hand, and strangled the two people's necks. The two root members were completely unprepared and couldn't dodge. They were choked by the neck and sobbed hard, "Head. What are you?" Click. Click. Terai did not hesitate and broke their necks directly. When one of them had his neck broken, he finally understood and suddenly said, "You are not a head." As he spoke, his natural skill exploded, activated passively, chakra emerged, raised his hand, and a kunai appeared out of thin air from his hand, and inserted directly into Terai's heart. Terai groaned, Danzo's mind faded away, and Terai's mind returned. Danzo, who was hanging on the eaves, suddenly opened his eyes, then walked down leisurely, staring at Terai in front of him with eager eyes, like a jackal looking at the prey that was about to reach his mouth. Terai was subjected to the death blow of his companions, his heart was severely damaged, his breathing was short, and even condensing chakra became particularly difficult. Danzo slowly walked towards Terai. Terai looked at Danzo, covering his heart with one hand, exerting force on the ground with the other, kicking his legs back, and slowly retreated. "Lord Danzo, why? We are so loyal to your orders and dedicated to Konoha, why do you want to kill us?" Danzo licked his lips and said, "Why? Maybe, this is your destiny to become a root. I used to be a root of Konoha. For Konoha, I hid in the dark, absorbed nutrients, and protected the village. Now, you are my roots and will soon become my nourishment and protect me. Let your strength become a part of me and continue to protect Konoha." After saying that, Danzo still smiled and said, "But don't worry, your dedication must be meaningful. In the future, I will definitely reach the top of the Hokage, and even rule the entire ninja world. Looking back, your strength is also the future that has helped me grow, ha 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 ha." While talking, Danzo was thinking about the future, imagining that the future ninja world would be his world. Konoha's Hokage. Surpass the achievements of the first generation and become the master of the world. The more Danzo thought about it, the more beautiful it became. His desire for power became stronger, his eyes became redder, and even the fangs at the corners of his mouth grew out. When Terai saw Danzo like this, he was about to die, but now he was even more frightened. Danzo flew over directly, extremely fast, grabbed his hair with one hand, held down his shoulder with the other, and then took a sharp bite, biting directly on the blood vessel, sucking it madly, swallowing it in big gulps, all the way down his throat make a purring sound. Terai's eyes widened in pain, but after a while, his pupils began to lose their light and his body slowly became dry. With a bang, Terai's dry body fell to the ground. Danzo let out a breath of relief, feeling the flow of power in his body. Many new ninjutsu were flowing into his brain. This feeling was really amazing. Just like turning on a plug-in, the method of gaining power is faster than any method of cultivation. Danzo opened his eyes, looked at the two unconscious root members next to him, and swallowed. Delicious food cannot be kept for a long time. With that said, Danzo walked over and continued to suck in big gulps. Konoha, outside the village. It's almost noon, the sun is shining high, and the entire earth is bathed in a warm ocean. Obito wore a mask and stood on a huge tree root. He looked at Sasuke above the treetop and shouted, "Hey, Sasuke, are you sure you don't want to faint and go in like this?" The breeze blows Urju's hair, dancing gracefully in the wind, but it cannot disturb Sasuke's melancholy eyes, staring ahead, the hometown where he grew up is right in front of him. The memories of the Uchiha clan, his beloved brother, and running together under the sunset with that D Naruto were all Sasuke's lost youth. Xiang Phosphorus watched foolishly from the side. So cool, Sasuke. The melancholy eyes, the bangs blowing in the wind, the handsome face, the tall figure, as well as the shape, the posture, especially the life or death, love-loving temper, are really addictive. Thinking of being with such a man, Xiang Phosphorus feels really happy. What if Sasuke wants to have a child with me in the future? Ah! Xiang Lu was so shy that a Bai Xiang Lu appeared in his mind and yelled desperately, "Da ba yo, da ba ba." No, 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 no. Here, another black phosphorus appeared and shouted excitedly, "I can do it, I can do it, I can do it." You can, you can, you can. Bai Xianglan shook his head crazily, "Ah. No, 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 no." Xiang Phosphorus was in the process of attacking himself. Sasuke slowly drew out his sword, and then slashed it quickly in front of his chest. Then he swung it, and a leaf flying in front of him was split in half. Konoha under the sun is more suitable for destruction. Sasuke looked at the Konoha village not far away with cold eyes, feeling resentful in his heart. If his brother hadn't been responsible for all this darkness, where would there be Konoha bathing in the sun? Konoha like this is not worthy of existing in this world at all, because its peace and sunshine were obtained by ninjas like my brother with their lives and blood. Oh no! There are also sacrifices of the lives of one's own clan. Now, he, Sasuke, is going to destroy this Konoha village that is bright on the surface but dirty on the inside with his own hands. Baijua army, listen to my order and attack with the whole army. Sasuke gave an order, and countless white zetsu emerged from the soil underneath, just like bamboo shoots after the spring rain, they kept popping up. Obito sighed, stretched his muscles, and prepared to join the battle. Countless white zetsu troops attacked from Konoha's main gate and swarmed in. Due to the intelligence sent by Naruto in advance and the fact that Shikaku organized a combat command room just after the morning meeting and notified Konoha's defense force, everyone probably had a psychological expectation. Kamizuki Izumo looked at the information sent, scratched his head and said, "Are you crazy? There are still people who are so rampant these days and dare to directly attack our Konoha village." Gang Ziti watched from the side and echoed, "Since the higher-ups have informed us so, we can just cooperate and take appropriate defenses. You see, it says that Baiju can also become one of our own. Ordinary sentient ninjas will not be able to detect it at all. Not enough. Kamizuki Izumo looked at the information book and said, "What a pervert." Gang Ziti looked at Shinue and said meaningfully, "Hey, are you from Baijuibian?" Shinue Izumo rolled his eyes at him and said, "I know a lot of your secrets. Do you want to see them as a couple?" Gang Ziti touched his chin and asked, "Tell me something secret." Shinue Izumo put away the information and said seriously, "Once, we were on a mission together. When we were staying in a hotel in the Kingdom of Wind, there was a bill. Although it was written as a special entertainment fee, when I checked out, you can tell at a glance that it was your order." Before Shinue Izuyan could finish speaking, Gang Ziti quickly covered Shinue Izuyan's mouth, looked around in a panic, and said comfortingly, Okay, you don't need to go into detail, I know you are Shinue, got it." Shinue Izumo opened Gang Ziti's hand and spat. He cursed and said, "Let me go, what does your hand smell like?" Gang Ziti showed a meaningful smile and said, "Guess, hey. Looking at the latest version of the Intimate Paradise on Gangzi's waist, the corners of Shinue Izumo's mouth twitched. Did this guy really go to the toilet just now? Shinue Izumo's mentality collapsed. This smell, which is similar to chestnut flowers, can be smelled by any man. This guy is so awesome that people want to hit him. You be ******D, you know how to read that kind of book every day, why can't you study the art of genin? Faced with Shinue Izumo's scolding, Gang Ziti pulled out the latest version of Intimate Heaven, sat on the stool at the guard's office, looked at him with disdain and said, "What do you know? This is called art, do you understand? You." Shinue Izumo sighed and said, "If you have the desire to study art, study this white zetsu." Gang Ziti turned over a page and frowned, "What's the hurry? Baiju isn't coming right away, so why bother? Sir Lu Jio and the others are bothered by this kind of intelligence matter. We just need to carry out the operation. Besides, even if Baiju comes now, Laozi will go directly and kill these bastards. You are not too brave to attack my great Konoha village." With that said, Gang Ziti continued to read. Shinue Izumo was about to say a few words when he heard the sound of a large group of people running, and even the ground began to tremble. What's going on? Shinue Izumo frowned and looked up. What did he see? A large group of white people, like an army, rushed toward the gate of Konoha like crazy. Shinue Izumo's eyes were as wide as copper bells, and he roared angrily, "Steel, iron, I am a grass-fed horse, you crow's mouth." Gang Ziti looked at this large number of troops, and it was obvious that it was Baiju mentioned in the intelligence. He immediately made love to heaven without even looking, and ran away. "Izumo, you hold on first, I will inform the main troops." Shinue Izumo looked at Gangzi Tai, who was running faster than a rabbit, and then looked at the swarming army in front of him. He really had a saying that he didn't know whether to say or not. "My mentality is broken when riding a horse. I felt uncomfortable, wanted to cry, and even wanted to die. Oh no, he might die soon." Shinue Izumo directly formed the seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang bang bang. 10 clones came out and quickly closed the door, blocking it for a while. Although he complained about Gangzi Tai, Izuku Shinue also knew that he was indeed stronger in the area of physical movement. He was a critic, and in the face of war, everyone still had to perform their duties. After closing the door, Shinue Izumo led 10 clones and stood behind the door, holding a kunai and concentrating on it. This is more exciting than the Third Ninja War. The Third War was a foreign war. This time, he was directly defending his home. People came directly to push the crystal. This was death. He also wanted to block foreign enemies from outside the village gate. What a ninja is. Protect the future of the village. What is the future of the village? Master Third Hokage once said that the children in the village are the buds of Konoha and the future of the village. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. Boom. 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 There were knocks one after another. This was the sound of the door of Konoha being knocked. Izumo Kamizuki's palms were sweating because he knew that the door would be broken in the next second. Depend on. Where are the Konoha guards? Where is Umbu? Damn it, this group of people usually rely on this gate to have two special jonin, so they are very loose. In the past, Shinya Izumo and Gengzidi were very proud, but now. He just wanted to look up to the sky and shout, "Here come. Hurry up and code people. Izumo, I'm back." Gangzi Tai's figure appeared. Shinya Izumo said in surprise, "That's fast enough for you, where are the troops?" Gangzidi complained, "It's coming soon. I just gave you a notice and came back quickly." Shinya Izumo was moved and said, "I didn't expect that you still have this awareness, ah." The word ah was still being uttered, and Kamizuki Izumo blocked subconsciously. Unfortunately, muscle memory was not as good as the long-planned plan. The steel kunai directly cut through Kamizuki Izumo's chest, revealing a deep gash. If it weren't for Shinya Izumo's practical combat experience, the blow just now would have been directly scratched on his throat, killing him. Shinya Izumo quickly retreated, opened a distance of more than 10 meters, clutched his bleeding chest, and gasped. The shadow clone disappeared directly due to the attack on its body. Looking at Gangzi Tai in front of him, Shinya Izumo cursed angrily, "You are crazy." Actually, wait, no, you are not Gangzi Tai. Kamizuki Izumo clearly sensed something was wrong. How could Gangzi Tai take action against him? After careful inspection, he discovered that this guy's chakra was actually the same as Gangzi Tai's. Depend on. You must be Baizetsu. You can copy other people's chakra abilities. Kamizuki Izumo shouted sharply. At this moment, the door was violently broken open, and countless Baiju swarmed in. Shinya Izumo frowned, he was in trouble. Where are the troopers? The White Zetsu army poured directly into the village, and Shinya Izumo was already prepared to die. Wind release, spiral shuriken. There was a chirping sound, and the sound of high-speed piercing the air came. A spiral shuriken flew directly, and then exploded completely behind the gate. Wind escape cut it wantonly, just like chopping vegetables, twisting the incoming White Zetsu. Of falling apart. Rasengan. A roar, falling from the sky, and a Rasengan, directly killed the steel that Baiju had evolved into. Then, the steel that was killed slowly turned into Baiju, and then inside Baiju's body, it slowly grew into a big heart. Tree. Was Kamizuki Izumo shocked? This is. The golden Naruto stood up slowly, glanced over with his samsara eyes, and said with a trademark smile at the corner of his mouth, "Long time no see, Uncle Izumo." Shinya Izumo blinked his eyes and said in disbelief, "Naruto, man." At this moment, Gangzidi rushed over, his forehead covered with sweat. Shinya Izumo immediately said on guard, "Stand there and don't come over." Gangzidi wiped his sweat and asked with a surprised look on his face, "What's wrong with you?" Shinya Izumo cursed angrily, "How do I know if you are?" "There is nothing wrong with him, he is an uncle of steel." Naruto spoke confidently, and Izumo Kamizuki asked in confusion, "How do you know?" Naruto replied, "In Nine Tails mode, I can sense the changing White Zetsu." The White Zetsu just now should have been successfully transformed after collecting Uncle Steel's chakra. Generally speaking, White Zetsu will first a sneak attack to kill the person who wants to change, but looking at Uncle Steel, it doesn't seem to do any harm. Gangzidi said in surprise, "Izumo, you have met me too." "Oh, I went to move reinforcements and found that many fakes appeared in the village instantly, some of them were okay and could be sensed, but some could not be sensed at all. I was delayed because of this, so I had no choice but to come back first to provide support." "Hey! That's not right, I didn't meet the White Zetsu who attacked me, how did you get my chakra?" Kamizuki Izumo is also thinking. Naruto came to Death White Zetsu, and suddenly there was a smell, which was the smell of chestnut flowers. The old man Naruto immediately guessed what it was. Then, he looked at Uncle Gongzi and Iron with great confusion. Shinya Izumo looked at the confused Naruto and walked over. As a result, he understood it as soon as he smelled it. Oh shit. This Baiju absorbed what Gang Ziti had just punched outside the village. Shinya Izumo was speechless. He was really speechless. This Baiju was actually so disgusting, he could even absorb this. Gang Ziti approached and discovered the reason for Baiju's transformation. He suddenly felt complicated. It seemed that Baiju was no longer his son, but his son had been ed to death. He looked up. Who is this golden guy? Naruto greeted, hi. Gang Zitai, who are you? Kamizuki Izumo slapped him and said, this is Naruto. Gang Ziti immediately said on guard, rebellious ninja Naruto. After saying that, all the kunai were taken out. Shinya Izumo was so angry that he slapped him again and said, what a traitor Naruto, if Naruto hadn't saved me just now, I would have died. Just as he was talking, Konoha's reinforcements finally arrived and joined the battle. Shinya Izumo looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, since you can sense these changes in Baizetsu, please help the village find it. I think that you can come here because you still have feelings for the village. Bar. Naruto nodded and said, this is natural. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Bang bang bang. Thousands of Narutos appeared on the scene, shocking Izumo Kamizuki and Gang Ziti. This is so abnormal. So many shadow clones appeared at once, and they were all physical. How much chakra does this cost? This is simply just hang it on the wall. Let's go. Naruto gave an order, and countless golden Narutos moved out of the way and were distributed to various places in the village. Killer Bee ran over, looked at Naruto and said, is there anything you need my help with? Naruto looked at Killer Bee and said, Uncle Bee, just help me guard this gate. As soon as Killer Bee heard what was going on, he immediately took the same shark and rushed towards the White Zetsu army. He blocked the door by himself and was invincible. Then, Naruto turned his head to look at Shinya Izumo and asked with concern, how is it? How injured? Shinya Izumo looked at the bleeding spot and said, it's not a big problem. From now on, nothing will happen if I don't join the fight. Naruto nodded and said, when we fight here, leave it to Uncle Bai. There is no problem. You can watch here. If any ninjas from Konoha come, you can report the situation here. Gang Ziti came over to help Shinya Izumo, looked at Naruto and said, there is no problem at all, but Naruto, I am very curious, why do you, who have defected from the village? Shinya Izumo also looked over. Naruto smiled and said, that's what you said. In my heart, I am still Konoha's Uzumaki Naruto. Just as he was speaking, a cold voice sounded, anyone who stands in my way will die. Get away. With a hiss, a sharp arrow was shot, and Killer Bee had to partially transform into a tailed beast to block it. Naruto frowned, looked up, and then a smile spread across his face. Excuse me. Naruto said hello to Shinya Izumo and Gang Ziti. At this time, the reinforcements had also arrived. The medical ninja was treating Shinya Izumo. After Gang Ziti's explanation, the reinforcements did not choose to take action. But stand behind. Hey, Urju, long time no see. Naruto came outside the gate, looked at Sasuke inside the Susanoo, and greeted him happily. Sasuke looked at Naruto below and said with some surprise, Naruto, man. Humph, long time no see. Why did you change your skin? Naruto looked at himself and then joked, hey, haven't you become stronger? I barely controlled the use of Nine Tails chakra mode, so I became like this. You are not bad at all. This Susan is half-length at first glance. Adult status. When Sasuke heard that Naruto had mastered the Nine Tails chakra, he was so surprised that his back molars almost broke. Damn it, Naruto, you really deserve to die. For Sasuke, there is nothing to be happy about when he becomes stronger. At most, he is confident. But for him, Naruto becoming stronger is quite uncomfortable. She was afraid that Naruto wouldn't be able to keep up with her, and she was also afraid that Naruto would be stronger than her. Sasuke successfully transplanted his brother's Sharingan and evolved the Eternal Mangekyo. The pleasure was mostly affected by Naruto's changes. Humph. You are still like this, glib. Didn't you defect with me? Why are you standing here now? Is it possible that you want to destroy Konoha with me? Naruto looked at Uncle Killer Bee, who was chopping white zetsu like vegetables. No, 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 I have no intention of destroying my hometown. I am here to protect Konoha. Sasuke looked at Naruto as if he were an idiot and said, You must be sick, you have become a rebel ninja of Konoha, why are you still showing off here to protect Konoha? You are not still dreaming about that spring and autumn dream, becoming a Hokage. Naruto raised his head and said, Stop it, it's not a dream. I'm just protecting my own Konoha. Do you understand? The future Konoha is my Konoha, oh no, it's also our Konoha. Sasuke trembled. Naruto's words made his heart throb a little. He felt like he wanted to resist but he still wanted to welcome him. However, he didn't show it and still said coldly, Get out of my way. Don't stop me from doing my job. Xiangling looked at Sasuke with some surprise, because according to Sasuke's usual character, at this time, he should have said, It's just right, I'll kill you too. But when facing Naruto, he actually just told him to go away. Naruto looked at Sasuke in confusion and said, Let me ask you, did you kill Danzo? Sasuke said angrily, I'm going in to kill him right now. Naruto groaned, and spread his hands helplessly, You told me earlier, I'll find a shadow clone to lead you. Also, I want to tell you that Danzo doesn't know what's going on. He seems to have practiced an evil forbidden technique. The whole thing chakra is very dark, I can perceive it clearly in this mode, you have to be careful. Sasuke felt warm in his heart and snorted coldly, You'd better mind yourself. With that said, he drove the Susanoo and rushed directly into the village. When Konoha's ninjas tried to stop him, Sasuke's Susanoo sword slashed directly at him. Naruto's 9 tails turned into a big hand and directly held Sasuke's sword with one hand, and raised his hand to suck. All things are attracted by heaven. With a chirp, all the ninjas in Konoha were saved, otherwise they would have been hacked to death by Sasuke. Naruto smiled and said, Don't get me wrong, I just want you to save some chakra. Besides, we are all from the same village. Don't just fight and kill at every turn. And you too, stay low-key, Susanoo. Come on, follow my clone and kill him directly before opening again. Sasuke frowned slightly and roared, I want you to mind your own business. Although he was very unhappy to be lectured like this by Naruto, he still put away Susanoo and changed to jumping forward alone. Kaoru was also in Susanoo, running behind Sasuke. She looked at Naruto curiously, wondering what kind of magic this man had that could make Sasuke so obedient and caring. In Konoha, war breaks out. Countless white Zetsu attacked Konoha village, with Tsunade standing on top of the Hokage building, and Umbu, who was directly under the Hokage, guarding the side. Jiraiya stood aside. Shikaku listened to the constant ninja reports and exchanged information with Yamanaka Haichi. After hearing a piece of news, he was slightly surprised, and then came to Tsunade and said, White Zetsu can change into other people. It has been confirmed. It is true. Normal ninjas can't sense it. Tsunade frowned slightly and said, Are there many ninja casualties? Shikamaru said with a smile on his face, Thanks to someone's help, there have been many injured ninjas so far. Because Baizetsu transformed into a familiar person, the sneak attack was serious, but there are no casualties for the time being. Tsunade exclaimed in surprise, Who is it? Shikaku looked at Jiraiya and smiled, It's Naruto. He can sense the changed white Zetsu in Ninetales chakra mode and find it accurately. This makes it unnecessary for our ninjas to exist. Be suspicious, attack with confidence and boldness. Moreover, according to intelligence, Naruto cloned thousands of shadow clone, spread all over the outer defense line of Konoha village, and formed small teams with the defending ninjas, which greatly increased the combat effectiveness. The current battle situation is in our favor. Tsunade was in a good mood, looked at Jiraiya and said, "Maybe your guess is right." Jiraiya smiled slightly. In fact, after returning to the village, Jiraiya had been thinking about Naruto's purpose. What was he doing, what was he pursuing? As he thought about it, Jiraiya thought of Nagato. Nagato said that his dream is to make the world peaceful, and for this, even if he sacrifices everything, he must reshape the world. To be able to make someone as extreme as Nagato surrender, then Naruto must have something for Nagato to pursue. It must be world peace. Since Naruto said that he can see the future, which he cannot see, then Jiraiya feels that the prophecy of the great Toad Sage is talking about Naruto. Among his disciples, there is a person who can change the entire ninja world and lead the entire world to true peace. Although what Naruto has done so far is incomprehensible, people who can change the world can easily be understood. Therefore, in private, while holding Tsunade in his arms, Jiraiya said that he should try to trust Naruto and follow him to see what he did. Tsunade formed a seal with her hands, looked forward and said, "Since our side is at an advantage, the medical protection at the rear cannot fall behind." Psychicism. With a bang, a huge Katsuyu appeared in Konoha, and then Tsunade transformed into a seal. These Katsuyu turned into small Katsuyu, and soon crawled throughout the village, running to those injured people for treatment. When Shikaku saw Tsunade-sama launching such a medical ninjutsu, he was even more delighted with the overall battle situation. This meant that he had stable rear medical treatment, and the ninja with good medical treatment could continue fighting immediately. Yamanaka Hai said happily, "Judging from the current situation, there are no opponents with very strong combat power yet, all of them are white Zetsu. Such a configuration can be dealt with." Jiraiya looked at the Hokage Umbu guarding him and said, "You should also join the battle." "I am here with the Hokage." The Hokage Umbu guards looked at each other, Tsunade nodded directly, and then left one after another. Lord Jiraiya is right. When he is here, one Kage level is protecting another Kage level. It doesn't make much sense for them to be here. They might as well go out and kill the enemy directly. To be honest, if it weren't for their mission to protect Tsunade-sama, anyone who saw this kind of enemy attacking their own home would have to go to him. Inside Konoha village. "Burn my youth!" Kai roared crazily, throwing a left uppercut and a right kick, each one a white blow. Lock Lee saw Teacher Kai killing so fast and said anxiously, "Teacher Kai, you are too fast. No, I will surpass you." With that said, Rock Lee opened 8 gates directly. 8 gates Duanjia, the third gate, Gate of Pain, open. A wave of air burst out from Rock Lee's body, and his hair was lifted up by the wave of air, shocking the entire audience. Kai saw Lee opening 8 gates and shouted excitedly, "Release your youth, Lee." Lock Lee nodded, and then quickly attacked, killing by Ju at a geometric rate. I'll hit. When Kai saw that Lee was killing by Ju faster than him, he quickly increased his strength, and in a hurry, he used his taijutsu, Konoha Great Whirlwind. With a bang, more than 20 by Ju were killed with one kick. Lock Lee said angrily, "Teacher Kai, you cheated. You promised to only use pure hands and feet." When Rock Lee said this, Kai felt a little embarrassed. Rock Lee could open 8 gates and use physical skills, but he couldn't. He was a teacher. If he was the same as Rock Lee, there would be no point in winning. Niji looked at Rock Lee and shook his head with a wry smile. Here, Tian, who had killed one side, came to the side with the scroll book with the ninja tool sealed, sighed and said, "I am really convinced by these 2 people, they can still compete against the enemy." Several white Zetsus came over from the side again. Niji didn't even look at them. He hit 8 trigrams air palm and knocked them away. Then he sighed, "Instead of being depressed about the 2 of them, I care more about the person over there." With that said, Tian also looked over. Yes, That golden Naruto actually helped the ninjas of Konoha to deal with White Zetsu. So, does his position mean that he has defected from Konoha, as the village said? Niji's Byakugan is open at this moment, and he can clearly analyze the composition of Naruto's chakra. Although Naruto is a shadow clone at this moment, he still has terrifying strength, and he is completely the fighting strength of a Jonin. Naruto, standing on the house, saw a dozen of them. This shows how powerful chakra Naruto's body must be. Thinking of this, Niji couldn't help but laugh at himself. This is how I lost to this guy in the Chunin exam. Sometimes I think about it, Naruto is just hanging on the wall, sealing his own chakra, and the Nine Tails chakra, not to mention endless, and also has his own recovery power. As a result, in the later stage of the beating, I was directly exhausted, and was knocked to the ground by Naruto with one punch. After it was over, this guy talked back to him, but it was only at that time that he realized that the so-called theory of fate did not really exist. Thinking of this guy, who kept praising himself as a genius, Niji stopped staying and ducked over. Tian stretched out his hand to stop him, but in the end, Niji had already jumped out more than 10 meters. Really, this guy? Tian stamped his feet and followed suit. This, and this, are all fake. Shadow clone Naruto pointed at the disguised White Zetsu everywhere so that other combat ninjas in Konoha village could attack. Niji flashed over and shouted, "Naruto!" Naruto looked back and saw that it was his uncle. "Hey, Niji, long time no see." Naruto's tone was very friendly. He came over and punched Niji on the shoulder, because this was the first time he saw Niji after his rebirth. Niji was infected by Naruto's enthusiasm, and his heavy heart relaxed a lot at this moment. He looked at Naruto and asked, "Why do you do this to make them think you betrayed the village?" Naruto smiled and said, "Hey, this matter is very complicated. Don't ask, you will know it later. Besides, I don't really care what others say, as long as you understand it." Niji frowned slightly. Naruto, who had always cared about other people's approval, was now so silent and cold, and he no longer cared about other people's evaluations. But Niji wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Naruto raising his hand. Naruto smiled and said, "Let time answer all this, Niji." With that said, Naruto continued to engage in the battle. Tenten chased after him, grabbed Niji who was questioning him and said, "Forget it, it's more important to resist these White Zetsu right now. Let's talk about the chat later." Niji thought it was right, so he continued to fight. Root, secret room. Danzo made himself a coffin, and then slept in it, slowly digesting the blood of the 3 root members he had just absorbed. This feeling is very wonderful. Danzo got a lot of ninjutsu in an instant, which greatly increased his power. With her current strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to sneak attack Tsunade, but Jiraiya next to her would be a little troublesome. I heard that Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is very good. If you suck her blood, you will be even more powerful. When facing a battle, you won't have to worry about getting hurt at all. By that time, I will have strength beyond the shadow level. Look, who else in Konoha will dare to go against me at that time? Jiraiya? Humph, after sucking Tsunade, she sucked him. Danzo was thinking beautifully, when suddenly, with his keen hearing, he seemed to hear 2 people rushing in his direction, very fast, and in a few seconds, they had reached the eaves of his house. Naruto spoke to Sasuke, "It's down here." Sasuke snorted coldly, then kicked the roof open and fell down. Then he turned on the Sharingan, scanned the room, and saw a chakra lying in the coffin board over there. Sasuke frowned a little, but then he heard Naruto's voice, "Right there, Sasuke." "Oh," Naruto said there, "that's not a big problem." The second pillar went up and started fighting, kicking the board of Danzo's coffin open. With a bang, the huge Susanoo stood up and struck with a sword. After Danzo was kicked out, he suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp fangs exposed, and he was extremely furious. "Who is it? Who disturbed my sweet dream?" Xianglun was on the side, and after sensing Danzo's evil chakra, he shouted to Sasuke, "Sasuke, you have to be careful, Danzo's chakra is too evil, there is a cold chill, even colder than when you were at your peak." Sasuke snorted, without thinking, he raised his hand and shot an arrow. There was a chirping sound and an arrow was shot. Danzo was not weak at all and just dodged away. Sasuke was slightly surprised, it's so fast. After Danzo dodged, he teleported directly behind Sasuke, then opened his teeth and bit down on the Susanoo. Sasuke sneered in his heart, "It's so stupid, bite me with fangs, Susan." As a result, Sasuke discovered that his chakra was slowly disappearing. "Let me go, what is going on?" Sasuke immediately starts the technique. Black flames suddenly covered his body, and Danzo's perception was very keen. When Sasuke's black flames hit, he immediately dodged and rushed towards Xianglong. "Ha ha ha, this woman's vitality is so strong, her blood must be delicious." Unexpectedly, Jinming flashed over and kicked Danzo away, sending him flying. Seeing this, Xiang Phosphorus thank you Naruto. Naruto smiled slightly. Sasuke was very unhappy, "Damn, I need you to save my people." With such a mood, Sasuke directly attacked Danzo. This time, Sasuke did not hold back and directly used the black flame sword to kill Danzo. Danzo was very afraid of such black flames and dodged back and forth. He even used the telekinesis technique to control Sasuke, but Sasuke's Susanoo body couldn't get through at all. "Evil Danzo, die." Sasuke's sword danced rapidly like his revengeful heart at this moment. Danzo used various absorbed ninjutsu and was instantly on par with Sasuke. Shadow Clone Golden Naruto stood aside and did not help, because Naruto felt that it would be better to leave Danzo to Sasuke himself. After all, Sasuke was more concerned about his brother's hatred. While fighting, Danzo roared, "Itachi's biggest mistake in his life was to keep a little scoundrel like you, but it's okay, you can just use it as a supplement for me. I'll take your Mangekyo." As he said that, Danzo started to attack crazily. Sasuke was so angry that he even dared to insult my brother. Sasuke was completely angered, and the rage of revenge filled his chest. Flame shield, flame control. Danzo smiled slightly and used this move again. With his current speed, this was going to hurt him. The black flame shield arrow was shot, Danzo's body was filled with toxins, his color changed, his overall movement speed increased sharply, and he was about to dodge directly. At this moment, Naruto couldn't stand it any longer and dodged directly. All things are attracted by heaven. With a chirping sound, Danzo, who had originally deviated from his planned trajectory, was directly sucked towards him by Naruto, and then was shot with an arrow. Suddenly, huge black flames swept through Danzo's body. Sasuke stared at Danzo with blood pouring from his eyes. "Burn him hard, burn him endlessly, burn him to death, ha 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 ha." Here, Danzo was whimpering in pain and screaming "Ah! No, I don't want to die, I haven't become a Hokage yet. Ah ah ah, Sasuke, I want to suck your blood, ah ah ah." Amaterasu was always aware of Danzo's life state. Finally, 2 minutes later, Danzo was burned alive, becoming the only person in Hokage who was burned by Amaterasu. Danzo died like this. He was burned completely by the black flames, even his soul was gone. Even if he wanted to be resurrected in the future, it would be impossible. Sasuke looked up to the sky and screamed, "Ha ha ha, brother, have you seen it? My brother has avenged you." The sound reveals the pleasure of revenge. Other members of Gen arrived one after another and witnessed the entire process of Danzo being killed. The curse mark on his mouth also disappeared, which meant that the restraints Danzo had set for them had completely disappeared. One of the members shouted, "How dare you kill Danzo-sama, everyone come with me to avenge Danzo-sama." Another one echoed, "Yes, Sasuke is a traitor. Even if it is not for Danzo-sama, we must capture him and hand him over to Hokage-sama." As soon as these words came out, everyone was ready to take action. After all, the matter of avenging Danzo still needed to be discussed, but capturing the traitorous ninja and handing it over to Lord Hokage could be done together. After all, once Danzo dies, the Foundation will exist in name only. People like them must quickly move closer to the existing political system. It is very appropriate to give the rebel ninja Sasuke as a greeting gift. With that said, the Root organization is about to launch an attack. Sasuke sneered slightly and looked at the people in front of him with blood-filled eyes. It's okay to be in such a hurry. After Danzo is killed, it's time for you guys. Come down and bury my brother with him. Saying that, Sasuke's Susanoo flew up, and Sasuke also caught the phosphorus. Shadow clone Naruto sighed slightly, then dodged to Sasuke's side, and then, together with Susanoo, flew directly to the Thunder God dodged outside the village. Now that Sasuke's hatred has been released, he cannot be allowed to continue killing in the village. Just after Shadow clone Naruto took Sasuke out, Sai came to the scene. He watched Naruto go away and murmured, "Is that Golden Man Naruto?" Outside the village, Sasuke's flame control arrow shot into the air. He originally wanted to kill the group of people with one arrow, but was brought out by Shadow clone Naruto. Sasuke looked around and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Xiangling said, "It's outside the village, we were moved." When Sasuke heard this, he immediately searched angrily and saw Shadow clone Naruto standing in a big tree not far away. Sasuke frowned and said, "Why did you stop me?" Shadow clone Naruto said, "Without him, those few people are very outstanding. They are all at the level of Jonin. Konoha has been cultivating them. They can be regarded as a force in the future. There is no need to destroy them." Sasuke's face was full of disdain and he snorted, "Now you really like to say some godly words. I will say it again, I want to massacre the village. If you interfere again, I will kill you too." Shadow clone Naruto smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I really can't let you get what you want." Sasuke was very unhappy and said, "You want to stop me even though you are a clone? It's better to do it with your body, Naruto, don't be too confident." Shadow clone Naruto smiled evilly and secretly accumulated Sage Jutsu chakra. He looked at Sasuke and asked provocatively, "Oh. So, Sasuke, you also want to dance?" Dry. Sasuke's inner anger rose instantly. He did not allow anyone around him to be more pretentious than him, so he directly started having S**X with the Shadow clone Naruto. Here, at the main gate of Konoha, Killer Bee is harvesting white Zetsu. On the wall of the gate behind him, all the defensive ninjas of Konoha are stunned. This is true, one person guards one door. Killer Bee's lightning-style chakra is possessed, and the whole person is very fast. He holds Samahata and slashes crazily. The lightning-style chakra is attached to Samahata, and when he cuts it with a knife, it can form a lightning-style chakra that is more than 10 meters long. Many Baiju were directly cut off at the waist. Killer Bee laughed loudly and said, "Yo yo yo. Look at how I, Mr. Killer Bee, will beat you up." Another blow, the Baiju people screamed in pain, and then turned into big trees. Dissatisfied that the chakra knife was not long enough, Killer Bee directly transformed into a tailed beast, created an octopus leg, held the same shark muscle, and extended it to slash wildly. The ninjas of Konoha were stunned. As expected of Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Kumogakure's lightning-style sword is indeed terrifying. The title of Killer Bee is not for nothing. While admiring, some people were puzzled. I said, "Why is this Eight Tails guarding the gate for us? How strange is this? What are we doing here?" "That's right, you don't know whether we should leave or not, whether we should go down to help or not." While everyone was arguing, Captain Shiranui Ginma was hanging a steel needle and sighed, "Wait a little longer, we have already sent someone to report." After saying that, Shiranui Ginma looked towards the golden Naruto not far away. In an instant, his memory was drawn to the Chunin exam, the battle between that boy and Niji. It has only been a few years, but now it has grown into such a terrifying strength. More importantly, what is his position? This is what Shiranui Ginma is very concerned about, because Naruto in the Chunin exam has completely infected him. For this boy, he also places the hope of the younger generations in the village. At this moment, Naruto's body was looking at the forest not far away, because there was always a person hiding in the forest. Like him, he didn't take action and kept watching there. As he watched, ripples of time and space suddenly appeared around Killer Bee. Then, a hand came out of the vortex and grabbed Killer Bee. With a buzz, Naruto appeared, with a Rasengan facing the hand that appeared out of thin air. Then, that hand completely penetrated the Rasengan that came from the attack. Naruto smiled, took Killer Bee with his other hand, and flew away with a buzz. And that hand also retreated into the vortex. Only then did Killer Bee realize that if it hadn't been for Naruto, he might have fallen into that vortex. Regardless of whether he could handle it or not, it would have been very troublesome. Arigato, Naruto. Naruto smiled and waved his hands to indicate it was nothing. Shiranui Ginma was shocked when he saw Naruto's operation just now. That is Lord Fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God. As one of the former guards of the fourth generation, Ginma Shiranui saw Naruto's Flying Thunder God as if he were seeing the former fourth generation. The classic yellow flash directly brought back too many memories of Ginma Shiranui. Take a closer look again, ugh. Not to mention, Naruto really has the charm of fourth Hokage-sama. Naruto looked at the forest not far away and shouted with a smile, "You know I'm here, but you still do this. What should I say? Do you want to try to see if you can hunt 8 tails under my nose?" Snort. After a sneer, a pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan emerged from the darkness of the woods. Obito walked over step by step from the woods. Seeing this, Killer Bee subconsciously held Samehada's hand and looked at the man in front of him with vigilance, because the hand in the space-time vortex just now belonged to this man. Shiranui Ginma also noticed Obito's figure and frowned. Did Akatsuki finally show up? That mask. He should be the leader of Akatsuki. Regarding the fact that the masked man claims to be Uchiha Madara, the 5 shadows have not officially told the ninjas of each family, because Madara's reputation is too loud, and once it is said, it will have a great impact on the overall morale. Therefore, the ninjas in each village only know that the masked man is the leader of the Akatsuki organization and the person who launched the 4th Ninja War. Go and inform Lord Hokage that the Akatsuki leader is here. Shiranui Ginma gave an order, and another ninja went over to report the information. Obito looked at Naruto. Mangekyo Sharingan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Naruto, I'm really confused about what your purpose is. You clearly betrayed the village and even revealed your intention to cooperate with me. What happened now? When I destroyed Konoha, you stood in my way." Naruto put his hands in his pockets and said, "If I said that my purpose is to save the world, would you believe it?" Obito chuckled and said, "My purpose is the same. The Eye of the Moon plan is to save people all over the world and take them out of this hell-like ninja world." Naruto shook his head and said, "That's what you think, Obito." Killer Bee looked surprised. Naruto actually knew this masked man. When Obito heard that Naruto actually called him by his first name in front of outsiders, he felt that his identity had been exposed and the sense of mystery was gone. He was furious, pointed at Naruto and shouted, "Stop calling him by his first name, you little brat. In terms of seniority, it's not your turn to teach." Naruto snorted disdainfully and said, "If you really talk about seniority with me, the entire ninja world will have to call me ancestor. Are you kidding me? I am the reincarnation of Ashura, the son of Sage of 6 Paths, and the successor of the Zheng'er 8 Sutra ninja sect. Looking back, in the entire ninja world, no one is allowed to pass a cigarette to me." Obito completely ignored Naruto's words and said coldly, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. I will destroy Konoha." Naruto said depressedly, "What is your purpose of destroying Konoha? Isn't it just to force me to submit? Now, with me here, do you think you can defeat it with your current strength without the Rinnegan? Moreover, even if it is to help Sasuke get revenge, there is no need to do it to this extent. From what I know about you, Sasuke is just a pawn of yours. After listening to Naruto's words, Obito couldn't help but clapped his hands and praised, "Very good, Naruto, your analysis is right. In fact, I attacked Konoha to confirm one thing. Now, I am sure." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he wanted to see through Obito. Obito's scarlet eyes showed a hint of excitement. "A person as powerful as you is really a headache. Just like Senju Hashirama, you have similar chakra flowing in your body, which makes me feel disgusted. But luckily, you, like Senju Hashirama, have weaknesses behind your strength. Helping Sasuke get revenge is actually helping me get revenge, because I am convinced that I am not the reincarnation of Indra, but Sasuke is. Therefore, Sasuke bears the fate of revenge for the Uchiha clan, and I, a senior of the same clan, for the sake of the clan fate, naturally willing to help him. Now that I have determined some things, my plan will be better carried out." As he spoke, Obito's time and space vortex began, and his whole person began to disappear. Naruto looked at Obito, who disappeared, somewhat puzzled. Obito sneered, "Don't worry, I'll find someone to play with you." Just as he was talking, Sasuke drove the Susanoo to the scene, and Shadow Clone Naruto chased after him. When Sasuke saw the real Naruto, he smiled excitedly and said, "Sure enough, he's here." Naruto immediately understood that Obito should have sent a signal to Sasuke and guided him here. Obito said to find someone to play with me, that should be Sasuke. But why did Obito leave without saying a word? This made Naruto very curious. He said that powerful people all have weaknesses, and also pointed out that he, like Senju Hashirama, is the reincarnation of Asura. This is not surprising to Naruto. After all, Black Zetsu has been clearly written on the stone tablet. Well, plus Obito has studied a lot of things under Madara's design over the years. Naruto felt uneasy for the first time. Fortunately, Obito has the mark of the Flying Thunder God. Just as he was thinking about it, Naruto was activating the Flying Thunder God's mark to sense Obito's location. Here, Sasuke saw that Naruto was not paying attention to him at all, thinking that he was being slighted. He suddenly became very angry and shouted angrily, "Hey, Naruto, you guy, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" Naruto sensed that Obito had actually returned to the Akatsuki base at this moment, which made Naruto even more confused. Here, Shiwanbai Zetsu is attacking Konoha vigorously. If it weren't for Konoha's thousands of shadow clone to help resist, Konoha would be gone at this moment. The general leader, Obito, came over to try to hunt Eight Tails, fight with himself, and then left and went home. This is so unscientific. When he was thinking about what weakness Obito had found in himself, a strange chakra appeared, like a small red dot on a radar page. Naruto's eyes widened in vain and he looked back. That is Obito's chakra. How could it be? Isn't he at Akatsuki base? How come he was in Konoha village again in an instant? In the Hokage office building, Tsunade, who was casting a spell, kept her eyes closed and quietly provided medical logistics support to the fighting ninjas in the entire village, with Jiraiya guarding her. Suddenly a ripple appeared, and a hand appeared in front of Tsunade out of thin air. Jiraiya noticed it instantly, and immediately Rasengan rubbed it and rushed forward. As a result, Rasengan directly penetrated the palm. Jiraiya was very surprised. This was. Tsunade frowned slightly. At this moment, she was also aware of the fighting around her. However, at this moment, she had a dozen ninjas seriously injured on her hands and was being treated remotely. If she withdrew ninjutsu and went into battle at this moment, those dozen Konoha ninjas would surely die. No way, Jiraiya dealt with Obito alone. It was obvious that Obito's intention was to capture Tsunade, so Jiraiya seemed to have seen Obito's purpose and guarded Tsunade. Unexpectedly, after such a confrontation, the attack that was clearly aimed at Tsunade instantly grabbed the corner of Jiraiya's clothes. Obito smiled slightly. Come in, you. At this moment, a dozen shadow clones of Naruto had just arrived. A hissing sound. Jiraiya was sucked into the spacetime vortex by Obito. Although Naruto had already made arrangements and arranged a dozen shadow clones around to execute the mutant white Zetsu that came up, who knew that Obito actually played a trick on Naruto? The mark of the Flying Thunder God has been removed from Obito's body. The reason why Naruto can sense it is that Obito directly dug out the marked piece of flesh and transplanted it into the living body of white Zetsu to confuse Naruto. Dry. The main body Naruto found out about his teacher being sucked away through the shadow clone Naruto, and he was immediately furious. It turns out that Obito said that even a person as powerful as himself has weaknesses, and this is what he was talking about. Kidnapping Jiraiya is indeed a good idea. Because Jiraiya's importance to Naruto cannot be described in words. Obito, this guy, probably got some clues from the fact that he went to Yugikure to save people. The real Naruto no longer stops, he is going to chase Obito. Sasuke stopped in front of Naruto, with an evil smile on his lips, playfully saying, "Naruto, your opponent is me, don't even think about leaving anywhere." Saying that, he raised his hand and fired an arrow of flame control. Naruto raised his hand without even raising his eyelids. Shinra Tenjing. With a chirping sound, it bounced away. Then, Nine Tails chakra surged, and two huge arms transformed behind him, making fists directly, and then slammed towards Sasuke. Sasuke made a sound, removed the arrow, and raised his Susanoo. As a result, Naruto was crushed to pieces with one punch. Sasuke screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of shock. Naruto is so powerful, he has inherited his brother's Sharingan, yet he can't even take one of his moves. All things are attracted by heaven. With a chirping sound, Sasuke and Susanna Samsara were sucked in directly. Sasuke was unwilling to give in and directly activated the eternal Mangekyo Jutsu. Amaterasu. With a buzzing sound, black flames came. Naruto didn't panic at all, the Nine Tails chakra group blocked it and then fell off directly. Sasuke was stunned to think that he was playing like this. Then, looking at Sasuke who was being sucked in, Naruto greeted him directly with the big fist transformed from his Nine Tails chakra. Bang! He directly knocked Sasuke away, and along with him, he slid on the ground for dozens of meters. In the dense forest, many trees were directly knocked down. From a distance in the sky, a ditch was directly created by the collision. Naruto looked at Sasuke in the distance with cold eyes and said, "Sasuke, I'm in a hurry today and I don't have time to spend time with you." After saying that, Naruto looked at Killer Bee and said, "Uncle Bee, you can play with him for the rest." Killer Bee swallowed and nodded. Then, with a buzzing sound, Naruto flew away directly from the Thunder God. On the walls of Konoha, the ninjas were stunned. "I'm going." Activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke with the Susanoo was defeated by Naruto in just 3 moves. This Naruto's strength must be too strong. At this moment, Sasuke has a shadow-level strength, and Naruto is like a chicken. If he faces people like them, it won't be solved with one move. Shiranui-gama thought to himself, who will say that he wants to catch the traitorous ninja Naruto in the future? He will never go. This kind of strength is not enough even for Hokage-sama. Here, in the Hokage office building, a dozen shadow clones of Naruto were protecting Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the masked man in front of her and roared, "Madara! Hand over Jiraiya!" Shikaku and Yamanaka Haichi were surprised. "What's going on? The masked man in front of me is actually Uchiha Madara." "Damn it, Lord Hokage, you didn't tell me such important information, and you didn't bring such a trick. By the way, Uchiha Madara is still alive, which is really shocking." Shikaku looked at Tsunade and asked, "Hokage-sama, are you kidding me?" Tsunade clenched her fists and said, "No kidding, he calls himself Uchiha Madara." Yamanaka stared at the masked man in front of him and said, "The barriers of Konoha have no objection to him, which means that he knows the key to the highest barriers." Obito snorted coldly and said, yes, I am your ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Can you please give me a little face? A sudden voice sounded, and the real Naruto appeared on the scene. Obito, the masked man, looked at the appearance of the real Naruto and was not surprised at all. He pretended to regret and said, "What a pity. I originally wanted to take this B****ch away, but now that you are here, it seems there is no hope." Naruto snorted coldly and said, "You are so cruel to yourself. You actually dug out the marked area and left it there. You deliberately appeared in front of me to hunt 8 tails. Come to confuse my judgment, and let Sasuke entangle me so that my body can stay there and you can find an opportunity to hunt by yourself." Obito laughed continuously, his body trembled, and he clapped his hands and said, "The analysis is correct, but sorry, there is no reward." Tsunade looked at Naruto and said doubtfully, "Naruto, why does it feel like you know him?" Naruto said with a smile on his face, "Ah, more than just knowing each other, this guy was once a ninja of Konoha. He also had the same dream as me, to become a Hokage and be recognized by some people." Shikaku noticed Naruto's words, and he asked, "Naruto, you mean, this guy, who is also our ninja of Konoha, is not Uchiha Madara?" Naruto looked at Obito and said, "Should you introduce it yourself, or should I introduce it for you?" Obito snorted coldly and said viciously, "You are such a disgusting guy. You remind people of many things that I don't want to think of." Naruto said calmly, "What you don't want to think of is the past that you don't want to face. That's the real you, you know." With that said, Naruto began to form seals. Obito smiled slightly, and the space-time vortex began to open. "You take your time, Naruto, I know I can't beat you, but I can threaten you at any time. If you want me to release your master, give me 9 tails and 8 tails." Naruto snorted coldly, "You all know the Karakura mark when marking, don't I know how to mark the things I care about?" Obito felt a knot in his heart. The next second, Naruto, a shadow clone next to Naruto and Tsunade, disappeared. The next second, the shadow clone Naruto brought back Jiraiya. Naruto looked at Obito, snorted, and spat. "You little trash, you have no strength, you don't even dare to confront me head-on, you're just kidding." Looking at Jiraiya being brought back, Tsunade suddenly became in a good mood and pounced over. "Are you okay?" Jiraiya hugged Tsunade and said shyly, "What are you doing? There are children here." Tsunade snorted coldly, "Why, you're scared now? The night before last, you were very bold, taking off everything here and there, even kissing people there." When Jiraiya heard this, he quickly coughed a few times and covered Tsunade's mouth. "This woman became so wild once she officially got together with me, especially after we had physical contact, and now she has become as clingy as a young girl." Shikaku and Yamanaka Kaichi quickly avoided his gaze and pretended not to hear. For them, they have also heard about the relationship between Jiraiya and the Hokage. They agree and support this relationship 100%. After all, they are all disciples of the 3rd generation, and Jiraiya is very powerful. Very powerful. As the Hokage, Lady Tsunade has not been married for so many years. Now the two of them are together, which is perfect. This means that there are 2 people with the strength of Hokage residing in Konoha village at the same time. Naruto looked at Obito, who was a little angry, and said, "What other threats do you have? Use them together." Obito gritted his teeth and said, "It is true that I was careless. However, Naruto, you should know that although I can't take it away, I still have the ability to destroy the things you care about." Jiraiya broke free from Tsunade and snorted, "You look down on me, pervy sage, too much. Do you think that I must be rescued by Naruto just because I was sucked into your alternate dimension? To tell you the truth, I reversed though the psychic can still leave. Also, you want to kill me? You should also consider whether you have the ability to do so." Jiraiya has officially confirmed that this masked man is not Uchiha Madara at all. Since he is not Uchiha Madara, Naruto said that he is a ninja in Konoha, so basically there is no problem. With his own strength, he can completely deal with a wave of lines. The Hokage's direct Umbu guards also came over at this moment. The leader stood directly in front of Tsunade. They were just killing the enemy outside, and suddenly heard that something happened here. He was so scared that he quickly led the team back. As the captain of Hokage Umbu, protecting the Hokage-sama is his first priority, and the safety of the village comes second. With a swish, Hatake Kakashi arrived at the scene. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, are you all right? Tsunade shook her head to indicate that she was fine. Obito looked at Hatake Kakashi's arrival and was a little surprised because he saw a smile on Naruto's lips. Sure enough, Hatake Kakashi walked up to the real Naruto and said, "Naruto, you asked Shadow Clone to notify me and asked me to come here. What do you want to do?" Naruto smiled slightly, looked at Obito in front of him and said, "Let the teacher meet an old friend." Hatake Kakashi frowned, what does this mean? Jiraiya looked at the masked man in front of him and thought for a moment, could it be that this man knew Kakashi? Shikaku was also analyzing Naruto's words. So, the masked man in front of him should be about the same age as Kakashi. The one who can know Kakashi and has the Sharingan is. In a moment, Lu Jiu had analyzed a name, but that person was already dead. Naruto looked at Obito and said playfully, "Teacher Kakashi, you should thank this man for giving you the title of Copy Ninja. If he hadn't given you his eyes at the Battle of Canopy Bridge, you would not have been able to. It is impossible to become famous in the ninja world because of this." Hatake Kakashi was shocked and looked at the masked man in front of him in surprise. He said in disbelief, "Naruto, what are you talking about?" Naruto looked at Obito and continued, "I know it's hard for you to believe, teacher, but it's okay. Before I came here, didn't I tell you? Now, I will take you to verify it." Having said that, the real Naruto drove forward directly. All things are attracted by the sky. He immediately activated the Heavenly Way technique of the Rinnegan, preparing to suck Obito in. Unexpectedly, Obito was not a pushover either. He started a space-time vortex and escaped directly to a house not far away. Don't waste your energy, Naruto. So what if you know my identity? If I want to escape, what can you do to me? I have already removed the mark of the Flying Thunder God. What can you use to chase me? The orange mark at the corner of Naruto's eye reappeared. Sage mode is turned on. Nine Tails chakra transformed into a hand, and then combined with his right hand, he directly rubbed out a Rasengan. Next, the Sage Jutsu chakra is infused. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. With a chirp, a huge Big Ball Rasengan appeared, directly covering Obito's entire body. Obito snorted coldly and had already activated Kamui, placing his entire body in a different space. Outside, the shadow clone Naruto comes in front of Kakashi, and Kakashi understands and raises his hand to reveal his Sharingan, and then directly injects chakra into it, transforming it into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. Kakashi's Sharingan was aimed at the shadow clone Naruto. With a swishing sound, the shadow clone Naruto disappeared from the spot and entered Kamui's different dimension. In the different space, Obito realized that the big ball Rasengan outside should have exploded almost, and he had to come out too. Just as he was about to open a coordinate and go out, a chirping sound came from directly behind him. Obito turned around in surprise, and saw the golden Naruto rubbing a Rasengan and blowing it directly towards his face. Didn't you expect that, Obito? I'm F************** G in. With a bang, Obito's mask was shattered. Obito was so scared that he broke through the alien space and escaped to the real world. Shadow clone Naruto looked at the half-broken mask on the ground and smiled slightly. The goal is achieved. Then start to make hand seals in Obito's different space. Flying Thunder God, Mark. Swish, 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 the shadow clone of Naruto kept flying in Obito's alien space, constantly marking the mark of Flying Thunder God on the stones in the alien space until the shadow clone's chakra was completely exhausted. Outside, Obito appeared in front of everyone wearing half of his mask. He looked at Naruto fiercely and said, "It's interesting, it has to be like this. Naruto smiled and said, you should ask yourself, are you really that happy wearing a mask? Kakashi's eyes were constantly trembling, and he looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. Even with half of the mask blocking him, he could vaguely see that it was the face of his old friend. You are. Obito pointed angrily at Kakashi and shouted sternly, shut up. Stop saying that name. That person died in the Battle of Kanobi Bridge a long time ago. You be ************* D who didn't fulfill the promise, you don't deserve to be called that name. After hearing this, Kakashi trembled all over. Obito was also so excited that the remaining half of the mask on his face completely fell off. Finally, his entire face was completely exposed in front of Kakashi, and Kakashi finally saw the close friend he had been thinking about day and night. Apart from joy, he was also frightened, which made him unable to recover, and he took a few steps back in a hurry. It was Naruto who held him back. Kakashi pointed at Obito and said in horror, You are Uchiha. Obito. Obito looked at Kakashi with one eye, full of resentment. I told you not to call me by my name. After saying that, Obito directly formed a seal, glared angrily, and used Kamui to summon a strong whirlwind, and then Fire Style, Die. Storm Dance. The fire style technique combined with the wind release created a huge vortex of flames, heading straight for Kakashi. And what about Kakashi? He stayed in place, motionless, and murmured at the corner of his mouth, it's all my fault. I didn't keep the agreement with you, and that's why you became like this. Shikaku and Yamanaka Haichi shouted hurriedly, protect Hokage-sama. The Hokage Umbu guard stepped forward one after another. Naruto raised his hand and said, everyone, stand back. Shinra Tenjin. With a chirping sound, the huge flame vortex was directly deflected. As a result, the flames that flew out fell on the surrounding houses. The leader of the Hokage Umbu guard gave Naruto a roll of his eyes. Knowing Naruto's chakra attributes, he didn't say anything more and directly formed the seal. Water Style, Explosion Water Shockwave. He spit out waves of water from his mouth and ran around, constantly extinguishing the fire. Naruto came to Teacher Kakashi, patted him on the shoulder and said, Teacher Kakashi, this is not your fault, you are just one of the people who were designed. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Obito, he was a little surprised. Tsunade noticed it and asked, what's wrong? Jiraiya said, I thought about it. This guy used to be a disciple of his apprentice Namikaze Minato. He was in the same class as Kakashi. However, he died in the Third Ninja War. He was still in Namikaze Minato. I met him twice when I was having dinner with the Men family. When Tsunade heard what Jiraiya said, she thought about what was recorded in the Hokage's secret scroll and frowned a little, then the death of the fourth Hokage has something to do with him. Jiraiya nodded sadly. Tsunade couldn't help complaining, what kind of bad era is this? Why do apprentices like to kill their masters? It's really treasonous. Don't blame Tsunade for complaining, this is already the third one she has met. First Orochimaru Ed the third Hokage, then a disciple of Jiraiya Ed him, and now a disciple of the fourth Hokage pretended to be Uchiha Madara. Not only did he K his own master, but now he also wanted to do it to the entire Konoha village. By the way, Orochimaru seems to be going to the Leaf Village too. Do these people have some special mental illness? If they are sick, as a top medical ninja, I can treat them. As they were facing each other, a huge mushroom cloud rose at the gate of Konoha. With a bang, the blast of air even reached here. What's wrong? The leader of Hokage Umbu asked first. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a huge Susanoo fighting inextricably with Gyuki who had transformed from 8 Tails. Naruto was stunned, when did Sasuke become so good at fighting? He was hammered down by him, and he could force Uncle Bay to transform into a tailed beast and fight. Obito snorted coldly, Naruto, don't be too happy too early. I know I can't beat you now, but it doesn't mean that I have no way to defeat you. After saying that, Obito activated his own spacetime vortex, and finally gave Naruto a vicious look and said, Naruto, I will come to you again. Naruto smiled slightly, as if he wasn't interested in Obito's words. After all, in Obito's different time and space, there are now hundreds of flying thunder gods' marks. Even if he shovels hard, it will take him a long time to shovel them. After Obito disappeared, Kakashi came back to his senses and shouted, wait a minute. With that said, he was about to chase after him, but was caught by Naruto. Teacher Kakashi, the grudge between you and him will eventually be resolved. Kakashi's eyes darkened. Then, Kakashi noticed Sasuke on the other side of Konoha's gate, so Kakashi said, I can't have any more regrets. With that said, he dodged directly in that direction. At the same time, the Baiju army was slowly retreating. Regarding the situation on the battlefield reported by Yamanaka Haichi, Shikaku said happily, Naruto must have revealed the identity of the enemy leader just now and asked him to order the withdrawal. Seeing this, Tsunade shouted coldly, order the Konoha people to clean up the battlefield and drive all the enemies out of the village without leaving any hidden dangers. Yes. Konoha's main gate. Sasuke is fighting closely with Killer Bee. MJU 4 NDA 2 NTC 3 ODM 1 MZY 4 NZCYOJI smiley face. Kakashi came here in a flash, but he didn't expect that someone would arrive earlier than him. It's Sakura. Haruno Sakura stood in front of the gate and shouted excitedly, Sasuke-kun, stop quickly, this is Konoha, our common hometown, why are you like this? Sasuke frowned, a little annoyed, and Susanoo raised his hand and slapped him. Killer Bee saw that the situation was not good, and swung his octopus tail to block him. Hey, you little brat, you're actually capable of killing this girl. Sasuke said, get out of here, you octopus. Haruno Sakura shed tears, Sasuke actually attacked him, she burst into tears and cried, why, Sasuke-kun, I like you so much, why did it end like this? I was treating the wounded in the hospital. When I heard that Sasuke-kun was here, I rushed over immediately because I was worried about Sasuke-kun's safety. I didn't expect you, Sasuke-kun, to treat me like this. Woo. Haruno Sakura covered her face and cried. She really couldn't accept Sasuke like this. She had given so much, so why did she get nothing at the end of the lick? You are really, really annoying. Sasuke was angry and very annoyed. He was already in the hot seat. He was beaten by Naruto and couldn't get away from an octopus. Then came Sakura, crying, saying that she was with him. Like a heartless person. Please, I never gave her any hint of feelings from the beginning. She just insisted on giving them to her. In the end, even if I refused, I still wanted to follow me. Sasuke couldn't bear it anymore and jumped up, bow and arrow. Flame shield, arrow of flame control. With a chirping sound, she shot directly towards Haruno Sakura. Die! Sasuke yelled. Seeing that the situation was not good, Killer Bee hurried over and prepared to rescue Sakura, because at this distance, his tailed beast bullets could not hit at all. It's not good, it's not good. With this distance, I can't make it in time. Killer Bee is running wildly. Here, Kakashi dodged over, then quickly picked up Sakura, jumped up and got out of the way, and activated Kamui at the same time, successfully changing the direction of the arrow path. With a bang, a deep pit exploded where Sakura was. Kakashi landed in a safe position and handed Sakura over to the Konoha ninjas behind him. Then he jumped in front of Sasuke again and said coldly, Sasuke, you have fallen. Killer Bee also came to Kakashi and said, be careful with his eyes, he may activate the black flame at any time. Kakashi thanked him, and then said, I am his master, I know him. Sasuke sneered and said, who do I think it is? It turns out that Kakashi is the clone ninja who stole an eye from the Uchiha clan and dared to show off like this. Kakashi frowned and said with a complicated mood, Sasuke, I can now fully understand the feelings of the third generation back then. It turns out that preparing to fight one's own disciples in person is such a heartbreaking feeling. Sasuke prepared the technique for his left eye and sneered, well, I want to do the same as Orochimaru and send you to meet the third generation. Just as he was about to take action, the space-time vortex appeared next to Sasuke. It was Obito who came out, and now he put on the mask again. Sasuke, the battle plan is cancelled, let's retreat. Sasuke frowned and said with great displeasure, if you say retreat, just retreat. I haven't destroyed Konoha yet. Obito continued to persuade, kill Danzo too. As for Konoha, our current strength is not enough to conquer this place. Don't be impulsive. Go back with me first. After we make a plan, it won't be too late to destroy Konoha. Seeing that Sasuke was still stubborn, Obito continued, look, you have been fighting for so long and you haven't even attacked the gate of Konoha. Doesn't that explain the problem? Sasuke snorted without replying. Kakashi hurriedly spoke out, Sasuke, there is no limit to the sea of suffering. Once you turn around, don't be stubborn anymore. As long as you are willing to return to Konoha, I will promise Lord Hokage to forgive your crimes. When Sasuke heard Kakashi say that he forgives his crimes, it was as if he had heard some big joke. He burst into laughter and said, it's really a knife that sliced a cow's butt. I opened my eyes and even forgiven my crimes. Having said this, Sasuke stared with bleeding eyes, glared in the direction of Konoha and the ninjas on the scene and said, each of you carries the blood of the destruction of my clan, and you still have the nerve to forgive me. How shameless. Let me tell you, Kakashi, that eye of yours is evidence of guilt stained with the blood of my family. And that Danzo, that hand is filled with the blood and tears of my clan. And those of you who are living well in Konoha, if it weren't for my brother's sacrifice, their years would not be peaceful. Each of you has original sin in your body, and you must accept my judgment. Sasuke said, furious. The ninjas on the walls of Konoha all heard this in disbelief. Some of the younger ninjas even thought that Sasuke had gone crazy and had persecution delusions. Only Shirano Xianhuijian was a little silent, because he had been with the fourth generation, and more or less understood the secrets of one of them. Especially Itachi. According to a friend of third generation's Hokage Umbu, Itachi did not actually rebel at all, and his behavior was actually approved by the higher-ups. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and said with a heavy heart, my eyes were given to me by my friend. He asked me to help him protect the preciousness in his heart. Unfortunately, I did not protect them well. Obito stood opposite Kakashi, watching silently. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, Obito, for not being able to help you see the future you want to see. After saying that, Kakashi's hand came to his eye, and then he clasped hard and dug out the heel of his left eye, which immediately bled. Then, Kakashi threw it hard, still towards the masked Obito. Give it back. Obito caught it with his hand and looked at the bleeding Kakashi with complicated eyes. Kakashi gasped and endured the severe pain and said, I am Konoha Hatamoto Kakashi. I am not a copy ninja. My ninja way is that people who don't cherish their companions are not even trash. It was before and it is now, no matter it is no one can change, even if it means denying, your former friend and now you, Obito. As he spoke, Raikiri sounded, and Chidori chirped. Obito held the bloody glasses in his hand and snorted coldly. Then, he looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, don't get up, let's go first. Sasuke took one last look at Konoha, the golden figure that kept jumping not far away, snort. Naruto, our grudges will be settled next time. With that said, Susanoo grabbed the fragrant phosphorus and brought it to his side. He looked at Obito and said, let's go. I have something to ask you when I get back. Obito nodded, Sasuke removed Susanoo, and then Obito activated the spacetime vortex, sucking Sasuke and Xiangling into it, and took them away together. At this time, Haruno Sakura broke away from the guard of Jonin on the high platform, jumped down, looked at teacher Kakashi with concern and said, "Teacher, why are you so stupid? Without that eye, your strength will." With that said, he quickly treated Kakashi. Kakashi relaxed momentarily after watching Obito and Sasuke leave, and then began to breathe heavily. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he looked at Ruan with a bloody eye hole. No more, the title of Copy Ninja Kakashi. Haruno Sakura used medical ninjutsu to stop Kakashi's bleeding, with complicated eyes. Naruto flashed over. Looking into Teacher Kakashi's eyes, he was suddenly surprised and said, "Teacher Kakashi, is your left eye an Obito?" Kakashi waved his hand and said, "No, I picked it out myself and gave it to him. I know this will make him stronger, but I don't want to owe him anything." Naruto recalled that when Kakashi met Obito in his previous life, he was even more decadent than he is now. At that time, Kakashi-sensei once fell into Obito and became like that. It was him who caused it. Coupled with Lin's death, he has never been able to open his heart. Not. Therefore, in his previous life, Kakashi did not dodge when Obito attacked. Naruto sighed and said, "Why bother, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, "At least, I walked out of the Kanobi Bridge." After saying that, Kakashi and Naruto looked at each other and smiled. Naruto comforted, "That's good. Letting go may be the best thing for Mr. Kakashi. Although the clone ninja of Konoha is gone, the legend of the White Fan can still be inherited by Mr. Kakashi." Watching Obito's retreating figure, Naruto thought that Mr. Kakashi should visit the grave less often in the future. Killer Bee came to Naruto and said, "Naruto, that guy named Sasuke, I stopped him, but he didn't choose to continue fighting me and ran away with the masked man." Naruto patted Killer Bee on the shoulder and said, "You did a great job, uncle." Two whistling sounds broke through the air, and Jiraiya and Tsunade also came here. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, don't you have anything to say to us?" Tsunade also said, "Yes, Naruto, it seems that you already know the true identity of the masked man, right? Then why don't you tell us directly?" Naruto smiled and said, "If I tell you directly, you won't believe it. What's more, if I tell you directly, it's hard to kill Danzo directly." Tsunade listened to the report from the Hokage Umbu guard at the back and confirmed that Danzo was killed by Sasuke, and some important people in the Root organization, who were Danzo's confidants, were also suspected to be dead. Tsunade nodded and said, "I understand." Naruto looked at Tsunade and said, "Grandma Tsunade, now, there should be no resistance inside Konoha." In addition, with the death of Danzo this time, the two high-level staff officers who were with Danzo, Xiang will also be very honest. Jiraiya frowned and said, "In this way, it will be more convenient for you to communicate with us directly. After all, as long as we believe in you, Konoha will also believe in you, right Naruto?" Naruto gave a rare sinister smile and said, "As expected of you, you are my master." Jiraiya sighed and said, "Naruto, you have really changed. I never expected that you, who have always been sunny, innocent and passionate, have also started to play politics." Naruto said helplessly, "There is no way around it. People can't just live in their own perceptions. They always have to grow." Tsunade took a step forward and said, "Since Konoha no longer has any resistance from you, can you tell me why you left Konoha and did a series of things that are difficult for you to understand?" Naruto said very sincerely, "I said it was all to prepare for a real war in the ninja world." Killer Bee stepped forward and said, "I swear in the name of Kyumogakure and Eight Tails Jinchuriki that what Naruto said is true." Jiraiya looked at Killer Bee and wondered, "Why do you trust him so much?" Killer Bee, "Because Naruto's evolution showed me the future, and Hachi also believes in Naruto very much, so I believe it too." When Tsunade heard that Naruto could evolve, she immediately became interested and said, "Naruto, you can also evolve and show me. If that's really the case, I will use the power of Konoha to help you with all my strength." Naruto shook his head and said, "You can't see it because you haven't touched the chakra of Sage of Six Paths at all. Killer Bee can see it because the Hachi in his body has been in contact with the chakra of Sage of Six Paths, so he can see it. Besides, now is not the time, the 5 major ninja alliances have not yet been officially formed. Obito hasn't really settled yet. I also need to act as a hypothetical enemy on the outside to make everyone more united. Tsunade frowned slightly, lowered her head and pondered, like Itachi, watching the world in the dark. Naruto smiled brightly and said, I am not Itachi, I am Naruto Uzumaki. My ending is much better than his. With that said, looking at Konoha's crisis contact, Naruto lifted the shadow clone technique and removed the 9 tails mode. Then, he put a hand on Killer Bee's shoulder, looked at everyone and said, then, I'll go back first. By the way, Privy Sage, for your arm, Sister Shizune can use your cells to cultivate the Hashirama cell arm. This will not affect your combat effectiveness. As for Mr. Kakashi, your left eye, let me see if it is there. The solution is to give you another one. Sakura, Grandma Tsunade, goodbye. With a whoosh, Naruto flew away with Killer Bee. At the White Zetsu base, Obito appears here with Sasuke and Xianglan. As soon as I landed, the sound of slithering snakes could be heard from my ears. You're back. Kabuto pushed up the glasses on his nose, looked at Obito and said. Sasuke frowned and said, Kabuto, why are you here? Kabuto chuckled and said, you, Sasuke, can be here, but I can't be here. Sasuke snorted and said, it seems that you are stronger than before after leaving Orochimaru. Hearing Sasuke's praise, Kabuto felt very pleased. Because he has always claimed that he is the true descendant of Orochimaru, and he is very jealous of Sasuke. When Sasuke followed Orochimaru, he almost enjoyed top-notch treatment, and all resources were poured into Sasuke. This cultivated Sasuke's abilities, otherwise he would have achieved what he has today. Looking at myself again, I am completely free-range and working as a worker. I am able to get to where I am today because I am taking one step at a time, constantly gathering strength and molting, and I am able to surpass Orochimaru-sama in terms of form. Kabuto stood behind Sasuke. After sensing it, he came to Sasuke in surprise and said, Sasuke, I feel that Kabuto's chakra is very close to the natural state, with only a small part of his own chakra. Sasuke nodded. Then, Sasuke looked at Kabuto, frowned and said, it seems that you have indeed grown a lot in these years. The reflection on the glasses shone with a strange light in the corners of Kabuto's eyes. He said excitedly, that's natural. I am no longer a snake. I have already surpassed Orochimaru-sama and become a real dragon. Looking at the proud Kabuto, Sasuke guessed that this guy wouldn't really go to Ryuchi Cave and practice the same sage jutsu as Naruto. If that's true, this guy has really surpassed Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru didn't successfully shed his skin and transform into a dragon when he was alive. Obito said, okay, you can stop talking about old things for a while. Let me talk about the purpose of finding you two. Sasuke looked at Obito and said, why don't you explain your identity? Since you are not Uchiha Madara, and since you are all acquainted with Mr. Kakashi, it should be convenient for you to get to know me too. Kabuto licked his lips and said, yes, this is no longer an open secret. As partners, I think it is necessary to be honest with each other. Obito was silent for a few seconds, then turned his back, took off the mask, and then knocked Kakashi's eyes back into his own. Because Obito itself has columnar cells, it can be used by pressing the eyes on it and merging it. Shaking his head, Obito sighed and said, this is much better. With that said, Obito turned around, looked at Sasuke and Kabuto and said, let me introduce you to you again. My name is Uchiha Obito, the designated successor of Madara and the implementer of the Eye of the Moon project. Sasuke looked thoughtful. He seemed to have some impression of this person's name, but he didn't seem to have any. Without organizing any more prophecies, Sasuke directly asked the doubts in his heart, I want to ask you, where were you on the night of the Uchiha genocide? Obito looked at Sasuke and said, I'm helping your brother to clean things up. Sasuke frowned and said, didn't my brother destroy the clan by himself? Uchiha Obito chuckled and said, my stupid kinsman, your brother alone, do you think he can kill the Konoha police department at the same time and clean up the rest of the clan at the same time? Sasuke's hand was slowly reaching for the sword behind him. Why didn't you try to stop my brother? Why didn't you try to save the clan? Looking at Sasuke, whose Mangekyo had already activated, Obito said coldly, do you think I need to answer this question? Do you think it is realistic? Do you think that when I promised your brother, he didn't think about joining hands with me to save the clan? Hearing Obito say this, Sasuke fell silent, and put down his hand that was about to draw his sword again. The resentment towards Konoha in his heart became even stronger. Kabuto looked at Obito, who had a complete pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, did you just find your other eye? Obito groaned, rubbed his eyes and said, I lent it to someone for many years. Maybe he felt too guilty about it, so he returned it to me. Kabuto pondered, could this person be Hatake Kakashi? Obito did not deny it and said, you have already guessed my true identity, so why bother asking me again and again? Kabuto smiled slightly. He enjoyed the pleasure of controlling people. Who told you to be so pretentious? You used to be so pretentious, using the name of Uchiha Madara, playing mysterious all day long and making conditions with him. Ha 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 ha, when you summoned the real corpse of Uchiha Madara, you must have been dumbfounded. Sasuke asked, Hatake Kakashi, what is your relationship with him? Before Obito could answer, Kabuto spoke up. He and Hatake Kakashi were both students of 4th Hokage Namake's Minato and were in the same class, just like you and Naruto. But later, for some unknown reason, he died in the Battle of Kanobi Bridge. It was at that time that Kakashi obtained the Sharingan, which should have been given by him. Sasuke observed Obito and found that when Kabuto was talking about his past, Obito remained silent, as if he didn't want to recall his past. No wonder this guy always likes to wear a mask and act under the name of Uchiha Madara. It turned out that deep down, he was unwilling to face the unbearable self he was. From this perspective, he and I are the same kind of people. Sasuke smiled and said, this is great. If we understand each other, we can cooperate better. Seeing that Kabuto and Sasuke had nothing to say, Obito said, right now, we are about to launch the 4th Ninja World War. Let's summarize our current strength. The 7-tailed beasts and the White Zetsu army. A lot of undead ninjas, and the 3 of us, that's all. Do asked in confusion, isn't this enough? Obito sighed and said, it was enough, but a very annoying guy showed up and broke a key part of my plan. Sasuke sneered, Naruto, right? Obito nodded and said, yes. He took away Nagato's Samsara Eye, which is a headache. Moreover, Naruto now has basically no way to deal with him. At least, I can't really deal with him. What's more, he has mastered the space-time ninjutsu, which allows him to change the battlefield and escape at any time. Kabuto tried, how about I revive Madara and let Madara fight Naruto? Obito looked at Kabuto and finally got to the point. That's what I meant, so I asked you to come here. Besides, I have another plan. Sasuke asked curiously, what plan? Obito looked at Sasuke and said, the key to this plan is you. Sasuke looked at Obito, not sure what Obito meant by this sentence. Obito murmured, I just said that Naruto took away the Rinnegan Eye. To control the 7-tailed beasts and the Geto statue, the Rinnegan Eye is indispensable. Obito looked at Sasuke and said, Nagato's Rinnegan, which Naruto now possesses, actually belongs to Uchiha Madara. He chose Nagato because Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan and has strong vitality. To adapt to the Samsara Eye, more importantly, the Uzumaki clan is actually the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths clan, so they are not opposed to the Samsara Eye. And you, Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto are possessed of a kind of chakra that is invisible to others. Especially you, Sasuke, the reincarnation chakra in you is the same as Uchiha Madara. Therefore, I want to cultivate the Samsara Eye from you. Kabuto seemed to have heard some new great experiment, and said excitedly, you mean, let Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan be transformed into the Rinnegan? Obito nodded and said, Yes, Uchiha Madara has successfully opened his eyes, so I think it is possible for Sasuke to cultivate a new reincarnation eye. Sasuke frowned and said, how sure are you? Obito said, I don't know, because this is just my guess, but once you get the Rinnegan, you can control the seven-tailed beasts. By then, your power will be the strongest in the world. Destroy Konoha. Surpassing Naruto is a very simple matter. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking about something. He thought to himself, if he gained such a strong power and he was the most powerful person in the world, would he really destroy Konoha? No. Another thought occurred in Sasuke's heart. If he is really the strongest person in the world, he will kill everyone who knows him well, and then unify the ninja world. He will be the shadow of the entire world, control all evil in the world, and bear the hatred of all people. Whoever starts the war, he will destroy anyone. Such a world is a truly peaceful world. Sasuke thought like this, and he felt that this was his brother's way of ninja. Well, unknowingly, Sasuke's hatred for Konoha began to transform into his expectation for the transformation of the entire ninja world. Okay. I promise you. Seeing Sasuke agree, Obito smiled slightly. Then, Obito looked at Kabuto and said, Kabuto, this may need some technical support from you. How about it? Are you interested in joining? Kabuto licked the corner of his mouth and said, you see people with their true colors. Sure enough, the way you invite others has changed. Well, not bad. I am very willing to join this project. After all, cultivating the Reincarnation Eye is a matter of truth. Even if Orochimaru-sama is alive, I would be embarrassed to refuse. Obito saw that his goal was achieved, and then said to the two of them, come on, I will take you to my laboratory. So, Sasuke and Kabuto followed Obito and walked deep into the base. With a rustling sound, Black Jew emerges from the land not far away. Looking at the three people walking away, Jew murmured, hey, this Obito boy is sometimes much more reliable than Madara in doing things. I originally thought that this boy wouldn't be able to handle it, so I induced Kabuto to summon Madara. Now, we can only make good use of Sasuke's chess piece. After thinking about that D Naruto, Black Zetsu felt angry. This reincarnation of Asura is really not a fuel-efficient person, and he doesn't play according to the routine at all. Those Asuras in the previous life were all innocent, but how could they become so sinister in this life and even dig out Indra Samsara Eye and take it with him? Black Zetsu has a headache, because this Naruto, his plan to resurrect Kagaya has been delayed for a long time, but this Naruto is so powerful now that even if he organizes the resources at hand, it is difficult to kill him. Black Zetsu calculated in his mind that if Obito failed and Naruto won, then he could try to seduce Naruto and include him in his plan. After all, for so many lives, they have been using the reincarnations of Indra and Asura, and the only one who turned black was Naruto. Yeah, that's the beginning. Jew thought about his escape route, and then quietly disappeared into the earth. Yuin Village. Naruto flew back with Killer Bee. The Utora free technique was always there, and Nagato immediately noticed Naruto's return. It's Naruto and the others who are back. As soon as Konan heard this, his paper body flew into the air and he ran away. As soon as he reached the door, Konan appeared in front of Naruto, Junior brother, you are back. When Naruto saw the person coming, he laughed and said, Senior sister Konan. Konan said with a smile, how is it? Did the trip go well? Naruto nodded and said, I'm quite satisfied. Basically, I'm following my plan. That's good. Nagato came out from behind, looked at Naruto and said, Junior brother, if you don't come back, your senior sister Konan will be worried to death. Konan rolled his eyes at Nagato and said, you are the only one who talks too much. Killer Bee twisted his arm and said, I've been tired for so many days. I'm going to take a bath and get some sleep first. Naruto patted Killer Bee and told him to go first. After all, it was hard enough to trick Uncle Killer Bee and make him wait in the woods all night. Conan looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I am in the village. According to the conditions you provided, I have selected 36 people. They are all teenagers, and they are all locals. They have been in Yuin village since they were young." Naruto nodded and said, "Okay, after I see Orochimaru Uncle Snake, senior sister Conan, you will take me to see him." Conan nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go and gather them first." Naruto stopped staying and walked into the tower. After a while, he came to the entrance of Orochimaru's laboratory. After pushing the gate of opening, I saw Orochimaru doing experiments seriously. Naruto didn't say anything, just found a bench and sat down on the side. "You're back." Naruto nodded, and then said, "How is the progress?" Orochimaru sighed and said, "We have a clue and a certain basis for progress, but it may be difficult to actually experiment." Naruto nodded and said, "There will definitely be some difficulty. After all, this is just a step-by-step idea. Whether I can truly evolve 10 Sharingan into the Samsara Eye still depends on the fate of the gods." Orochimaru put down the experimental equipment in his hands, looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto-kun, sometimes I admire you, how could you think of this?" Listening to Orochimaru's question, Naruto smiled slightly. "Some things may sound unbelievable, but they do exist. If I said that I am a person who died once and came back to save the world, Uncle Snake, would you believe it?" Orochimaru looked at Naruto seriously and said, "I believe it, because nothing makes me feel more incredible than your behavior and existence." Naruto smiled knowingly and said, "Uncle Snake, your desire for truth is far greater than mine." Orochimaru looked at Naruto and said, "According to the information you gave me, even if the Rinnegan Eye is cultivated in your body, we lack a cultivated body, and this cultivated body." Orochimaru took out the scroll given by Naruto, looked at Naruto and said, "Are you going to capture him?" Naruto rarely fell into deep thought and said, "If my guess is correct, after Obito failed to attack Konoha, he will have to face the ninja army that is about to be formed by the 5 major countries, and he will have to face us who cannot be eliminated. He will be very anxious. When he gets anxious, he will use his trump card. Unfortunately, the means of controlling his trump card is my eyes, which he will definitely not be able to take away. Therefore, he will definitely think of the same method as me to cultivate new reincarnation eyes." Orochimaru thought, "Well, if it were me, I would do the same. What's more, Kabuto seems to be cooperating with Obito and should provide him with corresponding biotechnology support." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "I guessed it." Orochimaru subconsciously tried, "Then let's." Thinking about Sunagakure village, Grandma Chiyo is also in Kabuto's hands. Otherwise Grandma Chiyo's reincarnation technique is a very good technique. Naruto feels that if necessary, he should talk to Kabuto. If it doesn't work, just let him know as soon as possible. Grandma Tsunade formed 5 major coalition forces to attack Obito. At that time, the 5 great shadows, together with the 5 allied forces, and Obito, who does not have the Samsara Eye, will only have the option of summoning Madara, and wait until then to take action himself. There will be many changes and opportunities in this. For now, all Naruto can do is to do the things at hand well first. Let's wait for another chance. So, Naruto got up and walked outside. Orochimaru smiled slightly and thought to himself, it turns out that Naruto, who has always been proactive, has to wait for the wind to blow. Among them, a little girl named Chunyu said, "Actually, I am not sure whether I can become a person like Lord Pain. My dream is actually very simple. I want to learn powerful medical skills. If my companions are injured, or people in the village are injured, I can treat them and protect them." Naruto came to senior sister Conan. Conan had gathered 36 relatively talented children from Hidden Rain Village, the youngest was 12 years old and the oldest was 16. However, Naruto was instilling in them the concept of team and village. Naruto looked at him and smiled, "So Yahiko, what's your last name?" As soon as Naruto said this, these children looked at each other, and then saw someone raising their hands, and others also raised their hands, except for a few people whose hands were not raised. As he spoke, the kid who spoke was still doing the big release move of opening his arms. Naruto looked and counted and found that there were more boys, 22, and only 14 girls. Naruto clicked on those who didn't raise their hands and asked what their purpose was. When the kid who was being questioned saw Naruto asking him something, he was as excited as if he was called by an idol. Naruto was immediately touched, because when Grandpa Third Hokage came to the ninja school to give lectures, he also had this kind of admiration in his eyes. Replying to God Pain, "My name is Yahiko." There was a boy who was more courageous. Seeing Konan whispering to Naruto, he suddenly made a guess in his heart and said, "Excuse me, are you the god of pain?" Yahiko said without hesitation, "Because as long as I become as powerful as Lord Pain, everyone in the village will recognize me and admit that I am powerful." Naruto praised, "Very good, finding your own way of ninja is the most important thing." Several other boys and girls expressed their willingness to stay with the companion who could become Pain God and protect Yuin together. Naruto originally wanted to say that he belonged to the gods, but in order not to destroy the totem established in the children's hearts, Naruto smiled and said, "Yes, I am the god Pain you call me." Naruto smiled slightly. Why did this little guy look so much like his former middle school self? So he knelt down and said, "Hey, that kid, what's your name?" After Naruto said this, the 36 people below all looked at Naruto with their mouths slightly open, because in their world values, powerful people will be admired and recognized by everyone. Suddenly, the children showed expressions of admiration. He looked into Naruto's eyes and said with determination, "I will." Naruto laughed. He was really a sunny and optimistic child. "Ha ha ha, you idiot, how can you be better than me? I am the real god Pain, feel the pain." The smile on Naruto's eyes grew stronger. He stood up, looked at these people and said, "How many people have the same idea as Yahiko? Can you raise your hands? I want to work hard to become a person like God Pain." Yahiko Amigakure glanced at Konan in surprise, and a different kind of emotion surged in his heart. He had always regarded Sister Angel as a mother-like existence. He never expected that his name would be so meaningful. Yahiko smiled and said, "I was adopted by Sister Angel, and I have been in Yugakure since I was a child. Therefore, I gave myself a name, called Yugakure Yahiko." Konan knew that Naruto was establishing the values of the organization. Konan looked at these children and said, "They are all natives of Yuin. They have been found in the village since childhood. Their political background is absolutely clean, and they are absolutely obedient to God. Yes, I want it too." Naruto patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'll introduce you to your coach later." Then, Naruto looked at those who raised their hands and said, "Actually, what I want to tell you who want to be like me is that it is not that you will be recognized by everyone if you become the god of pain, but that you will be recognized by everyone. You can become the god of pain, do you understand?" Then, Naruto looked at Amigakure Yahiko and said, "Yahiko, your name used to be the name of a very outstanding ninja in the Tian organization. Later, he died on the road of protecting Amigakure, so don't if you live up to the name Sister Angel gave you, hurry up and grow up. Then, can you tell me why you want to become a god like Pain?" Naruto frowned and looked back at Konan. Konan said, "He is a war orphan. He was adopted by Nagato and I. This name was also given to her by me." "I see." Killer Bee looked at the children in front of him, and one of them suddenly became bigger than the other two. "Naruto, you mean, let me be their teacher?" Naruto nodded and said, "Of course, you got the title of Killer Bee for nothing. It would be a pity if you don't pass on all your experience. Besides, you are idle anyway, why not help me cultivate talents, ah?" After saying that, Naruto leaned close to his ear and said, "When the Ōtsutsuki attacks, these will be the mainstay of the future battle." Killer Bee was surprised, "Really?" Naruto gave a firm look and said, "How can I lie to you? So, you must teach all you have learned in your life. Don't let the time come when you fail to save your elder brother because you secretly hid a few tricks. You said, how embarrassing. Killer Bee said in surprise, these people are related to saving my brother. Naruto nodded again. Killer Bee thought to himself, that was really thoughtful, after all, Naruto came back from time travel, so what he said must be right. Looking at Killer Bee's attitude, Naruto was basically sure that the deception was successful. Sure enough, Jinchuriki are sometimes much easier to talk to than non-Jinchuriki. Killer Bee saw that Hachi believed in him so much that he also believed in himself. Why is there such a big gap between tailed beasts and tailed beasts? When he thought of this, Naruto thought that he hadn't chatted with the fox for a long time. Just as he was about to go back to his room, Killer Bee looked at Naruto with Conan's list and said, Naruto, these 36 people have all 5 attributes. I can't just teach those with the thunder attribute. Naruto looked at it and said, it's okay. You teach taijutsu first, as well as assassination and combat skills. As for ninjutsu, isn't there senior brother Nagato? He can also teach. I'll teach in a large class first. After a while, after resurrecting one person, there will be more coaches. Killer Bee raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of disbelief. If a coach from the human world is not good enough, you have to find a coach from the underworld. Naruto returned to the bedroom, then lay down, and his mind entered the sealed place of 9 Tails. Hey, Kurama, you haven't seen me for so long, do you miss me? 9 Tails was lying inside the door with one eyelid drooped. It knew it was Naruto coming, but it didn't even open its eyes. Naruto smiled slightly, looking as arrogant as ever. In this regard, he was a bit like Sasuke. Naruto walked in swaggering, even more unscrupulously than last time. On the one hand, he knew that 9 Tails at this moment had actually begun to accept him, because when he used a lot of 9 Tails chakra, his own chakra was also going to 9 Tails. Transform over there. When Konoha was dealing with the Shaman White Zetsu, Naruto's own chakra was actually not enough, and 9 Tails did not absorb his. Instead, he silently sent his own 9 Tails chakra to him. This means that 9 Tails is actually about to accept what Naruto said. In addition, after sparring with Killer Bee, 9 Tails also felt the chakra of 8 Tails and learned that Naruto was also constantly in contact with other tailed beasts. On the other hand, Naruto's own strength is the strongest backing. Naruto came to 9 Tails' head and said with a slight smile, look directly at me, Kurama. Or I'll treat you to meatballs. As soon as 9 Tails heard that he was going to treat himself to meatballs, he remembered the very unpleasant experience last time. Naruto, you little brat, you won't pick up any pot. 9 Tails became angry on the spot, opened his eyes, and got up. This time he opened his eyes, 9 Tails directly saw Naruto's Rinnegan. You guy. 9 Tails snorted coldly, got on the plane and lay down and said, chakra is given to you for free, what else do you want? 9 Tails, you kid, there is absolutely no good thing going on. What did it see again? He actually tolerated those toad chakras, mixed with his own chakra, and then fought with 6 paths of Ito. He teamed up with Naruto and was beaten passively. The guy named Sasuke actually ran into his 9 Tails body and put on a suit of armor for himself. Look carefully. It turned out to be Susanoo. The screen played rapidly. When 9 Tails saw himself being pulled out of Naruto's body, his heart tightened. This meant that this boy was going to die. Naruto continued, okay, old man, let me show you the future. Then, what did it see again? When Naruto saw 9 Tails saying such things, he said amusedly, actually, you almost believe me and are still pretending here. You say this, but you don't believe it yourself. You said that I covet your power. When I was a child, it was because of you. It's not like you don't know how miserable your life is. Oh my god, I just gave my white 9 Tails chakra to the ninjas. In reality, 9 Tails is also looking at the scene at this moment. Naruto was shocked, I haven't said anything yet. Seeing this, Nine-Tails suddenly felt warm in his heart, as if he had found his home. Thinking of this, Nine-Tails understood why this guy was standing in front of him without any defense. For a moment, Nine-Tails felt that he had spoken too loudly just now. "Old man." Naruto pointed at Nine-Tails and said, "I'm warning you, you can be as arrogant as Sasuke, but don't go too far. You are all my best friends, but sometimes, when I get angry, I will hit someone, you know." Nine-Tails' chest heaved as he watched, furious. Come on, why did the other half of the chakra sealed in fourth generation's belly also come out? Naruto sighed, "Old friend, come here to see you, why are you like this? None of you humans are real, you are all just coveting the power of our tailed beasts." Then, it saw that it and the other 8 tailed beasts were sealed into the Geto statue, and then, the old man from 6 paths came out. When Naruto heard Nine-Tails, he actually regarded it as his best friend, and for a moment, he felt warm in his heart. Nine-Tails heard this and did not refute. Although I knew that Naruto had the Rinnegan, it was still shocking when I actually saw it. Especially, Naruto, who had the Rinnegan, could control himself without even asking himself to eat meatballs. Just as he was thinking about it, the screen came to a scene where the tailed beasts were discussing where to go. 6 paths asked where they were going. Nine-Tails in the screen was very embarrassed and subconsciously looked at Naruto. Nine-Tails glanced at him and said, "Don't do it. Also, that B******ch Uchiha Madara is actually alive." Naruto looked at it and said, "I want to discuss something with you, do you want to do it?" Naruto rescued himself, and the other tailed beasts were praising their Jinchuriki for a job well done. During the ninja war, Naruto confessed to it affectionately, saying that it was no longer the Nine-Tails demon fox, but just like the Leaf Village, his most cherished companion. So, he and Naruto officially became one. Starting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki mode, Naruto is responsible for the quack, and he is responsible for the random killing. When Nine-Tails saw the picture of the old man from 6 paths, for a moment, he seemed to see that in the long river of time, the old man from 6 paths was also looking back at him with a smile on his face. You stand on the bridge and look at the scenery, and the people looking at the scenery also stand on the bridge and look at you. Nine-Tails looked at himself in the picture. In fact, he had already guessed what he might say, but he still felt a little shy. As a result, it really saw the scene that made its aunt laugh. It stayed in Naruto's body. It was called to facilitate the contact between the major tailed beasts, but in fact it was just to not be separated from Naruto. In reality, Nine-Tails saw this and called out, "Yazhidi." Unfortunately, the scene changed again, and the ninja world had been peaceful for many years. Naruto, the brat, finally became the Hokage he had always called when he was a child, and he was very excited. Then, he married Hinata. Then, it saw Naruto cast multiple shadow clone, beating Hinata out of breath. Hinata refused to admit defeat and used Kaiten. Nine-Tails had a question mark on his face. As a tailed beast, he didn't understand why he fought so hard when they had such a good relationship. Hinata kept yelling at Naruto's attacks. Outside, Naruto felt bad, hurry up and move forward. So the next second, Nine-Tails, who was about to complain, saw a little girl coming over with a white eye and a finger, directly knocking both herself and Naruto out. I went there and it hurt to look at Nine-Tails outside. The screen turned again, and we saw Naruto and Nine-Tails fighting Ōtsutsuki together. Nine-Tails sacrificed himself for Naruto and turned on the heavy particle mode. Then, there is no more. With a hiss, the samsara eyes in Nine-Tails' eyes disappeared, and it gasped for air to digest the information. Naruto floated quietly in front of it, looked at it and said, "How?" Nine-Tails raised his head, looked at Naruto, and said incomprehensibly, "Would I die for you?" Naruto nodded seriously. "Will I still become friends and cooperate with you?" Naruto nodded again. The corners of Naruto's mouth curled up, and he looked at Orochimaru and said, "How do you know what I'm going to do when I come to you?" Naruto smiled awkwardly, "Yes. The seal has been opened, and his direct chakra communication with Nine Tails has become completely barrier-free. Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "Are you ready to move Itachi?" Nine Tails frowned and said, "I changed my hobby, okay? I like it now. When I went back in time, did you feel that you were being controlled?" Orochimaru saw that Naruto was walking very firmly, so he said, "What should I say? What are you going to do?" Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "Whenever you make up your mind, your footsteps will sound very calm." Orochimaru smiled, "If you could rob me forcefully, you wouldn't even come to me." Uncle Snake, busy. Hearing Naruto say 6 paths, and thinking about the way the old man 6 paths looked at him just now, Nine Tails sighed and said, "Okay. Then we can only mobilize the 5 major coalition forces to approach, and let Kabuto release the undead in order to meet the challenge." Naruto chuckled, jumped directly to Nine Tails and said, "Oh, old man, you are really stubborn." Naruto said, "Hey," and let Nine Tails pull the door open. He didn't close it himself, but he no longer locked it. Thinking of this, Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, "Uncle Snake, I want to ask you something. Can you tell me about your immortal reincarnation?" Orochimaru thought about it and said, "If Kabuto hid it specially, even I might not be able to find it, because after all, the dirty soil has been reincarnated. The samsara I can control the tailed beast, but it cannot control the tailed beast's mind." He was just letting Kabuto exist, otherwise with Naruto's current strength, Kabuto would have been destroyed directly. However, Naruto and Kabuto were also friends, and Kabuto was part of Naruto's plan. As he said that, Nine Tails came over by himself and pulled up the big iron door. He also chased Naruto, "Let's go, let's get out quickly. I have handed over so many chakras, so hurry up and leave." Nine Tails exploded, "What are you doing?" "I just agreed, why are you so intimate?" Nine Tails trembled and stopped retreating. Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, that's a big idea." Seeing this, Naruto continued, "Old man, let's join forces again. We lost in the last life, and we can't lose again in this life, otherwise the hard work of the old man at 6 paths will be in vain." With that said, Nine Tails backed away from Naruto and roared, "This is definitely genjutsu." In the bedroom, Naruto woke up, stretched, and walked directly to Orochimaru's laboratory. Nine Tails shouted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Naruto was a little confused and said, "Don't you always dislike this sealed gate?" Orochimaru looked at Naruto with slightly narrowed eyes, and said with a sinister curve at the corner of his mouth, "Kid, you are not good." Naruto looked back at Nine Tails, shook his head in amusement, and then exited the sealed place. Then, Naruto floated down from Nine Tails, then opened his shirt with his left hand, and the 8-sign seal key appeared in his right hand, pressed it directly on his stomach, turned it to the end, the door lock clicked and unlocked, and then Naruto pushed the door directly open. Nine Tails stood up and said, "What are you doing? Can you keep some distance from me? Close the door, close the door." Naruto followed up, "You actually believe it yourself, why do you still deceive yourself? Besides, genjutsu, you can actually feel it yourself." Naruto waved his hand and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll give you some suitable space." Naruto gave Orochimaru a thumbs up and said, "Uncle Snake is very observant." "That's right. I came here to discuss with Uncle Snake. Can I take Itachi out of Kabuto and sneak away?" Naruto then said, "What about a hard grab?" Naruto chuckled and said, "Isn't this my desire for truth?" Orochimaru sighed and said, "Although Fuso reincarnation is good, it has 2 big shortcomings. First, using Fuso reincarnation requires a fresh body every few years, so you can also find that I have been looking for a suitable parasite, like Weasel and Sasuke, I used to be the ones I was looking for. Secondly, the CD of the undead reincarnation is too long. After using it once, it will take several years before it can be used. This is why I often use the displacement technique in battle crises." After hearing this, Naruto nodded. This corpse reincarnation really has some skills. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and smiled playfully. How do you say, you have an idea? Naruto smiled and said, just asking, after all, more preparations will lead to more paths. Just as he was about to leave, Naruto felt the flying thunder god's mark in one place being activated crazily. Naruto's mind moved slightly and he said, excuse me, Uncle Snake. Uncle Snake nodded, and then Naruto flew away with Thunder God. In Konoha, Naruto landed on the roof of Hyuga Hinata's house, wondering why Hinata summoned him here. In confusion, Naruto directly used the transformation technique to become a member of the Hyuga family, and then jumped down. And then walked into the hall. Hinata, you have to think about the Hyuga clan. After all, Hayashi is also very helpless. Above the hall, Hyuga Hayashi was silent. Hinata said coldly, I tell you, this is impossible. In this life, I will never marry anyone except Naruto. You. Next to them, the elders of the Hyuga clan were very angry because Naruto was currently a rebellious ninja and had kidnapped Kumogakure's 8 tails, causing Reikage-sama to become very angry. Reikage personally persuaded the daimyo of the Cloud Kingdom and issued a diplomatic letter to Konoha. Either let Naruto bring 8 tails back, or get married, otherwise, he will never agree to form another ninja coalition, and will even go to war with Konoha. Although Konoha has made serious negotiations and even specifically stated that dealing with the Akatsuki organization is the really important thing right now, I hope Lord Reikage will think twice before taking action. But Reikage is going crazy for his younger brother. He wants 8 tails to come back, otherwise he will start a war. Or, get married and marry the princess of the Hyuga clan. Naruto watched on the side, frowning slightly. Did this old Reikage lose his mind? Didn't my little parting gift shock him? The Hyuga clan elder continued, Hinata, I watched you grow up, and I hope you don't marry far away, but there is no way. The Konoha now is not the Konoha it used to be. What happened just now? A big battle. The Akatsuki organization has always been eyeing us. Although we were defeated, there is still a possibility of a comeback. It is said that we have established a friendship with the Ninja Alliance army, but who can guarantee that we will not go back on our word? If Akatsuki and Cloud Village join forces, then Konoha will be reduced to ashes and countless people will lose their homes. Hinata wiped her tears and said, no, at that time, Naruto will take action. No one in this world can beat my Naruto. This will never happen. The clan elder sighed and said, if Naruto had been in the village, I would have nothing to say, but he is now a traitor to the ninja, and we have no idea what his intentions are. We can trust such a ninja. Hyuga Niji disagreed, I think Naruto has not changed, he is still the same Naruto who protects Konoha. After all, this time Akatsuki attacked Konoha to force Naruto to submit by destroying Konoha. Just imagine, if Naruto really didn't care about Konoha, why would he take action and create an enemy like Akatsuki for himself? Also, if Akatsuki could capture Naruto, why did he force Naruto to agree to do something by destroying Konoha? This means that even Akatsuki can't defeat Naruto. Hinata was very happy when she saw that her brother had spoken for her. The clan elder glanced at Ningji, frowned and said, the clan family is talking, branch house people, don't interrupt. Hyuga Ningji suddenly frowned and became angry when he heard the term branch house. Hyuga Hayashi coughed and said, okay, I think it's better to ask Mr. Hokage for advice on this matter. Let's not make a decision yet. The clan elder frowned and said, but. Hyuga Hinata looked outside and was worried, why hasn't he come yet? Naruto snorted coldly, then walked out slowly and said, as the largest clan in Konoha, why are the Hyuga clan so cowardly now? They need women to maintain peace. How dare you, a member of your tribe, dare to speak like this? This is against the clan rules. His heart is so cruel. Naruto snorted coldly, stopped pretending, and directly unlocked the seal. Naruto, wearing a coat from the Heavenly Organization, appeared in the meeting hall of the Hyuga clan. Suddenly, everyone in the venue was surprised. This is, Naruto. What is that? Samsara Eye. This is Naruto who helped us repel the enemy. It's him, it's Naruto, but it's not golden. Fool, at that time, Naruto was in Nine Tails mode, but now he is not in Nine Tails mode. Naruto looked around. There were many people who had fought together when Naruto was using the Nine Tails mode clone. It was Naruto's guidance to deal with Baizetsu, and they discovered that Baizetsu's disguise was invisible even to the Byakugan. Who? Naruto nodded and they responded in kind. Naruto-kun. Hinata immediately threw herself into Naruto's arms. Naruto held her, smelled her hair, and comforted her. I'm here, it's okay. Hyuga Neji frowned a little, coughed a few times and came over and said, Naruto. Naruto laughed and looked at Neji to say hello, brother-in-law, you made a good statement. Neji was embarrassed by Naruto calling him brother-in-law, and blushed a little. You idiot, Baga. I haven't agreed to hand over my sister to you, yet you are shouting so cheerfully. Naruto waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, it's a matter of time. Hinata felt warm in her heart. After Naruto came, she no longer panicked because Naruto was her god now. The clan elder struck the ground hard with his cane and shouted angrily, where did the yellow hair come from? How dare you come to the Hyuga clan to run wild? Naruto frowned and glanced over with his Samsara eye. In an instant, everyone at the scene felt a strong murderous aura. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan, who had seen how powerful Naruto was, immediately prepared to run away. When they were done, they did not forget to say to the people around them, I haven't been here today. Enough. Above the hall, Hyuga Hayashi roared and stood up. There was no way, if as the head of the family he didn't stand up, these clan elders might be killed by Naruto on the spot. Looking at Hinata nestled in Naruto's arms, Hyuga Hayashi said coldly, Hinata, come here. Forced by her father's majesty, Hinata left Naruto's arms, and then looked at Naruto. Naruto's eyes did not move, and he directly took Hinata's hand and pulled Hinata into his arms again. Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes slightly, which was tantamount to declaring sovereignty to his future father-in-law. Naruto looked at Hyuga Hayashi, thinking about the time he spent with his father-in-law in his previous life, which was pretty good. So he said calmly, Uncle, the Hyuga clan is a big clan after all, so we can't keep groveling like this. Wasn't the pain Kumogakure gave you last time not heavy enough? Hyuga Hayashi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he remembered something very unpleasant. Back then, the Kumo ninja invaded the Hyuga mansion and kidnapped the young Hinata. After Hayashi discovered this, he killed the Kumo ninja and saved Hinata. However, the Kingdom of Thunder demanded that the murderer's head be handed over in return. At that time, Konoha had just experienced the Third Ninja War and was even weaker than it is now. As a result, the Hyuga family had no choice but to agree. Therefore, Hyuga Hizashi, the younger brother of the branch house, became a scapegoat to help Hyuga. Hayashi took his place. For this reason, Hyuga Hayashi felt deeply guilty. Neji was on the side, and he was in a very bad mood, because he knew what Naruto was talking about, so he was firmly opposed to his sister getting married. He didn't want the tragedy to happen again. The clan elders also knew what Naruto was talking about, and their wounds were obviously exposed. They couldn't bear it and said, Naruto. Take your hands off me. This is the territory of the Hyuga clan, and it's not your turn yet, act wildly. Naruto frowned slightly and sighed, it's really annoying. Then, with a slight movement of his palm, an invisible force instantly rose. With a chirping sound, a repulsive force of heaven arose, sending several clan elders flying directly. There were a few bang bang bangs and it hit the wall. Suddenly, blood flowed from the mouths of several clan elders, Kakuzu, and they screamed. Hinata trembled in shock. Although he wanted Naruto to stand up for him, those clan elders also watched him grow up. If she was killed by Naruto, she would also feel very guilty. Naruto saw Hinata's worry and said, don't worry, I'm controlling my strength and I won't die if I don't use my full strength. Hinata felt relieved after hearing this. Hyuga Hayashi lost his composure and scolded, "Bold Naruto. How dare you act wild here in the Hyuga clan? Slapping the clan elders is tantamount to slapping the face of the Hyuga clan." There was no way, Hyuga Hayashi had to take action. Naruto gave Niji a big compliment. Niji said expressionlessly, "Then, since you don't want it, head of the family, and now that Naruto is here, what else do we have to fear?" Niji continued, "It can be seen from this that Naruto is still a ninja of Konoha, so there is no positional relationship. Moreover, the little sister really likes Naruto, and Naruto also likes Hinata. It is a match made in heaven." Hayashi saw that it was Niji who stood up, stopped his attack, and said, "Niji, do you also want to help Naruto, an outsider? Therefore, you should be glad that Hinata took the initiative to find me. If I find out that Hinata is already married, I will tell you, the Hyuga clan, that I will directly remove him from Konoha." As for the elders of the Hyuga clan, they simply pretended to be dead and did not dare to wake up at all. Hinata nodded and said worriedly, "Then please pay attention to safety." After saying that, Niji looked at Naruto. What a coercion this is. More importantly, not to mention everyone here, but also the entire Konoha and the entire ninja world, who is Naruto's opponent. Next to them, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan who fought with Naruto nodded. Niji nodded, turned around and looked at Naruto and said, "It is true that Naruto's position is unclear now, but as far as I know, Master Hokage has not issued any official explanation, saying that Naruto is a traitorous ninja, right? He has not sent any official instructions. Chasing ninjas, chasing Naruto. This chakra is so powerful." "That's right." My brother-in-law's speech won my heart. The members of the Hyuga clan present bowed down to resist and exclaimed. Niji looked at Naruto, who was once a crane, and now has become so powerful. In his heart, he even looked forward to what Naruto once said to himself in the examination room of the Chunin exam, "When I become Hokage, then come and change the fate of your Hyuga clan." At the critical moment, Ningxi stood up and said, "Wait a minute, head of the family." The members of the Hyuga clan present all sighed with emotion. The head of the family's 8 trigrams palms is really amazing. At this point, Hayashi was so angry that he smashed the table next to him with a slap. Naruto let go of Hinata, looked at her and said, "Don't worry at home, I'll go to the Kingdom of Thunder and I'll be back soon." Naruto patted Niji, looked at Hyuga Hayashi and said, "Uncle, don't worry, there is no need to worry about Kumogakure, because I will ask them to apologize soon." In addition, Niji said that he was right. The current ninja world, to be honest, even if the 5 shadows come together, it won't bother me. It even makes me unhappy. One-tailed beast Jade or Shinra Tenjin will directly destroy his entire village. As he spoke, Naruto's power of heaven was unleashed, and his whole body erupted with a repulsive force that swept across the entire place. Hyuga Hayashi frowned and said, "Ningji, what do you mean? Don't you know that Naruto is now?" A smile appeared on Niji's face. It seemed that the day when Naruto changed the Hyuga clan was not far away. As an elite among the Jonin, Hyuga Hayashi had to bow his head in the face of Naruto's pressure. One can imagine how terrifying Naruto's strength is. After comforting Hinata and telling Niji again, Naruto took off directly on the spot and ran towards the Kingdom of Clouds. Saying that, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Naruto with meaningful eyes. Naruto scratched Hinata's nose and said, "Didn't you listen to brother Niji? Who can beat me now?" Seeing Niji asking this question, Hayashi looked at his precious daughter Hinata and frowned. "Of course I don't want to. Not only am I reluctant to part with it, but what's more, I can't wait to give the Kingdom of Clouds to." On the contrary, Naruto took the initiative to help Konoha in the battle just now and collaborated with the ninjas in the village to fight against foreign enemies. Regarding this, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan may also have the same understanding. Hinata had a shy face, being sweet with Naruto in front of so many tribesmen. Niji shook his head and said, "Master, I want to ask you a question." Do you want Hinata to marry in order to appease the anger of the Kingdom of Thunder? A mere Kumo ninja must be a no-brainer for Naruto. Neji turned his back. Even though Naruto had become so strong, he still couldn't accept it when he saw him humping his sister. After taking off, Naruto quickly searched for the previously marked mark, and then flew Thunder God to the border of the Kingdom of Iron. Then he used the animal path to summon the big bird and headed straight for the Kingdom of Thunder. There is no way, this guy Reikage can't do it without visiting him in person. In the Land of Thunder, Reikage is sitting in the office. Under the hall are his secretary Mabui, his right-hand man Darui and Nozomi, Samui, Karui, and Omoi. Reikage leaned on the seat and asked, Mabui, how are our army's preparations going? Mabui held the report sheet in his hand and said, in addition to the ninjas who protect the daimyo, there are also ninjas who stay in the village, and the ninjas who are suitable for the battlefield have all been assembled. Reikage hummed, expressing satisfaction, then looked at Darui and said, Lazy, how is the integration of the troops? Darui responded, back to boss, the medical force, perception force, combat force, and logistics escort force have all been divided, and I have made arrangements for their respective captains. Reikage nodded. Darui was doing the work, he was relieved. Then, Reikage looked at Shi and said, Shi, you should lead the sensing force, so that you can ensure the safety of our Yunin people. Nozomi, yes, Lord Reikage. Karui stepped forward and said, Master Reikage, what should my master do? Omoi also worried, yes, although he has not fallen into the Akatsuki organization, that Naruto doesn't seem to be a fuel-efficient lamp now. What if he falls in love with our master's 8 tails? Sammy pressed his shoulders, which were a little sore from standing too heavy. Nozomi frowned and said, I think Mr. Killer Bee must have been bewitched, otherwise there is no way he would be willing to follow Naruto. Reikage snorted and said, he just wanted to go out to play and was unwilling to return to the village. Therefore, Naruto, that be ********D, used some means to deceive my brother, a simple be *********D, into let's go. As he said this, Reikage suddenly became furious. Darui said, then, shall we continue to put pressure on Konoha? Reikage frowned and said, what? Nozomi nodded and said, yes, Naruto can find those disguised white Zetsu in Ninetales chakra mode, and Naruto has divided a large number of clones to form one team after another with the ninjas of Konoha, and soon they will destroy those white Zetsu. Reikage shouted angrily, what? Darui sighed, even Master Kazekage's absolute defense cannot be comprehensive in the face of such an attack. It is conceivable that once it is used in the village, the entire Kumogakure and so many years of hard work will be in vain. Nozomi was surprised, and Reikage asked, what's wrong, Nozomi? If you feel it carefully, there seems to be an invisible round shield around that person, wrapping him up and resisting the attack of the defense system. Nozomi continued, I'm worried that Konoha may be respectful to us. After all, our strength is here, and we need to contribute to the formation of the ninja coalition, but Naruto may not. Maybe, he may come directly. The Kingdom of Clouds is looking for trouble, not to mention, Mr. Killer Bee is not on our side yet. If a conflict breaks out. Therefore, our idea of threatening Konoha and forcing Naruto to agree to our conditions is correct, but there is one aspect of our threat that we may have overlooked. She couldn't remember which table was broken in the office. Karui punched Omoi on the head and said, you fool, what are you talking about? No matter how powerful Naruto is, he is not as powerful as our Reikage-sama. Karui said angrily, what are you afraid of? We still have Reikage-sama here, and there are so many Jonin in Kumogakure. Can he beat us with just Naruto? Hearing this, the whole place was shocked. She opened his eyes and said, the person we are talking about may be here. Darui asked, can Naruto find these pretenders? Nozomi continued, moreover, those white ninjas will absorb the chakra of ninjas and undergo changes. Ordinary sentient ninjas have no way of detecting it. Konoha was very passive at first, because there were pretenders everywhere among ninjas, until Naruto joined the battlefield, and then he changed. Nozomi was a little worried and stepped forward and said, Master Reikage, according to the intelligence report, a few days ago, the masked man Uchiha Madara led tens of thousands of white Zetsu to attack Konoha. As a result, Naruto led Konoha to attack retreat. Mabui, there is no response yet. After Karui said this, Darui, Nozomi, and Reikage were all silent, because he had seen Naruto's little parting gift, and that gift was too terrible. It's so amazing. Karui exclaimed again, and Omoi sighed even more. Nozomi sensed it immediately, connected to the village's defense system, and through Kumogakure's barriers, he clearly sensed that a man swaggered directly into the village, ignoring the power of thunder and lightning that continued to shoot down from the sky after entering the village. Reikage nodded and said, yes, the monk can't escape the temple. He can't be found. Naruto, and I can't find his village. By the way, Mabui, we have responded to the diplomatic letter we gave to Konoha. While they were discussing, suddenly, the door of Reikage's office was pushed open, and a ninja ran over in a hurry and said, Master Reikage, it's bad, someone has invaded the village. Reikage frowned slightly. Darui watched from the side, thinking to himself, maybe my boss really can't beat Naruto. This is. Nozomi looked at Master Reikage and said, moreover, Master Reikage, from this war we can see that Naruto does care about Konoha, no matter why he left Konoha, no matter why he wanted to kill Danzo, as long as something happens to Konoha, Naruto will take action. Omoi, then, have we ever fought this? After hearing this, Reikage stood up angrily, punched the table facing him and said, I will never allow Naruto to destroy my village. Karui was surprised, is this Naruto so powerful? Mabui covered her forehead and sighed. Nozomi looked at Karui and said, if you haven't seen Naruto's strength, you may not be able to understand it. Indeed, our Kumogakure's strength can compete with Naruto, but our village, Kumogakure, simply cannot bear Naruto's strength. Attack like that. Nozomi was very confused. I also recently learned that the Hyuga clan we threatened may not obediently agree to our conditions like before, because the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, Hinata, is Naruto's favorite person. With a bang, the granite marble table was shattered into pieces. When Darui heard she say this, he immediately sighed, it's over. Reikage also gritted his teeth and was worried. High in the sky, Naruto was suspended in mid-air by Kumogakure. Reikage office, Reikage AI heard Nozomi say that Naruto might be coming, and he was angry and frightened at the same time. He really didn't expect that this guy really came. Reikage turned over, jumped over the sofa behind him, smashed the glass window with a bang, and jumped out. She followed closely. Darui thought for a moment, forget it, let's not take the stairs this time, be brutal for once. Forget it, just go here. Omoi, Darui, and Samui followed closely behind. Mabui looked at the broken glass, shook his head, then turned his head and said to the ninja reporting behind him, let the logistics department send another set of marble tables and exterior window glass. With a few whooshes, Reikage AI jumped out of the window. In a few flashes, he came directly to the center of the village. He saw Naruto standing in mid-air at a glance, and his heart suddenly stopped for a beat. Nozomi followed up, saw Naruto's posture, and was frightened and said, Master Reikage, that move is. Darui immediately drew out his big sword and said with wide eyes, is Naruto going to use that technique? Chutai led the ninjas who had already arrived here and made a wave of attack tests, but the opponent never responded and instead avoided fighting. Seeing Naruto being constantly attacked by thunder and lightning in the sky, he turned around and reported to Lord Reikage, Sir Reikage, the person here is Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha. So far, the other party has not launched any attack on our village. Naruto smiled slightly, looked at Dodai and said, Uncle Dodai, no introduction is needed, Reikage-sama is very familiar with me. Omoi pulled out the machete and shouted at Naruto, Naruto. You guy, give me my master back. Darui hissed and said, be low-key, I haven't heard from Nozomi that Naruto is very powerful. Omoyi punched him and shouted, "You coward, get out of here." Sami frowned and said, "Stop arguing, follow Master Reikage, wait for orders, and prepare to fight." Reikage looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, where is my brother?" "Here at my place, help me do something together, what's wrong?" Naruto said expressionlessly. Reikage gritted his teeth and said, "I only have one request, return my brother to me, so that Kumogakure and Konoha can continue to cooperate, and I will not hold anyone accountable, including your traitorous ninja Sasuke." Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Your brother followed me. That was his choice. Likewise, it was a choice made for the future of Kumogakure and you. You can't see the future. I won't blame you for this. However, your letter on diplomacy under Konoha has offended me." As he spoke, Naruto's majesty of heaven erupted from his body. In an instant, even the power of thunder and lightning that continued to strike were directly bounced away. For the first time, the Kumogakure ninjas present felt the power of chakra from Naruto's body. Force. What a powerful chakra this is. This pressure is simply more terrifying than when Master Killer Bee exploded. This is the power of Konoha Jinchuriki. Come down and fight if you can. Don't use the Rinnegan, Naruto. You are relying on the eyes of a sage. How can you be so proud? If you can really defeat me, I will admire you. Reikage laughed loudly and patted his chest and said, "Okay. I, Reikage, swear that as long as you don't use the Reincarnation Eye and fight me, if I lose, whatever you say, as long as it does not go against the interests of the village, I will promise you." Even Lord Reikage was helpless towards him. "Grandma's ones are full of nasty yellow hair," said. Naruto slowly descended. Reikage AI looked at Naruto and said, "You really plan to fight with me hand to hand?" Naruto said seriously, "It's a deal." As the #1 military power in the ninja world after the Third World War, Kumogakure has always been the overlord of the ninja world. From the many Jonin and Chunin present today, we can see that the backbone of the village is very strong, which is why the reason why Konoha compromised before was because Hyuga Hisashi of the Hyuga clan was sacrificed. What? Dodai looked at Naruto in shock, "This guy is so powerful." Naruto smiled and said, "You said it, if you lose the fight, please convince me." Todai said in surprise, "Master Reikage, this is not good. The number of enemies is unknown. What if someone comes in while I am fighting you?" Nozomi had already told Reikage AI, and Reikage AI also knew the purpose of Naruto's coming here, so Reikage AI shouted, "It was you who offended me first and took my brother away, so I made corresponding diplomacy measures." Reikage saw that the ninjas in the village were full of blood, and instantly his fighting consciousness came back to him, and he glared at Naruto angrily. Killer Bee is gone, and now the village's highest combat power is only Reikage. Follow Reikage-sama to the death. Naruto said with a smile, "You like melee combat, right? It just so happens that I have the same intention. Let's see which one is stronger, the physical strength of Nine Tails transformation or the physical activity of lightning-style breathing method." After saying that, Reikage looked at Naruto with resentful eyes and said, "He doesn't have to be so flashy at all. If he uses the Rinnegan, the current Kumogakure village is already in ruins, and no defense can stop it. Konoha is not strong enough. Strong, as perverted as possible." Reikage AI saw Naruto's disdainful eyes, and for a moment, he seemed to see the fourth generation looking at him so calmly back then. But today, for the first time, the Yunin people felt a kind of oppression from strength, which was so shocking. As he said that, Todai looked at the village's biggest supporter, Reikage. Naruto smiled disdainfully and said lightly, "Reikage AI, you have always been so brave. I know that you, Naruto, are powerful and can destroy my village in an instant, but I tell you, as long as you dare to invade the Cloud Village today, I will take people to Konoha tomorrow and leave you without a home." Reikage shouted, "Go if you are told, where does all this nonsense come from?" Reikage AI, I spit and nail. Aren't you only 16 years old? Reikage AI said angrily. Hearing Reikage's domineering declaration, the Kumogakure were instantly full of blood, and their aura, frightened by Naruto's coercion, suddenly rose again. Those who invade my village will be punished no matter how far away they are. Long live Reikage-sama. With that said, Reikage looked at Dodai and said, Dodai, go and shut down the village's defenses. I want a decisive battle with Naruto. No. This is the power of the Samsara Eye. He hasn't used the power of 9 tails yet. Chutai felt Naruto's oppression, and his heart was full of shock. He had heard about this Naruto for a long time, but he didn't expect that he could be so strong. I didn't know. Swear to protect the village to the death. As soon as the Reikage gave the order, Dodai executed it and the Kumogakure defense was closed. The lightning above Naruto's head stopped striking down. Reikage AI said, I have also disabled your defenses. You don't need to activate the defenses of your Samsara Eye anymore, and you are not allowed to use the other abilities of your Samsara Eye anymore. Naruto said, no problem. As he said that, Naruto took off his coat, then looked at the Reikage and said, tell me, how do we fight? The Reikage looked at Naruto and said, come with me, there is a training platform outside the village, it will be convenient for us to fight there. As he spoke, the Reikage rushed forward. Naruto didn't use his Rinnegan and ran behind the Reikage. Reikage AI looked at Naruto and said, boy, when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, you are really the best. Even Sasuke, the tiger from your village, dared to fight me only when he used the Susanoo Rinnegan. Otherwise, throw my bomb and send him straight to the sky. Naruto said, oh, and then remembered what the Reikage said when he intercepted him in his previous life. He said, isn't there another guy called Yellow Flash who fought against you? As if his scars were exposed, Reikage said awkwardly, the 4th Hokage is just fast. I can't catch him. Otherwise, if we fight head-on, he will definitely not be my opponent. Naruto pretended to be surprised and said, Master Reikage, isn't your speed something you've always been proud of? Reikage glared and said, do you know how to chat? If not, shut up. With that said, Reikage AI activated his cells out of anger and quickly ran forward, leaving Naruto behind by several large bodies. Naruto smiled slightly and said, you want to compete with me in speed just because you're angry? Kurama, stop sleeping and get to work. Naruto shouted in his heart, and instantly, 9 tails turned into chakra and possessed him. In an instant, he put on 9 tails chakra outer garment, changed into Golden Ming mode, and rushed forward. Shi, Darui, and others who were following behind were all stunned. Darui, the boss has sped up. Shi, I guess he's trying to compete with Naruto in speed, to give him a warning. I don't know what Naruto is thinking. Fighting with the boss, the boss's physical fitness is so good that no one dares to say he's the best in the ninja world. Second. At this speed. Damn. What the hell is that? Shi's eyes widened, and Dodai said in shock, this is simply Konoha's yellow flash. Soon, Reikage arrived at the training ground. When he landed, he smiled slightly and looked back confidently. As a result, he saw a yellow flash falling about 10 meters in front of him. Reikage-sama, the place you're talking about is right here. It turns out that the place where Reikage AI brought Naruto was the place where Killer Bee had practiced before, Yunlei Gorge. Reikage lost all his pride and looked at the guy in front of him with gritted teeth. He was so annoying. Someone else could catch up with the speed he was so proud of. Thinking about Naruto's possible moves, Reikage AI looked at Naruto and said, oh, I forgot to add one more thing. You are not allowed to use Flying Thunder God. Naruto stretched his muscles, threw his coat aside and said, okay, I don't plan to use Flying Thunder God anyway, I just want to use you as an experiment to see how strong my body is now. How shameless. Reikage cells activated to the highest level, he ripped off his shirt, exposing his chest muscles, and his hair stood up. Naruto said helplessly, "Hey, hey, hey, why are you taking off your clothes all of a sudden when we were just talking nicely?" Reikage AI stopped talking and stepped forward, the rocks on the spot shattered, and he punched. Boom boom boom. The friction between the body flying at high speed and the air produced a huge air cannon sound, and even a layer of air cloud rose behind the Reikage. It can be imagined how fast the Reikage was. How strong the body is at high speed. Naruto was ready for battle, not dodging at all, his eyes opened angrily, an orange eye shadow appeared. Sage Mode. In the sealed place, Nine Tails snorted, feeling very unhappy. Under Sage Mode, he has extraordinary sensitivity and passivity to every move of the enemy. Faced with Reikage's heavy punch, Naruto saw it accurately, then transformed his right hand into Nine Tails chakra, directly enlarged it, and then raised it to hit hard. With a bang, Reikage's heavy punch hit Naruto's Nine Tails palm, and the collision created a powerful wave of air that swept around, causing Shi, Darui, Todai and others who had just arrived here to rush. Low stature. What a confrontation. That guy Naruto actually withstood Reikage-sama's punch. Darui was very excited watching the battle in the field, because he was also the kind of person who tended to practice physical strength. For this kind of pure physical bombardment, watching it was particularly exciting. Naruto gritted his teeth and said, "It's so powerful." Reikage snorted coldly, "This is the beginning, boy." With that said, Darui jumped up and flew into the air. Darui smiled and said, "The boss is going to use heavy violent flow." Sure enough, Reikage took advantage of the high altitude of the jump, directly raised his left foot, charged up the force, and then kicked it down fiercely. Elation Wrath Thunder Axe. A heavy kick with heavy force kicked him down directly. Although Reikage is very fast, Naruto in Nine Tails mode can even surpass the Flying Thunder God within a certain distance, let alone avoid Reikage's attack speed. However, Naruto didn't even try to hide, he was very excited and shouted, "Well done." The hands directly transformed into Nine Tails, became larger, and then crossed over the head to block the situation. Seeing Naruto like this, Reikage AI obviously despised himself and shouted angrily, "Die to me." With a bang, a heavy kick hit Naruto's hands firmly. Naruto groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His entire feet were directly sunk into the ground, and the ground under his feet was directly crushed. It was so dry that it fell apart over a large area. It's so fun, so fun. This fight is so fun. Naruto roared angrily, opened his hands upward, and flew Reikage directly. After that, after wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, you can see that Naruto's hands also have severe bruises from the impact. Omoi was surprised and said, "You are not even dead." Darui exclaimed, "Naruto is so awesome." Sami also agreed, being able to resist Reikage-sama's two ultimate moves at such a close distance, your physical strength is comparable to Reikage-sama. Darui laughed on the side and said, "If you continue to be beaten like this, if Naruto really doesn't need the Rinnegan, he may die." Nozomi was always paying attention to the scene and found that Naruto was obviously injured after resisting. The blood at the corner of his mouth and the bruises on his arms were the best proof. Nozomi was happy because Master Reikage's attack was effective, but soon, he stopped laughing. "That's right," she said in surprise. Darui asked, "What's wrong, did you find anything?" Nozomi sensed the scene and was shocked. Naruto is recovering quickly from the damage he suffered due to Reikage-sama's attack. How is that possible? Everyone present almost said in unison. Nozomi expressed her seriousness, her eyes fixed on Naruto's arms, and the bruises were visibly eliminated. This guy can actually heal himself quickly. Todai was well informed and said calmly, "This may have something to do with the Nine Tails chakra. You know, Master Killer Bee healed very quickly after being injured." In the middle of the field, Naruto twisted his shoulders, looked at Reikage in front of him, smiled evilly and said, "It's my turn to perform." Reikage was secretly surprised, this Naruto is much more powerful than Sasuke. Thinking about the 5 Kage conference, when I fought Sasuke, basically 2 big moves were used, and Sasuke was already half dead. In the end, Gaara took action and saved Sasuke, so I didn't succeed. Looking at the Naruto in front of him, he is completely carrying it on his own. This guy is really using himself as a whetstone. Reikage was extremely angry and prepared to challenge. Naruto yelled, and the 9 tails chakra behind him transformed into 4 huge 9 tails-shaped grasping hands, and rushed towards Reikage. Grabbing once, grabbing twice, Reikage dodged back and forth and sneered, "Naruto brat, even at this speed, you want to catch me." Naruto smiled slightly, grabbed the 2 huge 9 tails-shaped hand and grabbed the ground fiercely, and then quickly pulled the whole person forward. Naruto jumped into the air, and the other 2 9 tails-shaped hand held up in mid-air instantly. He made a fist, and then struck Reikage in mid-air with lightning speed. With a bang, Reikage was blown away like a dunked badminton, and like a missile, it was shot into the lake of Yunlei Gorge. There was a pop, and a huge wave of water splashed on the lake due to the impact. Nozomi was shocked and said, "Reikage-sama was blown away." Darui frowned a little and said, "That's not good." Naruto propped up his 4 claws, then jumped up suddenly, soared into the air, and then began to quickly form seals. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of high-speed rotating wind resounded throughout the entire scene. Dodai looked at the jutsu that Naruto was condensing and said in surprise, "Is that a jutsu similar to the tailed beast Jade?" Nozomi was shocked and said, "No, it's the wind release and spiral shuriken that restrain lightning style." Darui looked at Reikage who had not yet appeared in the lake, and shouted loudly, "Boss, be careful." Omoi was even ready to rush down, but was held back by Karui. "What are you doing, looking for death? We can't watch Reikage-sama being beaten." Sami spoke up, "No nonsense," Lord Reikage said, "this is a duel between him and Naruto, no one else is allowed to interfere." Hearing this, Omoi angrily punched Karui. In the lake, Reikage, who had been hammered into the bottom of the lake, erupted directly. The huge lightning-style chakra acted recklessly, forcing back the water flow directly in the center of the lake, blasting out a clearing. Reikage roared crazily, "Aw, Naruto, you kid, I'm going to kill you." As soon as he finished shouting, he heard a buzzing sound coming through the air quickly. Wind release, spiral shuriken. With a chirping sound, the spiral shuriken attacked directly, and it was connected to the hand of 9 tails chakra, rushing towards it. Chutai frowned a little, "Can't I get rid of this wind escape?" Nozomi reported based on the information he learned, it should be possible to get rid of it. "I guess Naruto wants to be more secure." Reikage looked at the fast-running Fong Dun, raised his brows, and looked at him with disdain. When Fong Dun slashed at him, he dodged to the side, then stepped on with force, directly possessed by the lightning-style armor, jumped up and attacked Naruto. "Boy, with your speed, go home and practice for 2.5 years before you come back to fight me." Immediately afterwards, Naruto flew over and quickly caught the spinning Raisin Shuriken with the 9 tails chakra in his right hand, then smiled evilly and said, "With this distance, Reikage-sama, you can't run away." Reikage's physical fitness is strong, and the powerful wind escape just left only a dozen cutting marks on his body. However, being beaten to the point of losing his temper is also very helpless, not to mention that Reikage is so proud. Darui exclaimed, "What a powerful force of wind escape this is. This consumption can also consume yourself to death." Darui realized something was wrong and directly made a seal, Earth-style, Earth Current Shield. How to fight this? The seal on the Earth platform is, Lava-style, Humobi. Immediately afterwards, the wind release spiral shuriken exploded directly, and a huge wind release ball appeared on the scene. The wind roared suddenly, and countless wind powers were like countless machetes, cutting the scene, making a chirping sound. It's all cracked earth and splashing water. In the lake in the field, gurgling water surged up. Then, Reikage emerged from the water in an awkward manner, half crouching on the water, panting. Karui was also surprised. Reikage-sama is so powerful in physical skills. He can actually attach the lightning-style chakra to both palms, friction with the air at high speed, and when the palms of the hands are united, a pressure air cannon is generated to move laterally. Reikage AI in mid-air felt that the wind-release spiral shuriken behind him was approaching. He did not panic, but directly used lightning style in mid-air, combined his palms at high speed, fired an air cannon, relayed it, and moved directly sideways. Reikage knew that the amount of chakra required for the powerful wind release just now must be very large. After using it, it is impossible for Naruto to be like this without any problems at all. After the huge wind wave subsided, everyone poked their heads out. I saw Naruto in the air having already formed a seal, and with a bang, 2 shadow clones appeared in the air, then took the Nine Tails hand behind Naruto and swung it forward with all his strength. At a distance of 5 or 6 meters, Reikage in mid-air had no time to make any lateral movement again. He was directly slashed by the Rasen Shuriken, and then with a buzz, he was driven into the lake again. She gritted his teeth and said, "What a cunning guy." As he spoke, the Nine Tails chakra hand contracted directly, then changed its direction and reflected it directly towards Reikage. Tudai sprayed out an elastic protective film from his mouth, which reinforced Darui's earth-style wall. He looked at everyone and said, "Don't worry, Reikage-sama's physical strength is not that fragile, at least he can withstand it." Seeing that he was going to lose if this continued, Reikage AI started to have evil thoughts. Omoi was immediately overjoyed and said, "Well done, Mr. Reikage. Ha ha ha, let's see what Naruto does. Beat yourself." Darui smiled evilly and said, "Don't forget, the boss's physical skills are also among the best in the ninja world." Nozomi said worriedly, "Master Reikage." Reikage snorted and said, "It's a pity that my brother is not here, otherwise, you would only be strong with Nine Tails chakra." Dodai exclaimed, "Naruto predicted Lord Reikage's speed. He was prepared to do this from the beginning." It was really impressive to be able to praise such a proud Reikage. Naruto smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. Can resist, but also unlimited blue." An earth-style wall was propped up in front of everyone, but as soon as they stood up, a large piece was cut off. Darui said seriously, "This guy is really good at combat analysis." Naruto smiled slightly and said calmly, "I know, the uncle named Reikage is very fast. Wind done overcomes lightning style, this is a matter of attribute confrontation." Reikage AI stood up, looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, you are indeed very strong." Reikage looked at Naruto with a faint smile and thought, "Kid, what should I do with you now?" Naruto fell from mid-air and landed in front of the water more than 10 meters away from Reikage. Looking at Uncle Reikage, Naruto smiled and said, "How about it, Lord Reikage?" Furthermore, as Reikage is a combat type, he discovered it as soon as he hit it with his 2 ultimate moves, and Naruto recovered very quickly. With a chirp, the wind-release spiral shuriken was completely accelerated by Naruto and was thrown out. Hearing Reikage AI's complaint, Naruto said helplessly, "Then tell me how to defeat you so that you will be convinced." When Reikage heard this, Naruto, a stupid young man, was indeed fooled. He snorted coldly and said, "Unless you don't use Nine Tails chakra and rely on your own skills to fight me, I will convince you." Naruto snorted silently, then waved his hands and said, Okay, I'll satisfy you." With that said, Naruto removed Nine Tails chakra mode. In the distance, Darui smiled and said, "Oh, is the Nine Tails chakra gone?" Nozomi sensed the situation and said, "No, it was Naruto who evacuated on his own initiative." Chutai frowned slightly, what was going on? Here, Reikage saw that Naruto had actually removed the Nine Tails chakra mode, and he could not suppress his excitement. However, he did not show it, but acted very righteously. "Naruto, let me tell you, I am not trying to win. Originally, the chakra power of tailed beasts does not belong to humans. If you use it, it is no different from cheating. Only between us, practicing ninjutsu with pure self, this is the real head-to-head confrontation, the real showdown. In such a showdown, the loser will be convinced, and the winner will be fair and aboveboard. After saying that, Reikage still looked arrogant. Naruto nodded and said, yes, everything you said is right. I promise you, I won't use Nine Tails chakra, but you must also promise me one thing. Reikage AI smiled and said, you tell me. Naruto pointed at him and said, if I can still defeat you without using the Rinnegan or Nine Tails chakra mode, you must remember your promise, you must agree to my request, and you must Konoha apologizes. Reikage AI waved his hand cheerfully and said, Reikage AI, do what I say. Likewise, if you lose, let me handle it, how about it? Naruto smiled, no problem. Then, Naruto signaled, wait a minute, I'll call a notary. So, Naruto waved and shouted loudly, Uncle Tutai, come here. When Tutai heard that he was called over there, although he was very confused, he still passed by. After hearing what Naruto said, Dodai looked at Reikage-sama, and saw Reikage AI was very unhappy and said, Naruto, what do you mean, I am the kind of person who breaks a contract? Naruto smiled helplessly and said, I'm sorry, Reikage-sama, Kyomogakure has done a lot of tricks in the past few years. With that said, Naruto pulled out 2 scrolls, wrote the agreed content directly on them, and then attached his chakra signature. Then, he handed them to Uncle Dodai and said, sorry for the trouble. Uncle Dodai took it, handed it to Mr. Reikage, and said, Sir Reikage, will we do this? Reikage AI glared at Tutai, then took the scroll and directly attached his chakra signature. In this way, the agreement came into effect, and each person had 1 copy. Dodai sighed, then took the scroll handed to him by Reikage, then glanced at Naruto and backed away. Returning to Darui, she asked, what's wrong? Look what you are signing. Looking at Reikage's move, Naruto laughed to himself and said, it seems that saving so much chakra is a bit wasted. Reikage AI snorted, the lightning-style chakra exploded, the cells were fully activated, and the lightning-style armor was put on again. Afterwards, Naruto formed a seal, and with a bang, a shadow clone appeared and started rolling balls. Dodai frowned slightly. He always felt that Naruto was not that simple, and there was always some worry in his heart. It had appeared since he just signed the contract, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Then, Reikage stretched out his right arm, and the chakra began to condense. Faced with the thrust, he dodged it. Reikage AI was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Naruto could react so quickly without the Nine Tails transformation mode. Just as he was about to turn around and attack again, Naruto had already started to counterattack. With a bang, Reikage AI's stabbing direction was directly changed, and Reikage AI penetrated him directly. His right arm penetrated his chest, and blood immediately spattered everywhere. As a confidant of Third Reikage, Dodai could see at a glance the ninjutsu Reikage AI was about to perform. Looking at AI's outstretched finger, it turned out to be one. From a distance, Darui looked at Naruto, shook his head and said, hey, I hope Lord Reikage won't kill Naruto to death, otherwise it will be difficult for Konoha to explain. Tutai was surprised and said, it's the Hell's Thrust Thorn, Shirban Konsho. I understand, the wound on Master Third Reikage's chest, I understand, I finally understand. Outside the court, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Of course, every time the number of fingers decreases, the difficulty of cultivation goes up to a higher level. It seems that Reikage-sama has been working hard in private. In the field, Reikage AI's hell thrust was almost hitting Naruto's face. At this time, Naruto moved. Under the hands of the frog team in Sage mode, Naruto in this state has a wide range of danger perception and fast speed. The Tutai handed it to him and said, see for yourself. Tudai looked at the young man in the field. He was really curious about what this Naruto was doing and why he dared to make such a bet. There was silence for a minute in the field. Reikage AI had recovered and the chakra was condensed again. He looked at Naruto and said coldly, kid, I won't hold back in the next battle, so be prepared, life or death is your own choice, no matter if you have the scroll just now, at least I will beat you to death, and that guy Tsunade has no way to find me. Nozomi sensed the scene and said in surprise, Reikage-sama is going to use that Hell Thrust, a consistent hand. Naruto didn't speak and still had his eyes closed. Reikage AI heard Naruto saying that saving so much chakra was a waste, and thought he was talking about him. He immediately said angrily, Naruto, after being shocked by your little gift in the Iron Kingdom, I returned to the village. Except for meetings, I have been training just to cultivate this powerful ninjutsu. Today, I am going to let you see what it means to cut off everything. In addition, reducing the number of fingers used will make this technique more evolved. Because reducing the number of fingers used, the contact area will become smaller, so the force can hit harder and produce amazing penetrating force, which is why it is called the strongest spear. It can be seen that 4th Reikage AI practiced hard in order to practice his father's technique. You know, Hell Thrust is a lightning-style ninjutsu developed by 3rd Reikage. The thrust is like an electric shock and can penetrate any defense. Aim at 4th Reikage AI's arm and hit him with a Rasengan. Naruto Rasengan was ready, and the shadow clone withdrew, concentrating on the attacking Reikage AI. Darui also took it and looked at it, and immediately shook his head and said, this is equivalent to cutting off his left and right hands and fighting Master Reikage. In the field, Naruto opened his eyes, the orange eye shadow became more intense, and the accumulation of natural power had reached its peak. Omoi and Karui also came over. After a few seconds, Karui touched his chin and said, why do you feel that Mr. Reikage is a bit of a bully? With that said, Reikage moved directly, and with a hiss, he attacked quickly, raised his right arm, and stabbed with one finger, as if to break everything. Even the air was cut open, making a buzzing sound. Omoi punched Karui and said, Naruto deserves this. Who told him to cheat our master? Nozomi sensed the scene and said puzzledly, that's an ordinary Rasengan. Naruto, this is. Nozomi took it and looked at it intently. After a few seconds, he was surprised and said, Naruto is crazy. Especially Tsutai, he seemed to have thought of something and recalled something. Reikage's most proud lightning-style armor was penetrated by the secret technique he practiced, Hell's Hands. He stared blankly at his chest with blood gushing out, a little unbelievable. This guy Naruto actually used his spear to attack his shield. So vicious, this kid. Seeing that Reikage was injured, Nozomi suddenly shouted worriedly, Master Reikage. Then he jumped out in an instant, followed closely by Darui. Tsutai also came with him, followed closely by Karui, Omoi, and Samui. Nozomi came to Mr. Reikage and looked at the wound. It was too deep, and the penetrating ability of the Hell's Hand was too strong, and the thrust was too powerful. The internal organs were probably seriously damaged. In other words, at this time, Reikage-sama will definitely die if he dares to continue fighting. Master Reikage, don't move, I'll treat you. Saying that, Nozomi immediately activated the medical ninjutsu, the green chakra technique emerged, and placed his hands on Master Reikage's wound. Darui drew out his sword, alerted Naruto, and shouted, where are the Reikage guards? Karui, Omoi, and Samui lined up in front, and in the distance, the Jonin escort formation summoned by Darui also entered the scene to wait. Captain, we are here. Captain, you have to fight. Swear to protect Reikage-sama to the death. Naruto saw this posture, looked at Reikage and smiled slightly, how about it, Uncle Reikage? Reikage gritted his teeth and felt the condition of his body. He knew that even if he spoke harshly and forced the fight, with Naruto's current strength, even if he didn't use the Rinnegan and Ninetales chakra mode, he would definitely lose. The proud Reikage was very entangled because he was unwilling to face the result. Darui seemed to have taken a fancy to the boss's scruples, drew his knife and pointed it at Naruto. Boss, as a Reikage, as a Kumogakure, there are some things that you have dignity, if you don't want to admit, speak up as soon as possible, we will support you. Hearing the captain's speech, other Jonin guards also supported him. Reikage gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to think. Chutai looked at the scroll in his hand and hesitated, not knowing what to say. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he said seriously, "Uncle Reikage, it seems that you are planning to break the contract." As he spoke, Naruto's power of heaven reappeared, and the Shinra Tensei turned into repulsive force, spurting out from his body and filling the entire scene, directly forcing the group of people who were guarding Naruto back several steps. This chakra. Too strong. Hold on, everyone. Naruto used a cold tone and looked at the people present indifferently and said, "To be honest, I am willing to make an agreement with you because I look up to you. If it makes me unhappy, I don't mind tying up your village." Master Todai is right, in a duel, there is a loser and a winner. Seeing this, Nagato smiled slightly and said, "Junior brother, what kind of airplane are you doing again?" There was a buzz, and Yuin, Killer Bee, who was still teaching, suddenly felt that the flying thunder god mark on his body was a little hot, and then he disappeared in an instant, leaving behind the confused students. Reikage endured the pain, looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I promise you, as long as it does not harm the interests of the village, I can agree to your request, but I also have a request, I want to see you." Reikage AI endured the pain, pushed away Nozomi's treatment, came to Naruto and said, "Naruto, Reikage AI, lost." Nozomi said in surprise, "Master Reikage." As soon as Reikage said these words, the surrounding Kumogakure ninjas seemed to have lost some faith. Then he exclaimed, "Everyone from the medical class, come here." The Kumogakure people present were talking a lot, because Lord Reikage is their spiritual totem and the symbol of Kumogakure. For them, Reikage's loss is Kumogakure's loss. As ninjas, they can't accept it. Looking at the silent Kumogakure members who clenched their fists, Dodai sighed and said, "This is the duel agreed between Reikage-sama and Naruto. We Kumogakure never do anything to take advantage of others' danger, win magnanimously, and lose beautifully." Cloud Hidden, Killer Bee appeared at the scene, looked around blankly and said, "It looks so familiar." Naruto nodded and said, "No problem. Yes, we, Yunin, can afford to lose. The invincible Reikage-sama actually lost to such a Konoha brat." Saying that, he formed a seal to summon. When Reikage heard Naruto's harsh words, he opened his eyes instantly, and then pulled out the arm that had been stabbed into his chest, and blood suddenly spurted out. Dodai looked at Reikage and expressed his stance. This group of people were still applying to fight. Looking at Naruto's demeanor, he felt that he had to stand up. Otherwise, when Naruto broke out, there would really be no discussion. Reikage-sama surrenders. How come? I don't accept it, I want to challenge Naruto. Today we can afford to lose, and tomorrow we can afford to win, manly men, fellow Yunin people, you don't have any awareness at all. Naruto looked at this group of ninjas and felt very touched in his heart. After all, a united village is what Naruto has always advocated. If you lose today, it doesn't mean you won't win back in the future. That's right, let's go together. Reikage AI gave Todai a look of praise, which obviously helped him save some face and situation. Seeing that everyone was temporarily quiet when facing his lecture, Dodai continued, "You think you are all powerful, you are more powerful than Reikage-sama, you can beat Naruto. Get out of here, what are you doing? Didn't you hear Mr. Reikage say that?" Darui gritted his teeth. He was the one present who had seen how powerful Naruto was. He knew that once Reikage broke the contract, none of these people would be enough for Naruto to kill. She hurried over and organized a medical class to treat Mr. Reikage together. He personally started the surgical stitching treatment for Mr. Reikage. "I want it too. I want to fight for the dignity of the village." Hearing Tutai say this, everyone's thinking suddenly began to change. Seeing their master appear, Omoi and Karui rushed over. "Master! Woohoo, you finally showed up. Master, we thought we would never see you again." Omoi and Karui burst into tears. Killer Bee touched the heads of the two people and laughed loudly, Okay, I just went out to play for a while, why do you miss yourselves like this? The shark behind Killer Bee purred a few times and let out dissatisfaction. It felt as if someone was trying to steal its master from it. Reikage looked at Killer Bee and was furious. He yelled angrily, "You idiot! You be ********D, come to me quickly." Killer Bee suddenly trembled when he heard his big brother's roar. There was nothing he could do about it. The fear from his heart was engraved in his muscle memory. Reikage clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want to say it a second time, or I will punish you with my iron claws." Killer Bee swallowed. Nozomi hurriedly expressed concern, "Master Reikage, please calm down and don't be too up and down. The newly stitched wound will burst open." After instructing Reikage, he immediately scolded, "Medical class, increase the healing and release of chakra." "Yes. Yes." Killer Bee heard this and looked at Reikage AI, a little surprised. He left Omoi and Karui who were relying on him, walked to Reikage, and asked with concern, "Hey, brother, what's the matter with your injury? Who can break through your lightning-style armor?" Reikage AI snorted and said, "I'm not your good friend yet." Killer Bee. Darui stepped forward and said, "Master Bai, you are the boss who was hurt by Naruto." Killer Bee looked at Naruto in shock and exclaimed, "Hey, Naruto-kun, I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. You can even break through my brother's lightning-style armor. How awesome!" While sighing, I did not forget to rhyme. Darui. Hope. Reikage frowned, covered his chest with one hand, and said sadly, My heart hurts a little, please give me some treatment." Naruto smiled awkwardly and said, "It's not me who's more powerful, it's your elder brother Reikage AI. I just grasped the weakness." Dodai looked at Naruto with great appreciation. He finally understood what happened to the wound on Third Reikage's chest, and finally understood why Lord Third Generation was unwilling to reveal the details to them. Reikage couldn't stand listening, and said angrily, "Baga Yalu, you be ********D, you actually help people from other villages and consume the village's things together. You are still my brother, you are still the Jinchuriki of Kyomogakure, and you are still the ninja of Kyomogakure well." Naruto looked at Killer Bee very happily and said, "Do you know where it is?" Dodai took a deep breath, and in a daze, he remembered another genius of Konoha, the former Fourth Generation. Killer Bee was stunned for a moment, then took the scroll from Uncle Dodai's hand and looked at it, and then said very puzzledly, "What's wrong, brother, do you mean to choose Naruto to bulldoze the hidden cloud village?" But during that period, Yunin collected a lot of secret techniques. Killer Bee nodded repeatedly and said, "I know, I used to go there often. You tell my big brother and I will take you there." When Killer Bee heard this, he immediately said excitedly, "I know where to find it. We have many secret books in Yunin village. They were all collected before and are hidden in an attic in the village." Killer Bee opened his mouth to explain, "Brother, I know you may not believe what I told you, but Naruto did let me see the future, and that future was so terrifying. It was also because Hachi was in my body, I just had the chance to see it. You don't have that chakra, so you can't see it." Having said this, Killer Bee shook his head. After listening to Naruto's words, Todai did not refute, because he also knew something about Jinchuriki. Then, Killer Bee looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, what are you going to ask of my big brother?" But Kyomogakure didn't get a roll of his eyes either. "But if you want to believe it, I can tell you everything. It hurts so much." Chutai froze on the spot, unable to speak to himself for a long time. In a daze, he also covered his heart. Naruto rolled his eyes at Reikage AI and said, "Uncle Reikage, don't you know that Jinchuriki is not affected by Genjutsu? Besides, if the Rinnegan can control your brother, it will be complete control and there will be no autonomy at all. Conscious. Because after the Third Ninja War, Kyomogakure went everywhere to collect power. For example, why Hyuga Hizashi died? It was because Kyomogakure wanted to collect the Byakugan and took Hinata away. Then the Kyomogakure ninja was killed. Reikage was so angry that he forced his hand. The murderer was found, and Hisashi died. Reikage AI said disdainfully, "Don't talk to me about the future. Not long ago, a crazy masked man told me about the Eye of the Moon and the Sage of Six Paths." Reikage AI was slightly startled. How come his younger brother, like Naruto, also talked about the future? For Killer Bee's sake, Naruto said sheepishly, "I can't help it. Your elder brother made a bet with me. If I don't convince him, he won't agree to my request." Reikage AI covered his heart again, and instantly felt that this brother should not stay for a long time. When Killer Bee heard about the bet, he immediately became interested. Here, Dodai stepped forward, took out the scroll, and told Killer Bee about the duel between Naruto and Reikage AI just now. "There are so many magicians these days that I can't even tell them apart. At such a young age, Naruto is able to use intelligence, analyze his opponent's data, and make corresponding battle decisions. What a genius." Saying that, Killer Bee looked at Naruto, who nodded without objection. Naruto said without hesitation, "As you know, I just formed a group of people. The teaching content of this group of people is definitely not enough. Therefore, I have long wanted to collect the training secrets of the major ninja villages." At first glance, this Naruto looks a bit like fourth generation. Killer Bee frowned slightly when he saw the uncomfortable look on his eldest brother's face. Then he blamed Naruto and said, "Naruto, are you too harsh? Look at my eldest brother's discomfort. I just want to say, Naruto, if the idea just now is really related to the interests of the village, I don't agree." When Naruto heard it, it was indeed the case. After listening, Killer Bee looked at Reikage AI and said, "Brother, you are not unjust in losing. Naruto's Rinnegan and Nine Tails mode are useless, you." Killer Bee heard his brother's golden triple roar and questioned, and said nonchalantly, "Oh, anyway, the strongest ninjas are all ninjas in the ninja world. It doesn't matter. In the future, they will all fight together, and there will be no distinction between them." Then, Reikage AI looked at Naruto and said, "Kid, what kind of medicine did you give my brother, or in other words, what kind of genjutsu did you use on my brother with the Rinnegan?" According to rumors, the wound on third generation's chest was left while fighting Eight Tails. Many people speculated that it might have been injured by Eight Tails. Now it seems that it should be that third generation accidentally fell down after fighting until the end. Next, his thrust pierced his chest, so he was embarrassed to tell his subordinates. Reikage AI heard Killer Bee's speech, and her hands were shaking with anger. Unfaithful brother. Nozomi hurriedly treated her and sighed. Luckily she sewed it up quickly, otherwise Reikage-sama's wound would have broken open and cracked again. Naruto looked at Reikage very calmly and said, "Uncle Reikage, my condition is very simple. I want the building where the secret technique is hidden in your cloud-hidden village. Also, I hope you can show the Book of Diplomacy and reconcile with Konoha, form a ninja joint army as soon as possible. After all, compared to me, the masked man is the hidden danger to the entire ninja world." Reikage said angrily, My brother has been brainwashed by you now, why should I fight or protect?" Naruto frowned and said, "Let me put it bluntly, is Killer Bee no safer with me than in your village?" After hearing what Naruto said, everyone present was somewhat silent. Naruto no longer cared about Killer Bee's face, and looked at everyone present with great disdain and said, "Just the masked man, with those armies, fortunately it is Konoha that is attacking. If it were Kumogakure, do you think you can stop it? Just a disguised mutated white Zetsu can drive you crazy." Nozomi gritted his teeth. As the head of Kumogakure's perception department, he did not refute what Naruto said, because it was true. Kumogakure's spies reported to Konoha that they could not detect the mutated white Zetsu at all. This is a terrible thing. Baiju has become one of his own, and the defensive array cannot detect it at all, nor can the sensing ninja detect it. There was always an assassination attempt at night, and the security forces didn't know who to arrest. Over time, the entire village will fall into a kind of white terror. No matter how powerful you are, your combat effectiveness will decline rapidly. Therefore, Nozomi is very clear that why Konoha won and blocked the masked man's attack was purely because of Naruto's help. In other words, once the ninja coalition is formed, Naruto's power will be indispensable against White Zetsu. Seeing everyone's silence, Naruto continued, the masked man's purpose is very simple, which is to get 9 tails and 8 tails, which is me and Killer Bee. However, your Kumogakure's power is indeed the best in the ninja world, but in front of me, it is simply not enough. I don't even need the Rinnegan, just a tailed beast jade, I can blow up all of you Kumogakure. Killer Bee listened and nodded in agreement. He is very clear about the power of tailed beast jade. Omoi was very depressed and muttered in his heart, Master, are you stupid? People are talking about bombing our village. Why are you nodding? Seeing that these people were silent, Naruto sighed and said, when I say this, I don't look down on you, nor do I show how powerful I am. I just explain a fact to you very seriously. If it weren't for Uncle Killer Bee's sake, I wouldn't even bother to make this agreement with you, and just imitate you Yunin, who has big fists to talk, and just grab it, what could you do? Darui drew his knife and said angrily, Naruto, don't go too far. Omoi shouted coldly, Humph, no matter how powerful you are still an unreasonable person and will eventually be defeated, isn't that master? Killer Bee made a sound and asked in confusion, what else is there about me? Omoi. Naruto looked at Reikage AI and said, Uncle Reikage, you know in your heart that Killer Bee is not safe at all under your protection. Even if you send him to a small island with barriers, suddenly, the masked man will still be there. I'll find Killer Bee after I kill you all. Reikage's eyes narrowed and he was very shocked and said, you actually know that island? Then, looking at Killer Bee said very innocently, I haven't told Naruto, but it's not surprising if he knows. He can see the future. Naruto, okay, that's all I've said. I'll take that building myself. If Reikage wants to stop you, consider the consequences. Reikage gritted his teeth and looked at Naruto, how dare you threaten me? Then, he yelled at Killer Bee, come here and fight with me to face off against Naruto. Killer Bee waved his hands in embarrassment and said, forget it, brother, we can't beat Naruto together. Besides, Naruto is also for the future of the ninja world. He wants these not for his own strength, nor for the sake of his own strength. Not to strengthen Konoha. You may not believe it, but if Kumogakure all listens to Naruto now, he will find ways to make everyone stronger. Naruto nodded, indicating that Killer Bee was right. Darui came with a knife drawn and shouted, hey, Master Bai, are you really going to make an enemy of the village for Naruto's sake? My own Jinchuriki, stealing from my own home, no village can bear this. After saying this, Reikage seemed to have given up something, and his shoulders suddenly felt relaxed. It was at this time that he felt the pain in his chest. Darui said with sweat on his forehead, get ready to fight. Naruto sighed, did he really want to take action? Seeing this scene, all the ninjas in Yunin village found it difficult to accept it. Chutai, yes. Seeing that Reikage couldn't pull his brother out, and Naruto was so powerful, for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Darui roared angrily, where to go, Naruto? Darui glanced at Naruto with fear, and the leader Jonin stepped forward, Captain, what should I do? Now, if Mr. Bai doesn't fight, he must have seen the future and the village and you may be harmed, so he will choose to help Naruto, so that he can protect the village and you in the future. Naruto was silent for a few seconds, and then said, Master Reikage, I will assume that you agree. Uncle Bai, please take me there. Killer Bee shouted coldly, get out of the way, my eldest brother has already agreed to Naruto taking this building away. Killer Bee, my eldest brother has already recognized you, and you still want to break the contract. I really want the village to be bulldozed by Naruto. Killer Bee stepped forward and transformed into a tailed beast. 8 octopus legs were exposed, wrapping the entire attic, and then uprooted it. Reikage stayed where he was, receiving Nozomi's treatment, listening to Dodai's words, and after thinking for a few seconds, Reikage spoke, "Dodai, go stop Darui and let Naruto take away the building." When everyone saw it, Lord Todai had spoken. It was really Lord Reikage's order. Although they complained, there was nothing they could do about it. In Kumogakure village, ninjas are very particular about obeying orders. Killer Bee glanced at his elder brother, and then left with Naruto. Omoi and Karui followed closely behind. Moreover, if I don't agree to Naruto's words, with Naruto's strength, I'm afraid that the village will really give me an injection of anesthesia. Even tough guys get hurt sometimes. Moreover, Bai is a person who always protects you and the village. If Naruto is really doing something to harm the village, Bai-sama will definitely fight. Todai nodded, then looked at the troops guarding here and said, "Guard troops, retreat and do not block it. This is Lord Reikage's order." Then he drew his knife and left. One of the leaders, Jonin, said sternly, "I'm sorry to obey, Master Bai, this is an important place in the village, please stay away as soon as possible, otherwise, don't blame us for not caring about our fellow villagers." Darui said in surprise, "What?" The boss agreed. Killer Bee instantly transformed into a half-tailed beast and said angrily, "Looks like there's going to be a fight." Dodai was a little anxious and looked at Reikage and said, "Master Reikage, I don't think he is being controlled. It should be that as a Jinchuriki, he really sees things that we can't see." At this moment, Tutai stepped onto the scene and said, "Everyone, stop it." She looked at her boss with some distress. The bosses in the past never used anesthesia. Here, Killer Bee took Naruto to the attic in the village, and instantly a dozen ninjas appeared to block him. With that said, there was a buzz, and Flying Thunder God flew away directly with the 8 tails wrapped in the attic. Then, he looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, Lord Reikage agrees that you take away this building." Naruto flew to Hachi, then looked at Dodai and said, "Uncle Dodai, help me tell Master Reikage that in the future, he will feel happy for his decision." With a bang, 8 tails hugged the attic and landed directly on Yuin's lake. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed happily, moving the marker point and landing, "Success." Originally, according to the mark, we dropped directly to the tower, but considering the stress issue, it was safer to drop directly to the lake. Killer Bee said angrily, "Come on, it's still successful, I'd rather end up in the tower." It turns out that in order to keep the attic from water, Killer Bee wrapped its octopus legs very tightly. When it fell, it could control the chakra to prevent it from sinking. Hearing the noise, Nagato and Konan both came out. Nagato looked at the building held by Killer Bee, looked at Naruto and said, "Junior brother, is this?" Naruto smiled slightly and said, "There are good things we got from outside." With that said, he called Uncle Bai and placed the attic on the top of a flat-roofed building in Yuin village. Then, Killer Bee returned to his human form and sighed, "I'm exhausted." Naruto pulled Killer Bee and said, "Don't rest, take us in to study together." So, Killer Bee took Naruto, Nagato, and Konan into the attic together. Even Orochimaru Uncle Snake came after hearing the news and went in to join in the fun. As Killer Bee introduced them, he picked up a few scrolls and prepared to take them out to show to his apprentices. They were all suitable for thunder attribute training. Konan was surprised to find that there was actually a technique he practiced in it. "I really didn't expect that the origami technique taught to me by Mr. Jiraiya would be recorded in such detail." Nagato was also very surprised and said, "There are actually sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, how rare it is." Uncle Snake licked his finger with his tongue, then turned the page and browsed it excitedly. He said excitedly, "It turns out that Kumogakure is also doing some experiments on the human body. Take a look, this is Jinchuriki's experimental data record, well, it's really detailed." With that said, Orochimaru looked at Killer Bee and said, "Your birth was not easy." Nagato was very surprised and said, "The books here are all about various techniques. I have read more than a dozen books, including those from the 5 major villages, and some from other ninja villages. They are all from well-known villages. Conan nodded and said, even the magic of the disappeared village is actually there. Uncle Snake was thoughtful, looked at the building, and guessed, this is obviously an attic hiding secret techniques. In today's world, there is only one village that has such power to collect various secret techniques and has the strength to preserve them. After saying that, Orochimaru looked at Killer Bee and said, that is the village with the strongest military power among the 5 major countries, Kumogakure. Nagato looked at Naruto in surprise and said, so, this was snatched back from the Kingdom of Clouds? Naruto smiled and said, this attic was given to me by Reikage-sama. Killer Bee Yo-Yo rapped, yes, it was Naruto who fought with my brother. My brother lost and gave it to Naruto. Conan was very happy and said, junior brother is so powerful now. I am still worried about what to teach children with other attributes besides my own. Naruto nodded and said, the secret technique here can basically be the source of our strength. We can first cultivate these 36 children and then recruit them. At the same time, we can continue to expand our top strength, expand the team and attract like-minded people. Orochimaru said, with this idea, I feel as if I have returned to the Akatsuki organization. Naruto laughed, hugged Uncle Snake and said, no way, who calls our Tian organization, its predecessor is Akatsuki, but the true meaning of Akatsuki is dawn, light, this is a beautiful vision. But in our world, we don't want visions, we just want the future, the actual future. With that said, Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, Uncle Snake, you should also find some apprentices to teach you. Orochimaru smiled slightly, as if he remembered something and said, I'll forget it. Teaching people is too tiring, so I won't do it. Naruto asked, is it because of Sasuke? Or Nawaki? Orochimaru remained silent, then said, I'm going to go inside and study other books. Naruto sighed. It seemed that Uncle Snake still had a softness in his heart that was hard for ordinary people to discover. That's right. After all, after teacher Jiraiya died in his previous life, Uncle Snake became a pervy sage, running around the village all day, sometimes crazy and sometimes normal. Nagato and Conan were also studying. Killer Bee pulled Naruto and said, come on, come out with me. Naruto frowned and asked, what? Killer Bee said, I will show you the lightning-style breathing method and tell you how to activate your cells. Naruto was very puzzled and asked, I have 9 tails chakra, flying thunder god, why should I learn this? Killer Bee thought about it and said to me, although the lightning-style breathing method is very beneficial for physical training, with Naruto's current strength, basically no one can get close to him. Even if they get close, 9 tails chakra, also immune to death, quick recovery. Then follow me and show it to those students. Naruto nodded, that's fine. So, Killer Bee brought Naruto to the student station and called out Killer Bee's class, which had a total of 4 ninja children. Seeing Naruto coming, the kids from other classes also came out. Killer Bee looked at the 4 people and said, okay, today the teacher will thoroughly teach you the lightning-style breathing method. Although it is a B-level ninjutsu, it will be of great help in training your body and in the future when you practice the lightning-related ninjutsu. Benefit. As he spoke, Killer Bee was possessed by lightning, and suddenly, crackling sounds rang out at the scene. The little ghosts all exclaimed, especially Killer Bee's 4 apprentices, who were extremely happy. They are all boys who have worshipped and longed for power since childhood. However, due to their thunder attribute, they have received good guidance and training, which is why they have not been able to show their talents. Amigakure Yahiko was among them. Killer Bee looked at the 4 little ghosts and yelled, follow me. The 4 little ghosts hurriedly did as they were told, but they only condensed lightning chakra but could not emit lightning. Teacher, I can't feel the lightning. Yes, teacher, I can't pronounce it. Killer Bee said angrily, use your heart, you know what I mean. It should be full of emotion. The 4 little ghosts frowned, their faces turned red as if they had taken a shit. Teacher, I can't feel it even if I try my best. Yes, yes. Killer Bee raised his eyebrows, very angry. Damn, I told you to use your heart, so you should use your strength, right? Then he waved his hand like lightning, and a flash of lightning, like a snake, directly wrapped around the four little ghosts. Ah! The four little ghosts were electrocuted and crackling. In the stands, other students shouted, "Oh oh oh oh." Several female classmates covered their eyes. Chun Yu exclaimed, "It's too brutal." Killer Bee, do you feel it now? The four little ghosts nodded repeatedly, and Yuin Yahiko took the lead and said, "I feel it, I feel it." After getting a satisfactory answer, Killer Bee nodded. Very good, not bad. So, Killer Bee asked the four little ghosts to condense the lightning-style chakra again and start practicing. As a result, several people were still as red as before, with no lightning flowers appearing on their bodies. Killer Bee sighed and looked at the four little ghosts with frightened expressions on their faces, fearing that he would start firing lightning again. He walked over and held Yahiko Amegekure's hand, and then asked Yahiko to hold the hands of the other three little friends. Hand. Everyone, please pay attention and follow me. As he spoke, Killer Bee began to inhale and exhale, and then in an instant, thunder and lightning broke out, and the lightning crackled on the four little ghosts. Amegekure Yahiko was shocked and stammered, "Master, Master, we have feelings, we are here." Killer Bee shook his head and said, "Hold it, and feel it carefully. The reason why you still can't condense is because the connection points between cells are not open. Now feel it carefully." Hearing Killer Bee's words, the four little devils quickly calmed down and sensed. Killer Bee's chakra current walked on the four little ghosts, helping them adjust. Slowly, the four of them began to have their own lightning-style chakra. Killer Bee smiled slightly, because he felt it, which proved that it was effective. Because lightning and lightning are attracted to each other, Killer Bee discovered the lightning chakra of the four imps and immediately used his own lightning chakra to induce it, forcing the lightning-style chakra in their bodies to come out. Yahiko Amegekure frowned slightly, because he found that the power of lightning style in his body wanted to come out of his body more and more under the stimulation of external current. However, he felt like there was a layer of membrane between him and it was difficult to get out, it was very uncomfortable. He wanted to squirt out, but was blocked. Killer Bee noticed it and immediately increased the current. Several people showed pain on their faces and made uncomfortable sounds because of the strong current. Naruto observed from the side, frowning slightly. He knew what Killer Bee was doing, because when he practiced Sage Mode in his previous life and condensed Sage Jutsu Chakra, Master Fukasaku also made similar moves to help himself condense Sage Jutsu Chakra. Although this method is good, it also has a drawback. That is, once too much chakra is accumulated, it may get out of control. Just like absorbing Sage Jutsu Chakra, if Master Fukasaku hadn't whipped himself in time with a whip on the side, his body might have deformed at any time. The same goes for the four little ghosts in front of them. Under the constant stimulation of the electric current, if the explosion has not succeeded, they may explode and die. Killer Bee frowned slightly. If it still didn't come out under this kind of stimulation, he would need to increase the current. A sizzling sound broke out, and suddenly three little guys couldn't resist it at all, making sounds. Naruto exclaimed, "Uncle bye." Killer Bee sighed and prepared to stop. Yahiko Amegekure said, "I can still resist, Master, don't let go." Saying that, Amegekure Yahiko controlled his lightning-style chakra and condensed himself to hold his companion's hand. Snap! The partner who was holding hands with Yahiko Amegekure was directly ejected. When Chunyu saw Master Angel asking herself, as if someone had guessed a little secret, she immediately blushed and said, "Ah. I'm just happy for my companion." When the three little ghosts heard this, they were like eggplants beaten by frost. It turns out that when electricity is on and people are connected, their hands will only get tighter and tighter, and it is impossible to let go. However, Amegekure Yahiko is very smart and actually directly uses the principle of mutual repulsion of attributes. Yahiko looked at his reflection in the water, and suddenly, he smiled, very happily. Yuin Chunyu looked at Yahiko from a distance and smiled secretly. Then, electric currents erupted from Yahiko's body in all directions, crackling and exploding on the lake's surface, stirring up waves of water. Killer Bee saw this and immediately moved out of the way. "Come on, Yahiko." It was like a ray of light suddenly shone in Yahiko's heart in the darkness. He seemed to have found an exit, soared into the sky, opened his eyes angrily, and roared explosively, "All!" After the explosion, Yahiko gasped for air, and then he knelt down tiredly, holding his hands on the water. Water droplets continued to fall from his hair and drip on the water. Yes, he gained power, a kind of power that he felt could become extremely powerful as long as he practiced hard with his master. Killer Bee heard this, nodded, and continued to increase his cellular respiration. Killer Bee looked at the other three people and said, "You three, don't be lazy. I have already shocked you once today. I will continue to shock you tomorrow until you can take your pulse." Crackling, crackling. When Chunyu heard that Master Angel actually wanted to be his master, he was very happy and said, I don't really like fighting." After hearing this, Chunyu's ears turned red. Konan noticed this and suddenly felt that Chunyu's smile was exactly the same as when she looked at Yahiko. The other three people also came over, hugged Yahiko, and smiled happily. Konan heard this and touched her head with a smile. Killer Bee nodded with satisfaction and said, not bad, it's considered a pulse." As if Yahiko had found a treasure, he kowtowed and said, "Thank you, master." Konan smiled slightly and said, "A girl's blush is better than too many words." Killer Bee was slightly surprised. This Yahiko has been able to control the lightning-style chakra. He also understands the principle of same S*X repulsion and opposite S*X attraction. He can use the principle of attributes to directly fly away the connected person. The burst of electricity shocked the onlookers. The three people who were ejected looked at Yahiko, who was shocked by the electric shock. He was still gritting his teeth and persisting. Even Kakuzu's mouth was bitten with blood, and they were immediately impressed. "Master, come again, I'm almost there." For the three people who had just experienced being electrocuted, they knew the pain and felt like every cell was being whipped. You must understand that when practicing lightning-style breathing method, your body must be hard, but not hard. You cannot withstand such a high current, nor can you withstand the air friction resistance of high-speed movement. In an instant, the three of them seemed to be Yahiko. As a war orphan, there is nothing more satisfying than gaining strength. "Come on, Yahiko." Killer Bee walked up to Yahiko, threw him a scroll and said, "Next, you will practice the things in this scroll. Although you have successfully opened your pulse and can mobilize the lightning-style chakra, your body is not strong enough yet." The three of them were shouting for Yahiko. Not far away, Chunyu covered her mouth with tears streaming down her eyes. Seeing the young man working so hard on the field, she couldn't help it anymore and cried, "Yahiko, come on. Hold on, Yahiko." Konan seemed to be very fond of this little girl. He lowered his head and asked, "Would you like to practice with me? Although my technique is not particularly combat-oriented." She came over, looked at Chunyu and said, "Are you looking at him?" The 36 children of Amigakure are the hope of Amigakure in the future and an important force under Naruto in the future. Because there is still a long time before the arrival of Ōtsutsuki, training this group of people, and then training the next group of people, will form a backbone force, which is the personal guard under Naruto. But right now, Naruto's power is not enough. These children are only the future and cannot solve the current power. Killer Bee and Konan, including Nagato who came over, are constantly teaching these children, and even the three of them have accepted their first disciples as their instructors. Thinking of this, Naruto thought of Konohamaru, his number one younger brother and his direct disciple. He sighed, presumably because of his own affairs. Konohamaru did not hesitate to defend himself and quarrel with others in the village. Just as he was thinking about it, Naruto suddenly frowned. Because he sensed a strange chakra, Killer Bee also hummed, looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto. Naruto nodded and said, I noticed it. With that said, Naruto turned and left. Outside the hidden rain village, in a forest, Naruto flew down and looked around. The strange chakra disappeared instantly. He frowned, turned on the Nine Tails mode instantly, and immediately locked the target. Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a shuddering sound came, and Heiju emerged from the trees. I've heard about your name for a long time, Naruto. Naruto smiled in surprise and said, so it's you. I was wondering just now who could induce the tailed beast chakra in my body to move. Heiju smiled arrogantly and said, it's shocking, that's right, because the 9 tails in your body and the 8 tails in your Yuin village are good friends. It's just that they don't know that that's all. Naruto snorted coldly. If he had not been reborn from his previous life, he would indeed be shocked at this moment. But now, Naruto just watched him show off quietly, not wanting to expose him. Black Zetsu walked over to Naruto, looked at him and said, Naruto-kun, I want to know what your purpose is, after you have done so much. Naruto pretended to frown and said, did Obito ask you to come here and ask? Heiju clasped his hands behind his back and said as if I was the real master behind the scenes, no, I asked this question as myself. Naruto pretended to be confused and said, aren't you Madara's consciousness? Why stay with Obito to help him complete the Eye of the Moon plan? After hearing this, Heiju burst into laughter and said, you are just like those people in the world, you just live in the cognition of what you see. Naruto smiled slightly in his heart, you are so cool, you are pretending to be cool, I had a fight with you in the previous life, Lousy threw you to the moon and sealed it. At that time, you were crying for your father and mother, you were so scared. Black Zetsu looked at Naruto and said with a playful smile, to tell you something you may not understand, your history, in my eyes, is just daily life. Even some of your big events are just my means. The reason why you can see it is because I want you to see it. Naruto snorted coldly and said, your arrogant tone has never changed. Without thinking about the meaning of Naruto's words just now, Black Zetsu just thought that Naruto expressed doubt and disbelief in his words. He looked at Naruto and asked, you haven't answered my question yet, Naruto. Naruto looked amused and said, why should I answer your question? Heiju cursed in his heart, sure enough, he is not a guy who plays his cards according to common sense. Damn it! Are the reincarnations of Asura so deserving of a beating? The reincarnations of Indra are not easy to fool at all. Heiju smiled and said, perhaps, I can help you achieve your goal. Naruto was intrigued by what Heizei said. This guy actually wanted to fool him. It was really interesting. Okay, let's listen to what he said first, so that he could fool him too. So, Naruto looked at Black Zetsu and asked, why should I believe what an enemy says? Who knows if you were sent by Obito to lie to me? Heiju smiled slightly and said, Obito, it's just a part of my plan. Naruto pretended to ask, oh. So, you are still the mastermind behind the scenes? Heiju, of course. Naruto frowned and said, I can't believe you just because of your words, unless you can show some sincerity. Heiju nodded and said, yes, but first tell me, what is the purpose of what you have done so far? Naruto thought for a moment, then pretended to be serious and said, in order to eliminate the hatred in this world and welcome true peace. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes slightly, said oh, and looked at Naruto. Naruto sighed and said, I already know that my father is the 4th generation, and I also know how my mother died, so I know Obito's true identity. As he spoke, Naruto pretended to be disgusted and said, I hate this kind of killing caused by war, hatred, and politics, and the fighting between villages caused by power. I want to end this troubled world and unify the ninja world. Black Zetsu asked doubtfully, then you and Obito have the same wish. The Moon Eye project is to bring peace to this hypocritical world. Naruto snorted coldly and said, you said this, do you believe it? Black Zetsu was stunned by Naruto, and then said, then why do you think the Eye of the Moon plan won't work? Naruto swung his coat and said, I can obviously rely on my own powerful strength to make my ninja world kneel at my feet through killing, obey my rule, and concentrate all the hatred on me. This is no better than go to that dreamlike world, it's real and reliable. Black Zetsu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sure enough, the reincarnation of Asura is different. The reincarnation of Indra is still easy to deceive. Just change the stone tablet and let him open a Mangekyo Sharingan himself and go up to see it. After Naruto finished speaking, he did not forget to ask Black Zetsu, "Don't you realize that there is nothing good in dreaming? No matter how realistic it is still fake. It is better to join me to conquer the ninja world and pacify the ninja world. There's turmoil." Heiju hummed, very surprised that this guy actually wanted to recruit him into the gang. How can this be done? This Naruto has turned dark at first glance, and if I use it a little, it's not like he can't be used by me. Oops, I have a bit of a headache. This was the first time Heiju met two reincarnations who turned black together, some good and some bad. The good thing is that there is no frontal resistance at all, they are all trying to bring down the entire ninja world. The disadvantage is that the darkened Naruto does not cooperate with the people on his side, but has a competitive relationship. This. One wants the whole world to dream, and the other wants the whole world to unify. For a moment, Heiju was a little undecided. Naruto looked at Black Jew and said, "Hey. I've told you my purpose, please be sincere." Heiju frowned and said, "What do you want?" Naruto chuckled, making Black Zetsu feel guilty. Why did this kid look like he had seen through him? I hear what you mean. You seem to have lived a long life, even longer than Madara. Heiju disdainfully said, "Madara is nothing, she is a junior in front of me." Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, this guy really needs a beating, he will seal him on the moon in this life. In that case, I would like to ask, how did Madara's samsara eye open? Seeing Naruto asking this, Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Naruto seriously. "Kid, what are you planning?" Naruto sneered and said, "Am I testing your sincerity?" Heiju frowned and said, "What do you mean by this?" Naruto looked at Black Zetsu and said, "You should understand that there is a certain reason why I can successfully control the Rinnegan. I think you should also understand this very well." Looking at Naruto's eyes, Black Zetsu seemed to want to see through him. Why does this Naruto seem to know everything, and also seems to be testing himself to let himself say something before he is willing to believe him? Seeing Naruto's half-smiling expression, Black Zetsu began to deny it in his heart. Because it is impossible, he is the person who has lived the longest in this ninja world, and is also the person who has laid out the longest time in this ninja world. So far, everything is still under his control. And this Naruto is just a small variable in his own layout. Black Jew snorted and regained his confidence and said, "Madara's reincarnation eye was opened by me under my guidance. When he was fighting Hashirama, he bit off a piece of flesh and blood from Hashirama's body. At the same time, he opened it on his own in his eyes, he carved a forbidden technique in advance to bring himself back to life, and then fused the bitten Hashirama flesh and blood with himself, and then he successfully opened the Reincarnation Eye." After Black Zetsu finished speaking, he looked at Naruto and said, "I know that you are also planning to cultivate the Rinnegan Eye. After all, you took away Danzo's arm, but I want to tell you the real secret of opening the Rinnegan Eye, but no so simple." Naruto said in awe, "I heard from Obito that Hashirama is the reincarnation of Asura and Madara is the reincarnation of Indra. He also said that Sasuke and I are the reincarnations of this life. As long as I get Sasuke of flesh and blood, that's fine." When Black Zetsu heard Naruto say these words, he suddenly felt reassured. This Naruto, indeed, only knows one, but not the other. Humph, I just scared myself, thinking he really knew something. Black Zetsu looked at Naruto and said, "You just understand one thing. Madara can successfully open the Samsara Eye. That's because he himself is Indra, and his eyes are the eyes of Indra. The necessary condition for opening the Samsara Eye is the Eye of Indra, plus the combined power of Asura and Indra, otherwise it won't work at all. Otherwise, why do you think Obito didn't open the Samsara Eye himself and win over Sasuke? It's really just to cultivate his own people for revenge, and he thinks too much. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, and through the formula, he confirmed that Black Zetsu really wanted to win over him, and this top secret was revealed. He also confirmed the fact that Obito was using Sasuke as a test subject, or as a very important pawn of his. He felt a little uneasy and looked at Heiju in front of him and said, "What you said is indeed top secret. It seems that you are very sincere. Tell me how you can help me." Heiju chuckled, "Not bad, not bad. It seems that this Asura is about to be included in his plan. Depending on the situation, the moment when his mother will be resurrected is right in front of him. Humph, Hagoromo, both of your sons have been deceived by you in this life, and your ninja sect is not far from being finished." Naruto snorted coldly, "You think I'm an idiot? You ripped out Madara's heart right away and couldn't move. As for the reason, it must be something you left in his body, otherwise Madara wouldn't be able to move." Obito looked at Sasuke in the field and said, "Well, Sasuke's side has not evolved yet. Before this, once the coalition forces of the 5 major countries are formed, it will be very detrimental to us, so we need to make some moves to let it's necessary for them to guess themselves." Naruto exclaimed, pretending to be surprised, "Can it still be like this?" Upon seeing this, Heiju said, "Don't worry, it's just a burst of chakra to facilitate communication between you and me." Kabuto even wanted to shout, "Lord Orochimaru, have you seen it, have you seen my achievements?" He wanted to go back and see how Obito was doing. Seeing that Naruto had taken the bait, Black Zetsu chuckled and said, "Of course, but I have conditions before teaching you." Thinking of this, Heiju smiled and hid underground. Sure enough, the reincarnation of Asura is not as easy to fool as the reincarnation of Indra. Obito looked at the field, and suddenly his eyes looked to the side. Sure enough, a rustling sound came, and Black Zetsu came out of the ground. Naruto frowned and said, "What conditions?" Black Jew said, "I went to investigate outside and found that Naruto went to Konoha and then to the Kingdom of Thunder. He also had a fight with Raikage and took away a building in the Kingdom of Thunder that contained secrets. The Attic of Art." Black Zetsu replied, "According to White Zetsu's information, it is because the Kingdom of Thunder requires Konoha to either hand over 8 Tails or Princess Hyuga Hinata, otherwise it will go to war with Konoha. What is the so-called alliance? Nor will it exist." Looking at Black Zetsu's evil smile, Naruto frowned and said, "The real Rinnegan? The Samsara Eye has many uses. You may not have discovered it yet. I can teach you how to develop the real Samsara Eye." However, it was not without gain, at least Naruto did not refuse, and he was very happy to accept the conditions he offered, which was a good sign. Obito frowned and said, "Where have you been?" "Ah. Sage of 6 Paths, this man from the legend, he is now analyzing the source of his power. It is really intoxicating." Obito snorted coldly, remembering the common man Raikage at the 5 Kage conference, and couldn't help but said, "That old common man, it's okay to beat him up, but this Naruto is also free enough." He went to the Kingdom of Thunder to fight with Raikage. What to do? Sasuke was lying on the operation bed with a lot of medical testing equipment attached to his body. He looked at it with his brows slightly furrowed. Kabuto looked a little excited, especially when he looked at the face of Hashirama on Sasuke's chest. He felt that he was approaching the beginning of this world's power. With that said, Naruto turned around and left directly. Heiju nodded and said, "Yes." Naruto's face instantly became serious. Heiju was a little confused. This guy didn't even have any room for bargaining and just drove away. White base. Black Zetsu looked at Naruto and said, "I need to leave a stream of chakra in your body." Black Zetsu nodded and said, "That's because you want to control the entire ninja world. As the power needed to control the world, tailed beasts are crucial. The real purpose of the Reincarnation Eye is to control these tailed beasts. Let them be obedient. Heiju came over and said, "Want to write some articles?" Dry. Naruto waved his coat and said, "I will consider your proposal again." Obito crossed his arms, leaned back and said, "That's how Madara opened the Samsara Eye, and that's what she told me." Obito made a sound and said in surprise, "So, Raikage was defeated by Naruto? Tell me, is this really possible?" Obito touched his chin, showed a playful smile and said, "I see, Naruto, I really didn't expect that compared to the village and the master, this woman is Naruto's lifeblood." It's night. Obito's space-time vortex appeared on Konoha's defensive wall, and then he sneaked into Konoha village. After some searching, he came to Hyuga's house. Searching through the seals, he found the person he was looking for. So, he activated the space-time vortex and prepared to enter it. Unexpectedly, after the space-time vortex was activated, he was blocked. Obito was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "There are actually barriers." Just as he was about to forcefully break through, Shadow Clone Naruto appeared next to him. "What are you doing here?" Obito smiled slightly and said, "You are really attentive. You actually set up barriers here and left a shadow clone. Even your master didn't get such treatment." Shadow Clone Naruto snorted coldly, "I have synchronized your information to my master, so, if nothing else, my master's strength is more than enough to deal with you." Obito snorted coldly. "It seems that I can't get in here. Anyway, I also guessed that you will set up defenses." Naruto frowned and said, "Obito, to be honest, I really don't like you at the moment. You always like to threaten others with things they care about. Is that interesting? If Lin is alive, would you like it if I threatened you with her?" Hearing Naruto talking about Lin, Obito said angrily, "Don't mention this to me." Naruto snorted coldly and said, "It's a shame that my mother was so kind to you before, but as a result, when I was born, you were so good at it." As if it was difficult to face that period of history, Obito pretended to sneer and said, "This world is just so absurd and hypocritical, but it doesn't matter. In the Eye of the Moon project, I will reunite your family. If possible, it will also appear perfectly in your dreams." With that said, Obito's space-time vortex activated and disappeared. The shadow clone Naruto snorted coldly, formed a seal to transmit what just happened, compared to the original body, and then continued to lurk at Hyuga's house. On the second floor, Hinata opened the window and looked at the moon in the sky, missing Naruto. According to his father, the Kingdom of Thunder has officially apologized to Konoha and withdrew the previously issued diplomatic letter. This shows that Naruto went to the Kingdom of Thunder and dealt with it severely to make the other side submissive. Thinking of this, Hinata was really happy. It felt so good to have someone supporting her. Now, the elders of the family are polite when they see him. Even when his father makes a decision, he will ask for his opinion. This was simply impossible before. Even if you are the eldest lady, you will not receive such treatment. Naruto-kun has earned all of this for yourself. Moreover, after Mr. Hokage heard that all this was done by Naruto, he personally brought Mr. Jiraiya to visit him. Jiraiya even bluntly said that he would personally take charge of his wedding to Naruto in the future. Naruto's father didn't forget to laugh after saying this, hugged Master Hokage and said, "Tsunade, you will be Naruto's mother. You don't even recognize me, Gaara." There were 7 people in total, and they were actually wearing the same clothes that Naruto was wearing that day. The man who looked like Naruto sneered and said, "Friend, as you can imagine, I have never considered you a friend at all. This side of Sand Shinobi Village." Temari said in surprise, "Naruto. Why did you attack our village? Who the hell are you?" With that said, Naruto left Yugakure again. He was going to meet a capable old friend. Gaara looked at the man with detonating charms everywhere in the village angrily, and it was not easy to catch him. Therefore, after Naruto entered the Kingdom of Sand, he did not cover his tracks at all and flew directly toward Sand Shinobi Village. Naruto, who was resting in the room, suddenly received a synchronized message from the shadow clone, and then sighed, "This Obito is doing something again." And, most importantly, the real Naruto, even if he leaves Konoha village, will not launch such an attack on my village. Naruto smiled slightly. If Obito was like this, it meant that he felt a crisis. Then he couldn't slack off and had to take the initiative to bring some pressure to him. Using the animal path to summon the big bird, Naruto sat on it all night and finally arrived at the land of sand at dawn. Gaara said very confidently, "I don't know who you are, but I am sure that you are definitely not Naruto, because although there are 7 of you, your abilities are almost the same, and we cannot attack your entity. As far as I know, this is not Naruto's ability." A sudden sound sounded, and Naruto hissed, running directly from outside the wall, then raised his head and shouted, "Shinra Tenjin." The person who looked like Naruto frowned and said, "Why are you so sure?" As a result, Tsunade-sama punched her away and knocked down an outer wall. The clan members are still repairing it now. As soon as he finished speaking, Gaara said, "No, you are not." In his previous life, Naruto stayed here for a long time in order to save Gaara, so he was very familiar with this place and even felt a little nostalgic for it. Having said this, Gaara raised a confident smile on his lips and said, "Because, I am Naruto's friend, and Naruto will not take action against his friends." Because of Gaara's trust in himself, Sand Shinobi's trust in Konoha was particularly good during Gaara's tenure. Kazekage Gaara leads the Sand Shinobi to fight. As a result, before he even arrived at the village, he discovered something was wrong. What were the Sand Shinobi doing? They were fighting, and why were there fireworks? Kankuro gritted his teeth and said, "You be *********D, you are so unlucky that Naruto still considers you a friend, you actually." Well said, Gaara. With a chirping sound, the person who looked like Naruto was sent flying by the sudden repulsion. To be on the safe side, Naruto removed the big bird, then turned on Sage Mode, using the power of Tiendao's levitation to hide directly on the ground and fly toward Sand Shinobi village. Most likely, there is no progress on his side for the time being. Like himself, he is also afraid of the formation of a ninja coalition from the 5 major countries, so he secretly does something to split the 5 major nations. Interesting, really interesting. Hearing this voice, Gaara was slightly shocked. Kankuro said angrily, "You guy." Gaara smiled and said, "So, you are not the real Naruto. And, according to my analysis, you should be the masked man. After all, he is the only one in the ninja world who has the ability to penetrate attacks so far." Seeing that the other party was so angry, the man who looked like Naruto laughed and said, "Today is different from the past. Today, I am just asking you to attack your village to gain your power. You should also have heard that I attacked Reikage, asked them to hand over their secret skills, and you should do the same, hand it over." Then, the gauze was removed, revealing Naruto's appearance. "It's finally here." Looking at this familiar figure, Gaara shouted excitedly, "Naruto." As the #1 Narabuki in the ninja world, Gaara was dreaming even in the eye of the moon dream in his previous life. When he was a child, Naruto came to play with him. This shows how important Naruto's friendship is to him. Therefore, when he saw Naruto attacking Sand Shinobi, he absolutely did not believe it, especially after the fight, he was even more sure. Now, the real Naruto appears and the misunderstanding is completely resolved. Kankuro watched Naruto coming, then looked at Naruto in the distance warily and said, "Since you are the real Naruto, who is the fake guy over there?" Temari frowned and said, "It should be the masked man. Didn't Gaara tell me that only the person named Madara has used this kind of penetrating ability so far?" Gaara looked at Naruto and said happily, "Why are you here?" Naruto smiled and said, "I originally wanted to talk to you about something, but I didn't expect that I really came to the right place now. Someone actually came here and pretended to be me." After saying that, Naruto looked at Gaara and said, "Don't move here, I'll go beat this guy up first." With that said, Naruto rushed away. Kankuro and Temari were about to help, but Gaara stopped him and said, "No, Naruto said he doesn't need to help, which proves that he can definitely handle it." Said, watching the battle at the scene. Naruto flew over, rubbed a Rasengan directly over, and then penetrated directly. Naruto smiled slightly and said, "It's really you." After penetrating through, Obito quickly seized the opportunity and directly grabbed Naruto's arm, then opened the space-time vortex and forcefully inhaled it. "It's me, so what?" Naruto made a cut sound and raised his eyelids. Chirp. Shinra Tenjin directly flicked Obito away. Obito groaned and received a solid blow. Naruto sneered, "To deal with you, I can't even jump to the Flying Thunder God. Don't think that taking back your other eye and opening the double Kamui will make you strong enough to deal with me." After his identity was exposed, Obito no longer hid, unlocked the transformation technique, revealed his original face, and eliminated all 6 shadow clone. When Naruto saw Obito revealing his true form, he joked, "Hey, I got my eyes back, but there's an extra hole in the mask." Obito gritted his teeth and said, "Naruto, don't be too happy. You are just relying on the power of the Rinnegan to barely suppress me." Naruto snorted coldly and said, "Which one do you think you can beat me in, Nine-Tails mode or Sage mode? Besides, I still have time and space ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, how can you fight me? You guy." Obito's heart is full of hatred. Ever since Naruto appeared, all his subsequent arrangements seem to be stuck by someone's neck. Especially now, he frowned and looked at Naruto and said, "How did you know I'm here? Could it be?" Obito recalled that he had eliminated the Flying Thunder God mark on his body, but last time in Konoha, a shadow clone of Naruto seemed to have entered his own time and space. Could it be that this guy also left behind in his own time and space? Marked by the Flying Thunder God? Obito's face turned dark when he thought of this. This guy, like his father, has to mark wherever he goes. Why is he so annoying? Facing Obito's question, Naruto helplessly spread his hands and said, "I can't help it. I'm so destined to you. I originally came here to find Gaara, but in the end, I met you here and pretended to be me. Destroy." Naruto looked at Sand Shinobi Village, which was full of beacon smoke, and looked at Obito angrily. "Obito, do you really think I can't do anything to you, just ruining my reputation outside like this?" "Ah." Obito snorted coldly, "You don't have to ruin your reputation. As a rebel ninja of Konoha, you are well known to the 5 major countries." When Gaara heard Obito's words, he stepped forward and said, "Konoha has not issued any official document regarding Naruto as a traitor to the ninja. Moreover, regarding the proposal to make Naruto an internationally wanted criminal, the Kingdom of Sand has not no one agreed, not even several other big countries agreed. On the other hand, Your Excellency has already become the great enemy of the ninja world, and even declared war on our 5 major countries not long ago." Naruto spread his hands and said, "Look." Obito snorted coldly, opened the space-time vortex, and said harshly, "Naruto, let's see." Saying that, he ran away directly. Naruto did not chase him, because there was no point. Obito could be dealt with by him now, but he wanted to keep Obito. Because Obito is here, the alliance of the 5 major countries will make sense, and some talents will be forced to agree to cooperate, which will be beneficial to their own inclusion in the future. What's more important is that Sasuke can grow and the Reincarnation Eye can be cultivated. To a certain extent, Obito is not only a part of Black Zetsu's plan, but also a part of Naruto's plan. Essentially, as long as Obito is within control, there is basically no big problem. After sending Obito away, Naruto flew back to Gaara. Gaara was very happy, but when he saw Naruto's Rinnegan eyes, he was still a little sad. "Naruto, your eyes make me feel a little strange. It is said that eyes are the windows to the human soul. When I saw Naruto before, Gaara could see through those eyes the most sincere love for his friends and companions in Naruto's heart. That was the place that attracted Gaara the most and warmed his lonely heart the most. But now, Naruto has the eyes of a sage. Although he has powerful power, all Gaara sees is indifference." Naruto smiled bitterly and said, "This is not what I want, there is no way." Gaara nodded, knowing that Naruto must have his reasons in his heart. By the way, you just said you came here to see me for something. What was it? Naruto looked at Temari and Kankuro behind him. Gaara knew what he meant and said, okay, I'll go for a walk outside the village with you. Temari took a step forward, no, Gaara, you are Kazekage now. You can't just go out of the village. Even if you want to go, we have to follow you. Kankuro also spoke, yes, if it were before, would have nothing to say, but now Naruto, after all. Kankuro's implication is very obvious. Naruto's intentions were unclear, and they couldn't take advantage of Kazekage's safety. Gaara turned around and smiled, don't worry, the masked man who calls himself Madara can't even deal with Naruto. He ran away when he saw him. Do you think that Naruto is really going to do something bad to me? You are by my side and can protect me. Temari, this. Kankuro. After saying that, Gaara waved his hand and said, help me appease the ninjas in the village, and take a look at the damaged buildings and restore them as soon as possible. After the explanation, Gaara took Naruto and left directly, leaving behind Temari and Kankuro who looked helpless. Outside Sand Shinobi Village. On a cliff, Naruto and Gaara stood side by side. Naruto took a deep breath, looked at the endless desert, and sighed, I haven't breathed such dry air in a long time. Gaara looked at him with a smile and said, what's wrong? I didn't have enough fun last time I came here. So this time, how many days will you stay here with me? Naruto smiled and tilted his head and said, Gaara, you seem to have no interest in my matter, and you even feel as if it didn't happen. After asking, Naruto was very confused and said, aren't you afraid of me? Gaara chuckled softly at first, then looked at Naruto and couldn't help laughing. He almost couldn't stand up and covered his stomach. Naruto was puzzled and said amusedly, you are sick, why are you smiling like this? Gaara took a few deep breaths, then exhaled, rubbed his sour cheeks from smiling, looked at Naruto and said, when I turned into one-tailed Jinchuriki, killing innocent people indiscriminately and being bloody and cruel, you were never afraid of me. Been far away from me. Right now, you just have a different pair of eyes. Although they are a bit indifferent, they are the eyes of an immortal after all, and I can understand that. Looking at Gaara, Naruto's heart felt warm. He was right. Gaara was his most sincere friend. Even if he became like this, he still believed in himself. Right. Gaara looked at Naruto and asked his doubts, can you tell me, what you have done so far, are you prepared in advance to deal with something? A meaningful smile appeared on Naruto's lips, he put his arm around Gaara's shoulders and said, did you also notice? Gaara sighed and said, although I can't guess it, according to your character, if it wasn't something bigger than the village, you wouldn't take the initiative to defect from the village. Moreover, according to the information I have now, I analyze, it's probably related to that masked man. Naruto let go of Gaara's shoulders, stood with his hands behind his back and said, there is indeed a relationship, but strictly speaking, the relationship is not very big. The masked man is only a small part of the plan. Even the Eye of the Moon plan is not a big part of the plan. It's just a threshold at the moment. Once you get over it, you'll be the real enemy. Gaara frowned and said, the real enemy? Who is it? You mean, that masked man is not the real enemy? Naruto nodded, yes, the real enemy is. With that said, Naruto pointed to the sky. Gaara looked up at the sky, then frowned at Naruto and said in disbelief, an alien? Naruto hummed a few times, touched his chin and said, that's pretty much what it means. Can you stop being so pretentious and say it directly? There is something about our relationship that we cannot say. Naruto seemed to have thought of something, looked at Gaara and said, by the way, you should still have one tail's chakra left in your body. Gaara crossed his arms and frowned, yes, why do you ask? Naruto prepared the chakra and then said, look into my eyes. If you still have one tail's chakra left in your body, you should still be able to see it. Gaara was a little confused, but he still did as Naruto said and looked at his Rinnegan. Okay, let's see, what next? Naruto formed a seal, closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, said, "Here he comes." With a buzzing sound, Naruto's Samsara eyes opened and were directly projected into Gaara's eyes. In an instant, memories began to be projected into Gaara's brain, and the one-tail chakra that remained in Gaara's body began to be produced. Resonance, looking back at past memory fragments. Suddenly, countless fragments of the past began to emerge, like pictures one by one, flashing quickly through Gaara's mind. He saw the scene of the ninja war, where he and One Tail cooperated to fight against Madara. He saw the arrival of the Eye of the Moon plan, and then the end. Ah, the dream of Eye of the Moon is so charming. The technique of retracing time consumes too much chakra and eye power. In just 10 seconds, Gaara's understanding of the world changed several dimensions in an instant. Gaara seemed to be in a Shura hell. When he raised his hands, he saw that his hands were covered with blood. His mind was shaken, his breathing was rapid, and he even couldn't breathe. He also attended his sister's wedding, and his brother-in-law is, Shikamaru. Outside, Naruto saw this situation and released the technique in time. The screen turned again, and he saw a big battle. The Ōtsutsuki clan descended from the sky and attacked the ninja world. The new 5 shadows gathered again to fight together, but they could not stop them at all. Hearing what Naruto said, Gaara took a step forward and said, "Then how do you know all this? What's this?" Outside, after Naruto adjusted himself, he helped Gaara up and said, "Is it okay, Gaara?" Silence, a brief silence. Naruto lowered his eyebrows and said, "I came back from the future. Sage of 6 Paths sent me back." War was raging everywhere, and his dead companions, as well as his sister Temari, Kankuro and his broken puppets, were scattered around him. Then, Gaara's legs instantly became weak, and he fell directly to the ground, holding his hands on the ground, breathing heavily. His eyes were dilated and lifeless, full of fear, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Gaara's worldview was greatly shocked when he heard it. That is to say, Naruto himself, compared to ordinary people, goes back halfway. Even if his eye power is enough, his chakra will be drained. At the sealed place of 9 tails, Kurama saw his chakra continuously pouring into Naruto's body, and he couldn't help but muttered, "What is this kid doing all day long, consuming so much chakra?" Gaara narrowed his eyes slightly. "Future." Gaara was shocked, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looked at Naruto and said, "Is what you showed me genjutsu?" Now 9 tails has completely accepted Naruto in his heart. Therefore, seeing Naruto consuming a lot of chakra like this, Naruto will not only not absorb Naruto's chakra, but will also take the initiative to condense it silently, for fear that Naruto will not have it when he wants it again. Gaara said, "Did we win?" Naruto nodded. Naruto said seriously, "The Ōtsutsuki clan is the clan of Kaguya that Sasuke and I fought against in the ninja war you saw. Strictly speaking, the Eye of the Moon project is actually to resurrect her." Naruto nodded and said, "Yes." Naruto raised his head, glanced at Gaara, and then shook his head. Everything at the moment is Kaguya's consciousness and the Black Zetsu's methods. As for the Masked Man and Uchiha Madara, they are just pawns. He also saw himself and Naruto, who had become Hokage, having a meeting together. Having said this, Naruto looked at the land and said, "Actually, for Kaguya, this land is actually her Miawe. She is the ancestor of chakra. Facing the humans on this land, her purpose, is to turn all of these people into Baizetsu who can fight for her to command." Naruto shook his head and said, "No, it's the future." "Who are those people from heaven?" Gaara took a deep breath and exhaled, "I understand." Gaara said in shock, "So, you have personally experienced the scenes I just saw." Naruto also calmed down and adjusted his breathing. "What is this? This is much more shocking than what the Masked Man said at the 5 Shadows conference." After another few seconds of silence, Gaara looked at Naruto and said, "What can I do for you? What is a brother? What is a friend?" Gaara, who knew everything, immediately understood everything Naruto had done so far. So, he directly asked, "Naruto, what do you need me to do? Because he completely understood it, no wonder, Naruto said, it doesn't make much sense to say these things. Instead of letting a group of people believe it, it is better for one person to shoulder it first. Gaara looked at Naruto and said, I can see it, maybe it has something to do with me being a Jinchuriki. Naruto nodded and said, yes, because the chakra of one tail remains in your body, my retrospection can resonate, so the power of Sage of Six Paths can be reflected, and you can see those futures. Gaara nodded and said, that's it. After thinking about it, Gaara looked at Naruto, since the Eye of the Moon plan is to resurrect Kaguya, why not get rid of that black Zetsu and his masked man, oh no, Obito, right? Facing Gaara's question, Naruto responded, because they have a need to exist. I traveled through time. Except for you, Uncle Killer Bee and other Jinchuriki, I basically can't go back in time to show them, so I want to. It's very difficult to convince them. Gaara fell into thinking, because he now also had Naruto's future memories, so he put himself in his shoes and thought about what he would do if he were himself, and instantly understood Naruto's arrangement. I understand, so when Obito said to launch the Fourth Ninja War, you actually supported it, because without him as a foreign enemy, no one among the 5 major countries would agree with you just by talking about the future. When the people from the 5 major countries fight together against Obito, then you come out and defeat him. This way you will gain a lot of recognition and lead everyone, right? Naruto nodded, looked at Gaara and said, yes. But, if this continues, there will be many casualties. Gaara sighed. Naruto took a deep breath, then exhaled it, looking at the desert, he was silent for a while. Gaara stepped forward, put his hand on his shoulder and said, you must feel sad. For a peace-loving person like you, even if you watch the death of ninjas from other villages, you will feel very uncomfortable inside. Naruto's eyes were moist, because Gaara understood himself. He pretended to be relaxed and said, I really don't want to see those scenes anymore. For the future, there is no other way. Gaara patted him on the shoulder, and he could understand it completely now, because he had just been in Ashura hell. My sister Temari and my brother Kankuro were all killed in battle. And the Sand Shinobi all died in front of him in order to protect Kazekage, and his hands were covered in their blood. Presumably, Naruto, as a Hokage, has faced the same scene, even more tragic. After all, he and Sasuke will still be the highest combat power in the future ninja world. One can imagine the pressure he faced. Even when he faced the fighting power of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he felt so sad. One can only imagine how brutal that battle was. Naruto took a deep breath, wiped the tears from his eyes, and then looked at Gaara and said, however, there is no solution. Regarding the dead ninja, I have been thinking about the resurrection since I came back. Gaara frowned and said, resurrection? You mean those forbidden techniques? Naruto nodded and said, currently, there are only 2 ways to resurrect the dead and bring their souls back from the Jingtai. One is the 6 Paths reincarnation technique, and the other is for Grandma Chio to resurrect you. Ninjutsu. You mean reincarnation? Naruto nodded and said, yes, that's it. Gaara frowned and said, but, reincarnation, this technique requires not only chakra, but also life force. The caster will also sacrifice for it. It is basically a 1-for-1 forbidden technique. Naruto took a deep breath and said, I have thought about this recently. I am not worried about the life force. The key lies in the caster. Just like the 6 Paths reincarnation technique, it also requires the sacrifice of life, the caster will die. Gaara helplessly spread his hands and said, you won't kill innocent people indiscriminately in order to resurrect people. Although it is for the sake of future battles, I don't think you can do it. Naruto patted Gaara on the shoulder and said, of course, I used to be very repulsive to this kind of forbidden technique. This is also for the sake of future battles. I have no choice but to understand it, but I don't know how to do it. Killing innocent people indiscriminately, there is a good substitute for life force. I have thought of it, but I haven't tried it yet. When you are ready, go back to Orochimaru and try it. Gaara nodded and said, yeah, well, it's sealed in Kazekage's jutsu. It contains forbidden techniques that were sealed during the reign of Kazekage. As the teacher of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, Jonin of the Land of Wind is deeply trusted by the 3rd generation and the 4th generation Kazekage. The appointment of Gaara's 5th generation was jointly recommended by him and Yura, and was the Sand Shinobi village the absolute top. Naruto nodded and followed Gaara. Yura stepped forward, then, can you give the Sand Shinobi an explanation for His Highness Kazekage's behavior? Kazekage-sama, do you know what it is like to bring a stranger into the secret room? Do you have the forbidden technique of Granny Chiyo, reincarnation through life? Sand Shinobi should keep it. As I thought, Sand Shinobi village also has a sealed book. Maki was shocked when he heard this, pulled Temari away, and walked to Gaara. Come on, Naruto, I'll take you to Sand Shinobi's secret room. Seeing Maji step forward, the clan elders all gave way to a seat. With that said, Temari stepped forward, but Kankuro was ahead of him. He rushed in front of the clan elder, stopped Gaara with both hands and said, Hey, Gaara, you know what you are doing, exposing your family's treasure to others. Open. Gaara glanced at everyone, the snoring sand behind him instantly rose, and he said calmly, In the name of Kazekage, I order you not to act rashly, and I am not controlled at all, Naruto is not that kind of person. He glanced at Gaara, then at Naruto, and asked coldly, Gaara, are you controlled by the Rinnegan? Naruto shouted excitedly. Temari nodded and said, Don't worry, teacher, if you don't tell me, I will advise you. Naruto agreed, that's natural, that guy can't be killed. Hearing what Naruto said, Gaara sighed, You are indeed one of the Sannin who is famous in the ninja world. Looking at Gaara's performance, Yura walked out, glanced at Naruto's Rinnegan, frowned slightly, then came to Maki and whispered a few words in his ear. As for Teacher Mizuki, the grass on the grave is now several meters high. A group of Sand Shinobi clan elders blocked the door. Gaara's tone was cold and he didn't listen to the dissuasion at all. I'll say it again, Naruto is not an outsider, get out of my way. Seeing Naruto so happy, Gaara was also very happy, which proved that he could help Naruto. Next to him, Maji frowned slightly, looked at Temari and said, Temari, please persuade your brother. Sand Shinobi Village, Secret Room. Gaara took a breath and spat out, I said, Naruto is not an outsider, and what Naruto needs is for the future of Sand Shinobi. Brother, please get out of the way. Naruto chuckled and said, I resurrected him, but I didn't use a forbidden technique. It was a resurrection technique left by Orochimaru himself. I just unlocked his seal. Gaara looked at Naruto and asked, You just said you'd wait until I'm here, tell me what you want me to do. To be honest, I really have to thank Mr. Mizuki, otherwise I would not have learned such a useful technique, nor would I have met Mr. Irika, who is both a teacher and a friend. That's right, Kazekage-sama, please think twice. That's right, Kazekage-sama. Although Naruto has saved your life and is an honored guest to our Sand Shinobi, this is our top secret, the secret room. Now that Naruto has entered this position, this. Gaara was surprised, isn't Orochimaru dead? Could it be? Now Naruto's burden is too heavy. As a friend, he wants to be his comrade and help him fight. Thinking about when I was a student, in order to pass Teacher Irika's test, I followed Teacher Mizuki's guidance, ran away to steal the Book of Sealing, and secretly learned the forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone techniques. Gaara narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I am no longer your Kazekage. I still need to explain to you what I do. As soon as these words came out, the Sand Shinobi were immediately on guard, and Kankuro even took out the crow. Enough. Seeing that Gaara was about to start a fight with the people in his village because of him, Naruto stood up. He looked at the Sand Shinobi crowd and said, I did not control Gaara, because Gaara and I are friends, and I would never take action against him. Why should we believe you just because of your words? One of the clan elders questioned Naruto's words. Maji stood up and said, I'm sorry, Naruto, everyone's concerns are right. I made this judgment also because Mr. Kazekage's behavior is too abnormal. Please forgive me for everyone's consideration in Sand Shinobi. Gaara stood up and said, can't it be that, as Kazekage, I can't even vouch for Naruto. Yura walked out and said, of course we will obey Kazekage-sama's orders, but as Kazekage, your orders are related to the trends of the entire Sand Shinobi. As high-level staff members and clan elders, we also have the right to express our concerns. Temari stepped forward and said, Gaara, what the elders are thinking is not wrong. Just give them a reason to convince them. Kankuro echoed, yes, Gaara. Gaara sneered, then looked at Naruto and said, I understand you. Indeed, in the face of everyone's incomprehension, you really feel powerless in your heart. Naruto put his hand on Gaara's shoulder and said, forget it, Gaara, let's go out. Naruto gave Gaara a few winks, meaning that when there is no one around at night or other times, we can come over secretly. There is no need to fall out with our clan elders because of him. When Naruto was a Hokage in his previous life, he would encounter the same problems as Gaara when he was governing. Although he was the #1 fighting force in the ninja world, he still had to be restricted by other high-level officials in the village when making some decisions. After all, as a leader, only when he is arbitrary in wartime, others may listen to him. In peacetime, consultation is the main thing. Except for that reckless guy Reikage. Seeing Naruto trying to persuade himself, Gaara smiled and said, it's okay, don't worry about me, I just want to give it a try today, my Kazekage doesn't work anymore. As he said that, Gaara's sand immediately rose up and swept across the entire place, roaring, get out of here. With a bang, all the clan elders who were blocking him were rushed away. Maji and Yura took action one after another to protect the elderly clan elders from hiding, while Temari and Kankuro also retreated. Gaara, you are crazy. Your Highness Kazekage, what are you going to do? Don't be impulsive, Gaara. Gaara glanced at everyone and said, please believe me, as a Kazekage, my heart is only to protect the village, and I must have my reasons for bringing Naruto into the secret room, but it is too confidential and it is not convenient to tell everyone. I've offended you so much, clan elders, I'm sorry. With that said, Gaara was going to use sand to tie these people up. Wait. Maki stood up, glanced at Gaara, then at Naruto, and then sighed. That's all, it's up to you. Granny Chiyo has staked her life on Konoha and Sand Shinobi. If he blocks it here, he may fail Granny Chiyo's arrangement. With that said, Maji looked at Temari and Kankuro and said, you guys stay here and follow His Highness Kazekage. Then, he looked at the clan elders and said, His Highness Kazekage orders you to retreat. Lord Maki, but how can this be done? Lord Maki, you cannot let His Highness Kazekage do this. That's right. Yu Liang snorted angrily and frowned. Seeing everyone getting ready to leave, Naruto stopped them. If Sand Shinobi's information is not blind, you must have heard about Reikage being beaten by me in the Kingdom of Clouds, right? Maji thought for a while, and then said seriously, then, what do you mean? Master Yura, please say something. After I finish speaking, who agrees and who opposes? Suddenly, the clan elders stopped talking one after another, and then prepared to retreat one after another. However, since Maki had spoken, it was hard for him to refuse. Temari sighed, during the Genin exam, I remember this guy was very arrogant. Yura glanced at Maki, although he also disagreed with Naruto going in, and was very doubtful whether His Highness Kazekage was being controlled. Maki was also covered in sweat. After Naruto finished speaking, the clan elders present started talking a lot. It's so scary. The power of this chakra is not at all inferior to Gaara's palpitating feeling when Jinchuriki explodes. This is the power of the Samsara Eye. It is truly the power of an immortal. Naruto's Rinnegan glanced over indifferently, then looked at the people present seriously and said, actually, if I want something from your Sand Shinobi, I don't have to be so polite at all, I can just come and get it. But, Yura-sama. Yu Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead and winked at the clan elders, telling them to get out of here. When Gaara saw this, he shouted, "Naruto! No wonder he was able to defeat Raikage, his strength is really incredible. I can't breathe." Thinking of this, Maki called on the others to get out together, leaving Temari and Kankuro to guard the door. What a terrifying chakra. You know, he was the one who conspired with Orochimaru and defeated Konoha together. Although the Naruto in front of him had defected from Konoha, with this burst of strength, if he really wanted to K him all at once, he would be disabled even if he didn't die. Naruto said coldly, "My meaning is very obvious. Gaara is my friend. He brought me to the secret room to help me. By helping me, he is helping the future of Sand Shinobi. Therefore, I hope you will not let it's hard to be my friend." As soon as he finished speaking, several angry clan elders were about to jump up and curse, but as a result, the power of Naruto's Rinnegan Eye was maximized and fell from the sky. Naruto then withdrew the power of heaven and snorted coldly, "As a guest, I am rude to you all. If Gaara wasn't my friend, I'm sorry, but I really don't have any scruples about not doing anything to Sand Shinobi. I know you will say that I am arrogant, so I can only give you an example." Gaara grinned, gave Naruto a thumbs up, and then led him into the Sand Shinobi secret room. "Wait a moment." Ma-ji turned around and said, "Is something wrong?" "Do as Lord Marquis says." With a bang, an invisible coercion filled everyone's heads. Except for Gaara, everyone else could no longer hold on and almost knelt down. "Forget it, I'm already a veteran of 3 dynasties, so I'd better serve as a counselor and pay attention to the affairs in the village. As for diplomacy, let's let 5th generation Kazekage do it. Having such a powerful friend is not a problem for Sand Shinobi. It's a bad thing. Too strong. Too strong." Kankuro leaned into Temari's ear and said, "Sister, when did Naruto become so arrogant?" Sand Shinobi secret room. Gaara took Naruto directly through the rows of bookshelves and came to the innermost box. Gaara opened the box and hugged a thick and long scroll from inside. "Here, this is the forbidden technique that has been sealed by Kazekage in every generation since the founding of Sand Shinobi." Naruto smiled and scratched his head and said, "I didn't expect Sand Shinobi's sealed book to be so thick." Gaara asked curiously, "Is it the same for Konoha?" Naruto nodded, "Yes, I remember stealing it once when I was a child. My multiple shadow clone played hooky from that sealed book." Gaara heard Naruto share his experience and smiled, "You are really good at it." With that said, they came to the center of the secret room, where there was a table and bench made of sandstone. Gaara opened the sealed book and searched it carefully. "I remember that when Granny Chio was studying the puppet technique, she tried to give life to the puppet, and then she developed the technique of reincarnation. Later, because of the risk and inhumanity, her father sealed it in this book." As Gaara explained, he pulled the scroll and came to the period when the 4th generation Kazekage was carved, searching for one technique after another. Naruto also followed behind and saw many strange Sand Shinobi forbidden techniques, and sighed, "I didn't expect that Sand Shinobi has so many powerful techniques." Gaara raised his head and said, "If you want to learn, I'll teach you." Naruto waved his hand, "Forget it, I haven't even finished studying the sealing techniques in my own village." Gaara smiled knowingly, he understood that Naruto was talking about when he was a Hokage in his previous life. "Found it." Gaara's finger landed on a line of text. Reincarnation. Developer, Chio Granny. Ninjutsu type, forbidden technique. Ninjutsu level hesitant face. Instructions for use, a forbidden technique that uses one's own life as a medium to transcend death and distribute vitality to the dead. This ninjutsu can be used on the living or the dead. If used on the dead, the caster's chakra will completely convert the soul of the deceased until the ninjutsu is cast. Until the user dies, a large amount of chakra is released to form a cyan glow while ninjutsu is activated. Note: this technique requires a large amount of chakra or life to be used. The seal is as follows. After Naruto and Gaara read it, they both fell silent. Grandma Chio, you are really great. Gaara nodded. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a sore nose and laughed at himself. I remembered that she told me that she was very happy that a ninja like me could appear in this rotten world created by the elderly. She hoped that I could become a person who surpasses all previous Hokages. Gaara took a deep breath and exhaled. Yes, Granny Chio bet her future on you and me. A smile appeared on Naruto's lips, and he said confidently, so, I can't let Ōtsutsuki destroy such a beautiful world, otherwise, if we go to the Jingtai, Granny Chio will scold both of us to death. Gaara nodded and agreed, it makes sense. As he said that, he took out the kunai and cut off the piece of cloth with the technique of reincarnation written on it. Naruto widened his eyes and asked, oh, what are you doing? Gaara handed the cut cloth roll to Naruto and said, I'll give it to you. What else can I do? Naruto was shocked, spread his hands and said, brother, why don't I just copy it down? Why did you cut it off for me? This is your family's sealed book, and you just cut it off like this. Gaara said indifferently, you didn't tell me earlier. I've cut them all, do you want them? That is my mother's love, which wraps myself up all the time and prevents me from getting hurt at all. Gaara stepped forward, and Naruto continued, next, you may need to step forward more. The current formation speed of the 5 coalition forces is too slow. Synchronize your memory, and you can also see that the captain of the coalition this time is you, so I hope you can form a coalition as soon as possible and launch an attack on Obito. Naruto looked at Gaara and said, Kabuto, I will find a way as soon as possible, but the large number of undead warriors he summoned are also necessary to put frontal pressure on the coalition forces. After all, people who have never felt the pain of war, I really can't understand the pain. Naruto stretched out his hand and looked at him with a smile. Grandma Chio, I'm here to see you. You have obtained the technique, and then what else do you want me to do? Therefore, regarding Naruto's arrangement, he nodded and said, I understand, I will do it as soon as possible. The only threat is the large number of undead warriors in Kabuto's hands, which is a headache. With a high-pitched sound, Naruto sat on the big bird summoned by the beast path and flew high into the sky. Naruto put his arm around Gaara's shoulders and said, let's go, you're already here, come with me to buy something, and I'll remember it. Gaara nodded and said, yeah, when you recalled the memory for me, I also saw it. It seemed that my father was also resurrected. Naruto sighed, took the roll of cloth, and put it away. Naruto shook his head and said, no, the days are long, and there will be plenty of time to get together in the future. Kankuro pestered the crow and looked at Naruto who was mourning over there. He sighed, I feel that Naruto hasn't changed. It should be some experiences that forced him to let go of his former sunny self and become mature. From that memory, Gaara also understood a secret that moved him deeply. Temari glanced at Kankuro, then turned his gaze to the 2 men in the distance and said, that guy is really puzzling, especially since he has a very magical power that can change others and make people unconsciously help him. Okay. Gaara stretched out his hand, and the 2 of them held each other tightly, just like the scene when they parted. Naruto touched Granny Chio's tombstone, then wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, stood up, and exhaled. By doing this, he was telling Sand Shinobi that he had left. Seeing this, Gaara said sadly, I'm leaving now, I won't stay for a few more days. Thinking of this, Gaara's heart felt warm, as if he had infinite power to dispel any harm that hurt him. Gaara stood behind Naruto, and the wind and sand blew by, ruffling Naruto's coat and the corners of Gaara Kazekage's clothes. Because he has seen the future and understands that after the Ninja World War, the relationship between the 5 major countries was unprecedentedly peaceful. Ninjas from various countries began to understand each other, began to identify with each other, and even began to learn from each other. In front of Chiyo's mother-in-law's grave, Gaara looked over and watched Naruto leave, then lowered his head and opened the sleeve of his arm that he had just shaken hands with. On his arm, there were 4 large characters marked on his arm, the Sword of Ninja Love. Not far away, Temari and Kankuro stood on the wall, looking up at the two worshippers. From the current point of view, Obito does not have the Samsara Eye, so there is little hope of summoning the Geto statue and getting the precursor of 10 tails. The only thing he can move at the moment is the 100,000 white Zetsu. Absolute defense. Naruto arranged fruits, cakes, and flowers. He smiled slightly and remembered what Naruto said about the use of this mark before leaving. He understood that this was Naruto's care, so he put down his sleeves and turned towards the village. Then, he said, Gaara. Alas, thanks to this book of seals, it is made of the best camel skin from the desert. It is durable in storage and easy to sew. Looking at the stitching interfaces on the front, Naruto felt that there could not be such a big camel. After going through the 4th generation, to Gaara's generation, to the 5th generation, each generation is sealed, and then written and connected, so that we have this long and thick scroll. Gaara declined to comment. The sand that has always protected me is not Shikaku's power, but my mother's love. Okay, after the research is completed, I will return it to you, and you can find someone to sew it on. White base. After Obito saw Naruto coming to Sand Shinobi, he left after meeting him and returned directly to the white Zetsu base. As soon as he came back, he came to Kabuto aggressively. Kabuto. Come here, I'll discuss something with you. Shoo. Seeing the angry Obito, Kabuto quickly fell silent, then glanced at Sasuke sleeping inside to make sure he hadn't disturbed him, then closed the door and followed Obito out. Why are you so angry after going out for a while? Obito snorted coldly, it's not that Naruto, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I went to San Shinobi, and he actually came to San Shinobi. Kabuto frowned and said, didn't the flying thunder god mark on your body be dug out? Obito frowned and said, he probably didn't follow me here, because when I attacked San Shinobi, I had not revealed my identity, and San Shinobi Gaara was also surprised by his appearance. Kabuto said speechlessly, that's a coincidence. Obito waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry up and bring over all those who died before from the Akatsuki organization. Kabuto pretended to be innocent and said, aren't all Akatsuki's people almost dead? I'm not Sage of Six Paths. Where can I get them for you? Obito pointed at Kabuto and snorted, don't make me slap you, Kabuto. You are a master of tomb robbers. Even Madara was killed by you. You said you have no Akatsuki people, you are lying. Doi Chien, oh, this. Obito, you and I are in a cooperative relationship now. I can't even ask you to transfer someone. Besides, I'm just going out to create chaos, and it's also for our plan. Kabuto sighed and said, okay, okay. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands. All at once, 4 coffins emerged from the ground, and then with 4 snaps, the 4 coffin boards fell down, revealing the 4 people inside. In order, Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Kakuzu, Scorpion. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, looked at Obito and said, how's it going? Are you satisfied? Obito smiled with a smile on his face. Kabuto, you're so big, it's great. Kabuto smiled slightly, humph, you must be shocked by me. Just 4 cards made you laugh like this. I haven't even played my trump card yet. With this thought in his heart, Kabuto clapped his hands, and with a snap, 4 people walked out of the coffin, and then, the 4 coffins behind him disappeared into the ground. Kabuto took out 4 kunai with control runes, put them into the heads of the 4 people one after another, and then formed seals. With a buzzing sound, the 4 people woke up instantly. From today on, the 4 of you, obey Obito's orders. No matter what he says, you must follow suit. Yes. 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 After everything was done, Kabuto looked at Obito and said, okay, now you can take the 4 of them and make the name of Akatsuki famous in the ninja world again. Obito nodded and said, yes, Kabuto, you are indeed a great partner. Kabuto, excuse me. Here, the four people's active consciousness quickly awakened within a few seconds. Itachi looked at the scene in front of him in surprise, then looked at himself, and said doubtfully, I'm not dead, this is the art of reincarnation from dirty soil. Obito walked over and said, long time no see, Itachi. Itachi said in surprise, Afe? No, Madara. You resurrected me. Obito responded, no, it was you who was resurrected by Kabuto. Itachi looked at Obito and said with some surprise, your eyes? Obito smiled and said, I got it back. Deidara danced and said excitedly, oh, I didn't expect that there is such an art in this world, and you can be resurrected after death. Kabuto stepped forward and said with a smile, not only can you be resurrected, you are now immortal and can release your art at will. When Deidara heard about the immortal body, he was instantly excited and said, so, I can self-destruct as many times as I want. Kakuzu rubbed his neck and said, I never thought we could be resurrected. Sia sighed and said, after all, we have to continue fighting against this world. Deidara suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Obito and Kabuto and asked, by the way, did that guy Sasuke get killed by me? Deidara snorted coldly and said, that's natural. After all, it is the ultimate art developed by me myself. It's a pity that Sasuke was not killed. Deidara was stunned, then gritted his teeth angrily and said, how could that be possible? That guy is so despicable. Obito looked at Itachi and said, I have known your movements for a long time. I have to say, Itachi, your layout is very powerful. If I hadn't reacted quickly, the technique you hid in your brother's eyes would have killed me. At the critical moment, Obito said, Sasuke is not dead. Hearing Kabuto's answer, Itachi smiled knowingly and said in his heart, good boy, well done. The boss of the organization actually betrayed the organization. Itachi looked at Obito's true face and said, you are indeed not the real Uchiha Madara. I have been investigating your true identity and there is no information. I never expected that you are actually Obito, an Obito who is in the same class as Kakashi. As for why I used Madara's name to hide behind Akatsuki formed by Nagato, it was to better realize Uchiha Madara's plan. So far, Akatsuki's achievements and actions were all what Madara told me to do when she was dying. Thing. Kabuto stepped forward and said, Sasuke summoned Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes, and then used Mangekyo Sharingan to control the 10,000 snakes. He hid in the 10,000 snakes' mouths, and then curled up his body to form a meatball, resisting your explosive attack. Kabuto smiled and said, your ultimate art is still very strong. Wanshi is Orochimaru-sama's strongest psychic beast. It is very powerful in itself, and the scales all over its body are extremely hard. If it resists your explosion, it will die immediately. With that said, Obito took off his mask, looked at the four of them and said, I'm not Uchiha Madara, let's get to know each other again, my real name is Uchiha Obito. Deidara glanced at Itachi with great disdain, it doesn't matter, just kill me if you can. Anyway, I am immortal now. Deidara laughed happily. Since you are dead anyway, I will no longer hide anything. In fact, I am the real helmsman behind the Akatsuki organization. Obito nodded. When Itachi heard the news about Sasuke, he went over in an instant, twisted Deidara's collar horn and said, what are you talking about, you guy, what did you do to my brother? With that said, he asked Amaterasu to burn this guy. Deidara looked at Itachi's instant activation of Mangekyo Sharingan, his fluctuating emotions, and suddenly said happily, your angry expression now is exactly the same as your brother's fearful fluctuation at that time, hahaha. Sure enough, Sasuke fell into his hands. Looking at now, Itachi was instantly angry when he heard that Sasuke was killed by him. What? Itachi gritted his teeth and looked at Deidara, gritted his teeth and said, you guy. Deidara waved his hand and said, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could my ultimate art not blow him to death? He doesn't know how to time and space ninjutsu like you, let alone teleport. With that kind of art, how could he escape? Deidara was surprised, with a look of disbelief on his face. He broke away from Itachi who was dragging him, walked up to Obito and asked, "What did you say? Sasuke is not dead?" Obito tilted his head and responded, "The leader, no, I should say Nagato, has betrayed Akatsuki with Konan." Kakuzu, Scorpion, Deidara, Itachi, all shocked. Itachi and Sasuke possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan that Deidara hates. Their eyes seem to see through everything. They show no expression of surprise when faced with their own art. In Deidara's view, this is a kind of contempt which makes them disdainful. He was extremely unhappy. Thinking about the first time that Itachi saw him, his superior eyes made him fall into the trap of genjutsu, which caused him to lose face. This time he got back his place. Kabuto sensed Itachi's thoughts, looked at Deidara and said, "Deidara, you should keep a low profile. In front of his brother, say that he wants to kill his brother." Kakuzu stepped forward, looked at Obito and said, "Why didn't you see the leader, Konan and others?" Itachi narrowed his eyes and stared at Obito. Itachi glanced at Deidara and really wanted to kill him. This is a bit of a joke. Of course, I am also one of the leaders. Obito told the 4 people what happened after their deaths. After listening, several people were filled with emotion. Itachi heard that Naruto actually betrayed Konoha, took Nagato's Rinnegan and installed it himself, even took away Danzo's eye, chopped off his arm, and killed Danzo with his younger brother. All of this made him, the former genius of Konoha, very confused. What is this boy Naruto doing? Sia was a little surprised when she heard that Chiyo's mother-in-law actually used reincarnation in order to resurrect Gaara. Grandma has always had an indifferent attitude towards the village. What happens in the village has nothing to do with her. I never expected that she would actually sacrifice her life for Gaara. What on earth is going on here? What happened, changed Grandma's view of the village. After hearing this, Deidara didn't have any fluctuations in his heart. He only cared about his art. As for the ninja world, that was not something he considered. The only regret was that Sasuke was not killed by him. As for Kakuzu, his face turned pale when he heard that Akatsuki's leader had betrayed him. When he heard that Nagato and Konan had betrayed him and followed Naruto, Kakuzu squatted on the ground and held his head. Deidara noticed something was wrong with Kakuzu, kicked him and said, "Hey, you don't want to listen, you are depressed because of some changes." Hearing Deidara's voice, the others also looked at Kakuzu. Kakuzu burst into tears, stood up and roared, "My money! My money! Damn it, all my money is with Konan." The excitement in the voice made everyone present clearly feel Kakuzu's anger. Deidara said indifferently, "Oh, it's just money, so look at it." Kakuzu immediately stared at Deidara and spat out his saliva. "Damn it, you said it lightly, why did Lousy work so hard to take the mission? Do you know how hard I work to do the mission? In order to make money, I'm thinking about doing tasks even when I'm sleeping. If you tell me now, it's just money, then F****ku. Deidara quickly dodged, wiped the saliva on his face, and complained, "What are you doing? It's not like I robbed your money. Why are you yelling at me?" Kakuzu frowned and said, "Lousy is unhappy and wants to yell at you, what's wrong?" Obito frowned and said, "Okay Kakuzu, since you are resurrected now, we can get your money back together." Kakuzu rolled his eyes at Obito and said, "According to what you said, with Naruto's current strength, even you can't do anything to him, and he was beaten by him. Do you think we still need this money back?" Obito. Deidara laughed when he saw Obito slumped. Itachi was very surprised in his heart. He really didn't expect that Naruto would actually grow to this point now. Such strength has almost surpassed the ninja world. Even the Obito in front of him and the Madara, in the past are all for Naruto. A helpless move. Obito coughed and said, "We'll talk about this later. You guys should follow me to a place first and get closer." Subsequently, Obito's space-time vortex opened, and 4 people were sucked into Obito one after another. Kabuto looked at the disappearing crowd and smiled slightly. Then, there was a sound of the door being opened. Kabuto frowned slightly and looked back. "Are you awake?" Sasuke touched his eyes surrounded by gauze and responded, "What happened outside just now? Why is it so noisy?" Kabuto thought for a moment and said, "It's nothing. I just discussed some things with Obito and had a few arguments." Sasuke said flatly, but he didn't agree with it at all, because he clearly heard the voices of several people, and there was also a very familiar voice. The country of thunder, Yunin village. The space-time vortex emerged, Itachi, Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu came out one after another, and finally Obito. A pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan raised up and stared at the Kumogakure village under his gaze. Obito shouted, "Deidara, don't you want art? Now I'll give you a chance to show off your art in this village. Oh, by the way, don't start with the older ones, start with the younger ones. Also, break down their barriers." Deidara rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, "Okay, I understand. After all, I have high artistic attainments. Going directly to climax is really unbearable." As he spoke, Deidara formed the seal. Explode clay, giant bird. Deidara sat on the giant bird, laughed loudly, and flew into the sky. Above the sky, Deidara felt the long-lost high-altitude air, took a deep breath and said, "Ah, the prelude to art is always so desirable." After saying that, Deidara started to make, C1, earth spider, and kept throwing it down. This is a small explosive clay. The clay spider can move, climb on people, and attack important equipment and facilities. It is a good tool for raids. Obito continued to order, "Kakuzu, Scorpion, you are fainting on the ground, there is no need to entangle, just treat it as a warm-up after returning." Scorpion understood. Kakuzu snorted and rushed out. He was depressed and angry because of money, so he decided to kill someone to vent his anger. Itachi stood aside, looked at Obito and said, "What should I do?" Obito flexed his muscles and said, "You, just wait until Reikage comes out and face him. Now that he has brought people here to destroy the place, it would be inappropriate for him to do it again." In Hidden Cloud Village, Barrier's room, the sensing ninja frowned and shouted coldly, "There is a situation. There are many small chakra groups falling from the sky. According to the perception, they seem to be spiders." The leader on duty frowned and said, "Notify the security forces and go check it out quickly." As soon as the order was given, there were constant sounds of explosions outside. "This is. That spider will explode, it's an enemy attack." "No, the barriers are broken." In the barriers room, tension instantly rose. In the sky, Deidara laughed loudly and said, "Art is explosion." In Yunin village, Karui looked at the big bird in the sky and shouted to the crowd around him, "Everyone hide in the room and be careful of what the big bird drops." While he was roaring, suddenly, a small spider climbed onto his thigh, and then it began to crack and shine with light. Karui's eyes suddenly widened, his back felt cold, his scalp felt numb, and he exclaimed in his heart, "Not good." At the critical moment, a kunai flew quickly with lightning and directly hit the spider lying on Karui's thigh, nailing it to the wall not far away. Karui looked at it, and saw that the power of thunder and lightning from kunai continued to penetrate into the spider. The spider lost its vitality and did not explode. Its lightning style. Darui flew over and shouted coldly, "Karui, don't be distracted, hurry up and evacuate the crowd." Then, he shouted to the security forces who were following him, "This is explosive clay, you can use lightning style to restrain it." After giving the instructions, Darui looked at the explosive clay spiders that kept flying down. He was so angry that he directly made a seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang bang bang, a dozen shadow clones came out. Darui directly drew the knife, and then the lightning-style chakra attached to the knife. With the clone, he rushed directly to the roof and cut off the falling spiders one by one. Upon seeing this, Karui and others followed suit, formed a clone and used lightning style to chop. In Reikage's office, Reikage punched the marble table that had just been replaced not long ago and shouted excitedly, "What be ********** D dares to come here and invade my village?" Nozomi took a step forward and said, "Sir Reikage, according to the feedback from the perception class, it seems that he is from Ōtsutsuki." Reikage raised his brows and said angrily, "Okay, the war has just been announced and our coalition has not yet been formed, so they are coming, right?" With that said, Reikage turned over and rushed out from the high platform. With a bang, the outer window glass shattered, and she followed closely behind. Mabuyi looked at the table, looked at the window, and sighed. Cloud-hidden village, outside barriers, at the moment Deidara was broken. Scorpion controls the puppet, and Kakuzu activates Earth Resentment and invades directly. Obito saw this and said to Itachi beside him, "Let's follow him." The mobile troops outside Kumogakure have reacted quickly and began to besiege Scorpion and Kakuzu. "Who is it? Stop. Ah. It's Shao. Enemy attack, it's an enemy attack. Go and notify Lord Reikage." Ah. It was obvious that Kakuzu didn't listen to Obito's words at all. At this moment, he was going on a killing spree. "Humph, Yunin, that's all." Kakuzu laughed loudly. At this time, Chunin flashed over and struck with a lightning-style sword. He inserted the knife into Kakuzu's body and hit his heart. He frowned and shouted, "Don't underestimate Kumogakure." As a result, Kakuzu did not die as expected, but instead smiled. Cloud-hidden Chunin raised his eyes in surprise and instantly sensed the danger. Not good. Unfortunately, it was too late. The lightning-style mask monster released a sharp lightning spear from its mouth, directly piercing Kumogakure Chunin, and then fired lightning from near to far. It was so fast, wide in range, and powerful that it directly hit the target within more than 10 meters. 7 or 8 Kumogakure ninjas approached Kakuzu. Within a few seconds, screams came one after another. Tutai came with people. When he saw this, he immediately roared, "Stop!" Unfortunately, it was too late. There was a sound of the earth platform falling, and the dead Kumogakure ninjas lay scattered on the ground. Their bright red blood dyed the earth red. Dodai gritted his teeth and looked at Kakuzu and Sie. "This dress is Ōtsutsuki." Obito brought Itachi down, looked at Kakuzu, and frowned, "Kakuzu, that's too much. I'm here to negotiate, not to cause destruction. I'm talking about Nima. Tutai, get out of the way." There was a chirp and a rapid sound that broke through the air. Kakuzu, Itachi, and Scorpion quickly moved away, while Obito stayed put. Dodai also dispersed with the ninjas who came. Lightning style, Elation Fury Thunder Axe. With one kick, there was a bang, and a big pit was created directly on the spot. Dust and smoke were everywhere, and Reikage jumped out of the pit. His whole body was full of firepower, his cells were activated to the maximum, and his hair was straight. Shi and Darui also came one after another. High in the sky, Deidara carried the big bird down and stood next to Itachi, Kakuzu, and Scorpion. When the smoke and dust dispersed, everyone found that there was no one in the pit. Reikage frowned. Then, Obito slowly emerged from the pit. "Master Reikage, you are still as grumpy as ever." As soon as he finished speaking, Reikage flashed over. Lightning style, lateral bolt of pain. Reikage's lightning style chakra hand knife directly slashed at him. As a result, Obito stood still and Reikage's hand went directly through it. Reikage gritted his teeth, turned around, and struck again with the knife, but it still penetrated. Unwilling to give up, he tried another knife, but it still didn't hit. Nozomi frowned and said, "The opponent seems to ignore ninjutsu attacks and physical attacks, and has the ability to penetrate." Darui nodded and said, "Well, the other party showed it at the Five Shadows meeting last time." Obito immediately backed away and shouted, "Master Reikage, don't waste your efforts. You are also a fighting genius. You know you can't hit me, so why waste your efforts? Reikage was furious. Damn, it feels so uncomfortable. This feeling of not being able to exert any strength is even more uncomfortable than being defeated by Naruto. Anyway, Naruto still beat me flesh to flesh. Reikage gritted his teeth because he had seen forbidden techniques related to resurrection in the Reikage secret sect. The most famous one was the technique of reincarnation from dirty soil invented by the second Hokage of Konoha. Nozomi looked at Obito. Based on past intelligence, he could clearly detect the origins of these people, especially that person, Itachi. Coupled with a masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara, his strength is indeed invincible. Now that Konoha's Naruto is so powerful and has kidnapped your brother, what is left for Kyomogakure? Reikage said angrily, negotiation. What do I have to talk to you about? What? Scorpion, genius puppet master, nicknamed Scorpion of Red Sand. Obito came out and said, Master Reikage, I'm here to negotiate. Please calm down your bad temper. That's right, although we have grievances with other villages, in the face of this crisis for all mankind, we all fight together. Obito looked at the dead Yunin people around him and said, I'm sorry, my men are a little reckless, but if we don't show our strength, you won't be able to calm down and negotiate with us. She said angrily, what does this have to do with our Reikage village? How could there be such a technique? Kakuzu, a ninja from the original Taki country, is a famous mission master. Obito snorted coldly and said, Master Reikage, don't be so excited, don't get carried away. After a 5 Kage meeting, you have become so emotional. Where has the desire for hegemony gone? Besides, haven't you, the 5 major countries, always been on guard against each other? Deidara, the explosive ninja, has amazing destructive power. Can the dead be resurrected? Darui heard that he was holding a knife and complained, hey, no one is coming to negotiate. As soon as they come in, they will bomb, and then attack. Many Kyomogakure ninjas spoke one after another, expressing their support for Reikage-sama. In Kyomogakure's history, traitors are the most hated, and the punishment for betrayers is also very serious. This is why Kyomogakure's traitorous ninjas are so special. Small reasons. But, aren't some of the people here dead? Obito said with a cold eyebrow, it does matter. Of course it does. Yes, resolutely follow Reikage-sama and fight to the end. Besides, that kind of world is simply illusory and not reality. Even though I have had bad relations with other countries in the past, Kyomogakure will fight resolutely against guys like you who endanger all mankind. Tudai stepped forward and said, Reikage village has never taken the initiative to provoke Akatsuki. On the contrary, you first attacked our Lord Killer Bee, and then announced that you would fight against the 5 major countries, and now you are attacking our village. Do you really think that we are Kyomogakure? He's easy to bully. What AB******************* D, Akatsuki, for using such evil ninjutsu? Obito looked at Reikage and said, Reikage, I know that you are very repulsive to the Eye of the Moon project. It doesn't matter. As long as you promise to stand by my side and do something for me, I will promise you to let you go. In this case, this hypocritical real world belongs to you Yunin, how about it? Hey, Itachi, didn't you die in the battle with your brother? Why? Yes, we will never be betrayers. The clan-killing weasel has absolute shadow-level strength. A mere Akatsuki organization dares to threaten us Kyomogakure. Itachi said coldly, I was resurrected by the leader, and now I am immortal. Obito sighed and said, I didn't want to either. It's a pity that it's all Naruto's fault for messing up my plan. Reikage said angrily, except for the people of Kyomogakure, people from other countries have entered the dreamland, so what's the point of us staying, even if we dominate the whole world, what's the point? She's question caused the atmosphere at the scene to change instantly, and everyone looked over in confusion. With my current lineup, I can attack you Yunin. Seeing the shocked expressions of the Yunin people, Obito sneered. Very good, what I want is that you look scared like this. Obito looked at Reikage and said, Reikage-sama, as you can see, I can resurrect dead ninjas and continue to join the battle. Therefore, my men can even die continuously, but you, Kumogakure, can't. If you don't agree with my proposal, then I will attack your village. At that time, I will also find other villages to negotiate. Before the Eye of the Moon plan arrives, I will first destroy the most disobedient village. I believe that there will always be villages that will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, hoping that the fishermen will benefit. She said disgustedly, as expected of Shao, he is still taking advantage of the suspicion among the 5 major countries. Chutai said in a deep voice, don't be completely deceived by him. These dead people can be resurrected and will definitely be defeated again. We can just let the sealing team seal them. With that said, Chutai asked the people behind him to quickly mobilize the sealing team. Reikage AI looked at Obito and said, I will not let you harm people in our village. As Reikage, I will fight you. Obito snorted coldly and said, Master Reikage, you are too naive. Forget it, I will give you a brief introduction first, and then we will talk. After saying that, Obito looked at Deidara and said, how about it, are there any big fireworks to set off? When Deidara heard this, he immediately said excitedly, of course, I said so and started to form seals. After the seal was completed, Deidara looked at Itachi and said, Itachi, watch carefully, this ninjutsu was originally invented to kill you. As he spoke, Deidara's big bird soared into the sky, and then Deidara ate a ball of explosive clay, and then spit it out from his mouth, forming a huge doll exactly like himself. Obito took Kakuzu and Scorpion and got out of the way, leaving Itachi alone. Play with Reikage, Itachi. Reikage gritted his teeth, looked at Deidara in the sky, and then shouted to Darui, go activate the laser cannon and shoot that guy down, otherwise there may be a big explosion ninjutsu. Darui obeyed the order and quickly executed it. Here, Itachi looked at Reikage and said, I'm sorry, I can't help myself now and have to fight you, but what I want to tell you is, Lord Reikage, your strength is not enough to fight him. If Kumogakure can't carry it, if you live there, you'd better find foreign help as soon as possible. When Chutai heard what Itachi said, he felt very strange about this person. He is Shao, why does he show kindness to us? In addition, Chutai looked at this group of people and felt that foreign aid must be invited. He even thought of who to invite. Is there any way to contact Mr. Killer Bee through induction? Nozomi frowned and said, but Shao wants to capture Mr. Killer Bee. If you ask him to come back. Chutai said in a deep voice, it's okay. The important thing is not to call Mr. Killer Bee, but to call the people behind him. Hit immediately understood, yes, now that Master Killer Bee is following Naruto around, if the village is in trouble, Master Killer Bee will definitely come, and Naruto will come to help the village, so there is no need to be afraid of this masked man. High in the sky, Deidara made a snap and clasped his hands together. C4, Garuda, ready. After saying that, Deidara grinned and started to dive directly with the big bird. Ha 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 ha. The crazy smile is completely like a suicide attack. In the distance, Kakuzu stood there, looking at the crazy Deidara and frowning, this guy is really stubborn. Sia smiled and said, I can also understand Deidara, just like I am about puppetry, he really loves explosions. Obito smiled and said, he already understands the true meaning of immortality. When Reikage saw Deidara rushing down, he charged up his feet and prepared to rush into the sky. However, as soon as he started, he was intercepted by a huge fist. Reikage AI was pushed back more than 10 meters, and when he looked angrily, he saw Itachi opening the adult armor of the Susanoo. Lord Reikage, your opponent is me. With that said, Itachi attacked Reikage directly. Reikage was so angry that his cells activated and he raised his hand with a lightning-style hand knife. Get out of my way. Seeing this, Itachi raised his shield to block. With a click, Reikage cracked the shield and knocked back Itachi's Susanoo. Itachi groaned and secretly shouted, as expected of Reikage, a full blow is really strong, but he is not a vegetarian. After temporarily repelling Itachi, Reikage AI possessed the thunder armor and rushed away quickly. Itachi controlled the Susanoo and directly released his ultimate move. Yasaka Magatama. Precision guidance, aiming at Reikage. Reikage instantly sensed the danger behind him and was furious. This Itachi was really very difficult to deal with. Reikage was about to use the air cannon to move sideways in midair. As a result, he saw Itachi jumping up from the ground with Susanoo, and then, one-eyed Jutsu was aiming at him. With this feeling of crisis on his skin, Reikage instantly remembered the time when he beat Sasuke. It was Amaterasu. Hold! Reikage AI is so angry that he can't even move sideways. As long as he dares to move, the Amaterasu black flame will definitely hit him. That thing can't burn anyone in a short time, but it won't be extinguished at all. Alas, if I had known, I would have found Jiraiya and learned those sealing techniques. There is no other way. Since you can't hide, just force it on you. With that said, Reikage AI raised his right foot and began to accumulate strength. Elation Wrath Thunder Axe. Charge up and strike downward, taking advantage of the high altitude to hit directly. With a bang, thunder sounded in the sky. Todai shouted worriedly, Master Reikage. In the thick smoke, Itachi accurately saw Reikage and activated ninjutsu directly. Amaterasu. With a chirp, Reikage instantly noticed it and dodged over. The black flames brushed past Reikage, and then, unexpectedly, it landed directly on Deidara's big bird that was swooping down rapidly. Oh no, you weasel are going to die. I'm going to use my big moves. Why are you causing so much damage? Deidara cursed angrily. Reikage let out a proud voice. It turned out that he used the smoke generated by the explosion to hide and the momentum to move his body. After deliberately letting Itachi lock him in, when Itachi released Amaterasu, he dodged directly, just in time to meet the diving Deidara. Perfect fit. Nozomi is very happy, Reikage-sama is so awesome. Reikage formed a seal and clone directly, then stepped on the shadow clone and attacked again. Itachi saw the opportunity and ran forward directly, but the shadow clone kicked by Reikage hit the attacking Itachi. In an instant, the shadow clone transformed directly. A ball of lightning exploded, enveloping Itachi's Susanoo. Thunder Shadow Clone. Itachi was very surprised. Reikage was furious, with lightning all over his body. He understood that what he feared most when detonating clay was the lightning style, so he couldn't let Deidara fall. Deidara snorted coldly, left the big bird, and landed directly with the puppet. Reikage used a lightning-style hand knife to cut the big bird in half. Taiwan, wrapped in lava style, kicked out of the village. Dodai jumped up immediately when he saw Reikage's order. Lava style, Humoyu. The earth platform spit out molten film and wrapped the severed bird, forming two spheres. People of Yunin, kick me out of the village. Yes. With two bangs, the two Kumogakure Jonin kicked out wide and flew out. Because there is black flame on the big bird, if it falls into the village, it will be very difficult to clean up. Reikage continued to attack, and when Deidara saw that he could no longer fly to the ground, he said coldly, "You asked for this, Reikage-sama." Saying that, the doll hugged Deidara, and Deidara roared. Drink. With a bang, C4 exploded directly 100 meters away from the ground, and a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose. Mushroom clouds rose above Yunin village, rolling upwards into the sky. In the distance, people from the Kingdom of Thunder who were busy raised their heads and stared sideways. Due to the huge heat and shock wave generated by the explosion, a large open space was directly blown out of the center of Yunin village. The remaining houses that had not fallen down were also blown into dangerous buildings, and all the roofs were lifted off. On the road, 2/3 of the village was destroyed. There were dead and injured villagers and ninjas everywhere. Reikage was the person closest to the explosion. In order to protect the village, he did not dodge at all. At the moment of the explosion, he did not forget to send out lightning-style light waves, hoping to move the explosion point upwards. What's terrible is that he was blasted into the ground by a huge shock wave and sank directly in. The defense of the lightning-style armor was directly blown away. Except for covering the key parts of the clothes, the rest of his clothes were gone. His whole skin was covered with burnt. With a bang, Reikage pushed away a stone slab that was pressing on him and stood up. The sight in front of him made his chest rise and fall, and his blood surged. This is still Reikage village. Reikage gritted his teeth, especially when he saw the villagers and ninjas lying on the ground. He couldn't help but shed tears despite his strong appearance. Shao. It is impossible to forgive, absolutely unforgivable. Chutai cut open the molten film and walked out, because he also jumped into the air at that time. The huge explosion made him unable to care about other ninjas, so he used all his strength to continuously spray out the molten film, and then escaped. Looking at the destroyed village in front of him, Chutai's eyes kept shaking, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. The village that Reikage worked hard to build in the past generations was destroyed today. Deidara was completely blown away, but it didn't matter, bits and pieces of debris began to gather, and he began to resurrect. With a bang, two huge bone hands broke out from the ground, and then separated to support the ground. Immediately afterwards, Susanoo climbed out of it, and Itachi was wrapped in it. Itachi looked at the destroyed Yunin village, frowning slightly, feeling unbearable. Obito brought Kakuzu and Scorpion to Reikage again, and said regretfully, "Sir Reikage, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. It's such a pity that your subordinates don't even have the chance to go to Dreamland. I just fell asleep forever, well, who can blame me?" Reikage AI was very silent. He raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Obito and said, "Shao, I tell you, I, Reikage AI, swear that in this life, I must eliminate all of you before I die." After saying that, the furious Reikage AI once again exploded with the power of lightning style. Unfortunately, he, who was at the center of the explosion, was already at the end of his strength and could not become fierce at all, and the lightning on his body simply misfired. Obito sneered and said, "Reikage-sama, think about it, don't rush to say harsh words, look at this village, it's not completely destroyed, some people are dead, but your base is still there." Darui held a knife and led some ninjas to come over and guard in front of Reikage. "Sorry, boss, I didn't use the lightning-style cannon in time." Darui blamed himself deeply. If he could activate the lightning-style cannon faster, the village would not be like this. Reikage comforted, "Lazy, you tried your best, but there is nothing you can do. Even I can't catch up, let alone you." Darui burst into tears, especially when he saw she, who was pressed by rocks and unconscious not far away. He fell into deep pain. Unexpectedly, Lien Shi also. "Shao. Let's duel." Darui held his sword in front, his eyes full of revenge, and the big word, thunder, on his shoulders expressed his fate. The village is his life, and he has been chosen as his future successor. These people have directly destroyed his future, and he will fight for it. Looking at the excited Darui, Obito thought, it's a good bargaining chip. With that said, Obito rushed over. Seeing this, Darui rushed over directly. Reikage worriedly said, "Don't be impulsive, you're lazy." The knife slashed over, and Obito penetrated directly. Then he turned around nimbly and grabbed it with one hand. Darui saw this, then flipped the blade and slashed through, and Obito penetrated again. "Darui, I know that you will only materialize when you attack. Shi's analysis told me this." Obito sneered and said, "Oh, you are observing very carefully, what a pity." Saying that, with a hiss, Itachi flashed over directly. Darui was startled, panicked, and met Itachi's eyes. Oops. With a buzzing sound, Darui was instantly hit by Genjutsu and was unable to move. Obito saw the opportunity and directly opened the spacetime vortex, sucking Darui into a different space. Reikage AI covered his chest and said, "Lazy. B*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ Obito smiled slightly and said, "I will accept this hostage. Mr. Reikage, you can think about it again, whether to cooperate with me or accept the destruction of the village. I will come to see you again. Hey, Deidara, let's go." Not far away, the resurrected Deidara jumped over and said excitedly, "Oh, it's really art, this picture is so artistic. Faye, can the next village go to the Kingdom of Rock? I want to blow up my hometown." Obito pulled Deidara, the spacetime vortex opened, and Kakuzu, Scorpion, and Itachi came in one after another. "Don't even think about leaving." Reikage rushed over forcefully, but failed. The continuous blows, coupled with the damage from the explosion, made Reikage furious. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. Dodai hurried over and shouted, Master Reikage, hold on. Medical ninja, medical, where are the ninjas?" Tutai shouted excitedly and turned around to see she lying unconscious under the rocks. A squeaking sound was heard, and Mabui walked over. Seeing that Mr. Reikage was seriously injured like this, he immediately shouted, "Quickly, take Mr. Reikage to the medical room. Sensing ninja, continue to be vigilant. Other mobile ninjas, do their best to search and rescue the wounded." "Yes. Yes. Yes." The Kumoyan people started to move, and Mabui looked at Todai and said, "Master Todai, what should we do next?" Reikage fell, Darui was kidnapped, and Nozomi passed out. The top management of Reikage are now Mabui and Dodai. Tutai frowned slightly and said, "Originally, if she didn't fall down, he could have contacted Killer B. Now, she doesn't know what the situation is. Killer B is in Yuin, the road is far away, and we know the location too well." Mabui said anxiously, "What should we do?" Dodai thought for a while and said, "Contact Konoha first, and then send documents to the major national ninja villages in need of support." Mabui wondered, why contact Konoha first? "We just had a conflict with Konoha." Todai sighed and said, "As long as you contact Konoha, you will have a way to contact Naruto. Now, only Naruto can save Kumogakure. The 5 major countries, facing the Akatsuki, unless they quickly form a complete army, otherwise, it will be slowly dismembered." Mabui nodded and said, "I understand." Then, Mabui turned and left. He was going to prepare something that could quickly deliver news to Konoha. The Country of Thunder, Yunin Village. Mabui has already written detailed intelligence and request for help messages, 4 copies in total, of which Konoha's letter is the longest, and then packed in an iron box the size of a table. Tutai saw this and asked, "What is this? Why put the information in this?" Seeing this, Mabui said, "Because I want to use the art of heavenly delivery to airdrop these 4 iron boxes into the hidden villages, so that I can quickly deliver information." After Tutai heard this, he suddenly realized that this was the case. Abui wants to use the art of quickly transporting supplies during the war, the art of heavenly delivery. As long as you know the exact longitude and latitude of the location, you can teleport there instantly. That technique is comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique of 4th generation, but the heavenly sending technique can only be used to transport items, because ordinary people simply cannot withstand the huge damage caused to the body during transportation. Once, some senior officials thought that during the war, they would use the art of heavenly sending to transport people. As a result, many people died, many were injured, and basically very few survived. The only one who succeeded was the 3rd Reikage, who successfully transmitted it with the heavenly sending technique, but that was because the 3rd Reikage's physical fitness was very strong. The 3rd generation, who has the title of the strongest spear, could not withstand it at all. Wrapped in an iron box, it should be to protect the information contained inside. If such a big box falls to the ground, it will definitely attract the attention of the other ninja instantly. Mabui also ordered others to use lightning style to engrave the words, Book of Diplomacy of Kumogakure Village, on the iron box so that the other side's ninjas could quickly learn about it. After doing everything, Mabui asked people to put the iron boxes on the transfer platform one by one, and she started to form seals. A gift from heaven. There was a chirping and crackling sound, lightning flashed, and the iron box was teleported out instantly. The first one is Konoha. As soon as the transmission was completed, Mabui felt exhausted. Because this technique consumes a lot of chakra, she continued to teleport without stopping. By the third time, she could hardly stand. Tudai said worriedly, Mabui, take a rest. Mabui shook his head, took a sip of water from the ninja next to him, drank it, and said with a breath, right now, Kumogakure is in crisis, Reikage-sama and Hito have fallen, Darui has been kidnapped again, time does not allow me delay, I have to hurry up. Saying that, Mabui bit her lip and persisted, a mouthful of bright red blood flowed down, and she formed the seal again. A gift from heaven. There was another crackling sound, lightning flashed, and the last iron box was completely teleported away. When Mabui saw this, he fainted. Seeing this, Tutai quickly came over to help him, and then shouted, quickly, send him to the medical room. To do a good job in Mabui, Tutai suddenly felt a lot of pressure. In the entire Yunin, he is now the only high-level person left. Just as he was worried, Sami came over with Karui and Omoi. Lord Tutai, there is new news. Tutai looked at the three people and put down his snack slightly. Master Killer Bee's 3 apprentices were still there and could still support them, especially Samui, who was very similar to Mabui and was an elite female ninja who dealt with things. What happened? Sami frowned and said, the name invites you. The country of fire, Konoha village. With that said, Dodai left with Omoi and Karui to meet the daimyo. After seeing it, Ibishi frowned instantly. Karui sighed and said, okay, alas, Master Reikage has also fallen down, and Captain Darui is also missing. Is it possible that my Yunin village is going to, it hurts so much. Because there was a strong lightning-style chakra on the iron box, the sensing ninja thought someone had infiltrated it. Next to him, a ninja handed over a pry knife, and Ibiki handed it to Hyuga and said, open it. Could it be that this box contains something belonging to Yunin? As the captain of Konoha's torture department, he is also very specialized in intelligence. After looking at it for a few times, he discovered that there were obvious scratches on the box, and the 2 Kumogakure could be vaguely seen. Ibiki thought for a moment and said, anyway, let's leave it to Mr. Hokage first. Karui covered his head with a mask of pain on his face, it hurts so much. With that said, Ibixi turned around and left, heading to Hokage's office. Hyuga also saw it and couldn't help but frown and said, what is Kumogakure doing? Not long ago, he was putting pressure on my Hyuga clan to hand over Miss Hinata, and now he is doing this again. Dodai frowned slightly, thinking that the daimyo might be because of the attack on the village, so he explained, Samui, Reikage is in a coma right now, and Abui has just been in a coma due to the use of ninjutsu and chakra overdraft, and I am the only one who is temporarily the top executive in the village. Alone, I temporarily appoint you as the top executive, take good care of Mabui, and when she wakes up, take care of Reikage-sama and Nozomi-sama. Rigiu, use your white eyes to see what's inside. Hyuga's long-lasting hand seals condensed into chakra, Byakugan. Captain, there is also a small box inside this box. There seems to be something like a scroll in the small box. The red scroll was the color of the scroll used during the Warring States period when the country asked neighboring countries for help, and it directly indicated that a letter of help like Lord Hokage was written on it. Tudai nodded, looked at Omoi and Karui and said, you too, follow me to see the daimyo. A cordon has been set up around the collapsed house. Marino Ihiki crossed the cordon and came to the black iron box. He squatted down, touched it with his hand, smelled it and said, it's burnt by high temperature. The taste. Hyuga nodded and said, yes, Captain. Omoi punched Karui hard and said, "Shut your crow mouth, even if you die, Lord Reikage will not die." Deidara stood on top of the big bird and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, old man Ōtsutsuki, I, Hu-Han-san, am back." A large iron box suddenly appeared in the sky above Konoha village, and then fell straight down into the village. It hit a house and collapsed. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but the noise caused by the surrounding residents of onlookers. Sammy stood at attention and said, "Yes, Master Tutai. The country of Earth, Een. It turns out that the items were transported and experienced space-time friction, resulting in high temperatures, which wore away the scratches on the surface and produced burn marks." Omoi, yes. Tudai sighed, "Mabui, I'll leave this place to you for the time being." When Ibixi heard this, he shouted in surprise, "Give me the crowbar." "Yes, Captain." In the sensing room, the sensing ninja sensed the moment the iron box entered the barriers, and immediately issued an alarm, and the mobile unit set off immediately. At the same time, Umbu's people were also heading there. After thinking about it, Yabixi stood up and called someone over. With the blessing of Byakugan's clairvoyance, Hyuga started working for a long time, accurately found the interface of the box, then pried it open, took out the small box inside, then pried it open again, and took out the scroll inside. It was actually red. And it clearly says, "Urgent. Lord Hokage personally approves." Under Byakugan's perspective, the contents of the box were clearly seen. "Mabui, Lord Todai, don't worry."
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.